I wish good things to you who's watching this. I am Alexey, and with me today is the most recent British master, David Faraci, with the screen name Lord Terrycloth. Hi, David.
Hello.
So,
I'm excited to be here.
yeah, I'm pretty sure we're both gonna have a blast streaming this now. We're in round 4 of the World Team Carcassonne Online Championships. We have 4 matches still left to cover this week, and the schedule's really tight. We're going to have the next match immediately as soon as the previous one finished. So there might not be a lot of time for discussion in between, but in the 5 minutes that we have remain before the start, let's just do a bit of a match preview. So, one of the many reasons I invited you is not only because of your Carcassonne expertise, and prior to Board Game Arena, David has played a lot on the iOS app as well, which has some differences as well, and obviously David has been active in the Champions League as well, and here as well in the as part of the British team. One of the reasons why I brought you here in particular, because we're going to be commentating a match from Group B, right? Which UK is a part of. So we just have a look.
We're in
D. Yeah, Group D. So there's 5 teams. UK is one of them. And you're already sort of familiar with Greece and Guatemala because UK has already played Greece and has already played Guatemala. Well, I know that you were on the lineup against Guatemala, but not against Greece, and then that's why UK won against Guatemala, and that's why UK lost against Greece. But from these 2 matches, can you tell me much, like, if you know much about these players? First of all, who do you think is the favorite, Greece or Guatemala, and why exactly? Just any insight that you're willing to share.
I don't know a lot of the players from either of these teams well. The match against King Oscar was fun and challenging, but he's the only one from the Guatemalan team that I've played. I'm looking at their lineup. There may have been someone I've played like casually, but I don't remember playing anyone there. The main person I've played from the Greek team is Dark Passenger, who I've played several times. I don't recall what my record is against them. But yeah, I would think Greece was a bit of a favorite, but that's going mostly off the fact that they beat us and then we beat Guatemala, so I'm going with transitivity.
Yeah, well, that certainly makes sense. And at least rating-wise, I mean, I have the lineups on the screen for our viewers, and rating-wise, Greece is also the favorite as well. This is not to say this is not doable in Guatemala. There are some key tables that they can use to hang in this game. In a second, so some notable personalities. Greece, of course, you mentioned Dark Passenger. That's Pantelis Litsordopoulos, the twice world champion and the 4 times in a row finalist of the World Championship, an absolute legend of the game. Had taken a break for Carcassonne for a couple of years. Now they're back, still in full force, rated in the upper 600s. Of course, they were rated in the 700s as well, as one might expect. So this is a chance we might watch them as the duel, but the difference is they're very likely to win against their opponent because they're paired off against a newer player, Dexter99, who's rated around 300, and whilst they do have 1,000 games of experience, we do expect for the twice world champion to initially prevail. So if you want a closer encounter, 2 other notable personalities would be Asketos and Lycos. So that would be the battle of the captains of the respective Greek captain, rated 564, Lycos rated 431, but their peak is definitely over 500. And then other pairings, Mer 14, rated 549 against Rene Bulsara, who's rated 265, but with 1,000 games of experience, they're absolutely capable to give a fight to Mer. Rico Impastoni rated 394 against Arlock, who's rated 100, but this is only because they don't play much online, so their true rating strength might be a little bit higher. Yeah, and actually this, oh yeah, and then of course BS12, who is notable as being the hero of actually one of my Move of the Week videos. Not maybe with the most, not maybe in the way that they would have liked, because there was about like blunder of the week or something, but of course that was a one-time occurrence, and they have a solid rating of 468, which almost kind of exceeds Chini GT, who's rated 405. So if we're going for like just watching the world champion, we can look at Dark Passenger. If we want to go to close encounters, we should probably look at the Battle of the Captains. If we want maybe some exciting, unexpected moves, we should probably look at Table 5 between Chini GT and BS12. Whatever you prefer, you're the guest, David.
I feel like the Battle of the Captains sounds fun. I mean, I agree that Dark Passenger is always fun, but I do think that's like the slightly closer matchup is going to be the more, I don't know, exciting maybe.
Well, excellent choice. And the game is about to start in around 30 seconds. The table has been created. We're just waiting for Ashetos to join the tournament game. One thing that I have to say to our viewers before we start, so because the matches are going to be back-to-back, we're going to leave all the national anthems closer to the end of the stream. So first of all, we're having Greece versus Guatemala, an hour later it's Germany versus Poland, an hour later is Portugal versus Lithuania, and then we're going to have a bit of a half an hour break between matches. Then we can honor all the countries that's going to win their matches, and then we're going to move on to United States versus the Netherlands, which is going to be quite late in the evening, but still part of this mega stream. So do you have the game open, David?
Yes, looks like we are just a few tiles in.
Alrighty, so I have to be really focused because both of these players tend to play really fast. Ashetos playing the green meeple now has 8 points on the scoreboard. He was the starting player. Lycos is playing red meeples with 1 here on the monastery. 0 points on the scoreboard so far, but a 4-point road is waiting to happen. His monastery is better developed. He's now started a new city yet again. Ashetos finishes yet another city for 4 points, whilst also trying to obstruct the monastery of Lycos. Immediately, of course, he defends, but he leaves the city cap open and drops a farmer straight away. What do you make of that move, David? Do you prefer to just meeple another city cap or go for this early farmer at the expense of sacrificing these 4 points?
I think in this case, I probably would have taken the city cap only because, well, now, as I say this, he drops a second farmer in the same field, but I was just thinking, since that field was so easily invadable on the other side of the monastery break, but now he's just going for it. So I don't know. I still would have been tempted to go for the cap, but I see the appeal here given how big this field is likely to get.
Yeah, so definitely it seems like the cap was just a better defensive move to not allow Ashetos these 4 easy points. Now Lycos with an excellent 4-point monastery, though, controlling Ashetos cities over here. And having these early farmers is certainly something that can help red quite a lot, because I don't think green is particularly known for playing imbalances. Like, I have a feeling that green, even though I don't think they have to necessarily fight for the field in order to win this, I think that green will be tempted to just try and, drop a farmer here and then all equalize on this side and then try to desperately look for some farming opportunity over here on the other side and equalize. Like, I don't know, but it feels...
I agree, although I didn't love this. I felt like given how much he committed to the field, this choice of turning these 2 cities into the one giant city potentially ruined was a bit counterproductive.
It's possible, yeah. Although I think he doesn't want them to be a ruin. He wants them to be a city.
Oh, no, I know. And so, I mean, well, now it's working out fine now, as I keep saying things, and then he's doing just fine from whatever. But I was worried that it would just end up removing 2 cities from his now double committed field rather than...
Yeah. I mean, very concerned, and but I kind of feel like he sort of has to do this because as a result of these quick points over here, he's kind of far enough behind on the scoreboard, which also would allow Asketos, in theory, to forego the fields, because the buffer on the scoreboard is enough that he does not need to do so much about the fields while the field is still relatively small. He's also not trying to block this connection. And he's not going to worry because Lycos has defensive moves, but how exactly do you defend? If you go here and defend directly, you kind of have to place, or you could do this, defending indirectly, but still with a rose tile, this is blockable. There were some other options. Like, what do you make of this block? Do you like this indirect defense? Do you like the direct defense towards the triple city? Or do you prefer the indirect of the other kind, creating a curve-shaped pattern over here?
I don't like the indirect of the other kind because there's still a couple of, well, I guess what? So there's two more road Doritos that would then turn that immediately into a ruin. I guess this is all right, although this is also nerve-wracking. Wait, how many starting tiles do we have left? Two?
One. Just
One,
one.
only one.
And this is pretty
I'm cheating and using the
interesting.
counter because I can't count as fast as you.
Oh, please go ahead. I mean, we can also have this conversation a little bit later about the ethics of tile counters and so on, because obviously for those of you who didn't know, we actually did meet up in person and we talked all kinds of things, Carcassonne, tile counters included, and basically, David has some interesting takes, with many of which I agree. Oh, you gotta be kidding me!
Oh, God.
That is like this is so unfortunate. This was such a low probability event.
I know. I mean, I'm sorry that my concern about the I'm sorry my concern about that field and that ruin came to fruition. I was not expecting it after he came so close to completing it earlier.
But I just want to like for our viewers to savor this. Let me just tell you the full impact of this tile. First of all, it was quite unlikely because there were still several tiles that fit into the square, both Doritos and Triple Cities, or at least Splitters to just save this 4-point meeple and then block this monastery. So what this move does, first of all, block this 1-point meeple of red. Bad. Second of all, it actually unblocks this green monastery, also bad for red. Third of all, it unblocks this green city, pre-building this 10-point city over here, also bad for red. Fourth, it denies red this monastery meeple because his monastery is restricted toward the starting tile. So this red meeple is now trapped. So with one tile draw, it's basically like the Greek player just destroyed the entire game of Perkoki there.
Yep. Wow. Yep. And then that splitter just makes things even a little wow.
Okay, that's actually a little bit better because this was Lycos's 8 points, right? So at least he denied the 4 points for Asketos, and for some reason, after all these disasters, Lycos is 2 points ahead, still on the scoreboard. Not for long, man, not for long, but still fighting. Yeah. We have some more interesting fields going on, actually. So this green guy is going here for 6 points. The red guy is immediately going for a 6 point here as well. Kind of looking to perhaps connect over here. Also a nice idea to restrict this monastery with only 4 crossroads remaining, and most notably the quadruple crossroads had gone out. Then this meeple of green is very close to being trapped, and Lycos could do something over here and, you know, restrict this toward the starting tile, which is no longer there. These two farmers, and your skepticism, David, does seem to be correct, at least so far, because they're kind of stuck with 12 points, which looks like a lot of points, but it's not enough to justify the investment of 2 meeples. So one of several things will need to happen. Either a dagger will need to be drawn for Lycos to score 3 points for this, 6 points for the cities plus 3 points extra for the field, or a couple of curves will need to be drawn to expand the field and eat up this 6-point green meeple over here. But instead, Asketos is the one who draws the dagger, and he could score 6 points for the city, but he could do this, or he could finish the city on the left. So kind of tough choice, and the Greek player made up his mind very quickly. What you would have done, David?
Well, I'm just wondering whether I would have been a little bit tempted to use one of the last couple of tiles to do what he just did now, finally, of preventing the possibility of getting 2 curves to bring the 2 red meeples into that green field on the left. So he now got the things to do that, but I would have been tempted to do that with the dagger, only because the risk of having that all joined up with him having 2 and then potentially 3 meeples on the field would have been so large.
Yeah, I have to agree here. I'm not sure if necessarily with the dagger. I felt like there were a couple of tiles to do this early. Maybe even with this road monastery. Honestly, it's not crazy to just sacrifice it for something this strategically significant. Because
that's what I was wondering. Because if he had gotten, suppose he got in the curve next, and then the other one is unblockable. So it's like if he had gotten it, then it's just as long as he gets 1 more curve, red is then on that field with potentially 3-1 lead.
In the meantime, the Guatemalan captain is somehow hanging in there, still keeping parity on the scoreboard, scoring 4 points over here, and also referring to the dagger move. This move kind of didn't end up working out because he sort of created the threat of completing his city, but got blocked here, And now, if another dagger is to be drawn by Koki, referring to Lycos, it's just his screen name is derived from his actual name. It's Koki Leva, I think. So that's why Lycos. Yeah. So here comes the 6-pointer.
Yeah,
for
I
the
definitely
city.
going back to the previous one, I think as Axitos, I would have taken that city just because, well, now what's happened of him getting that plus then 2 cities more on his field.
Yeah. And now finally, the 2 red farmers have fully justified their existence. That fields is worth what, 15? No, 18.
18.
18, yeah.
No, 15. Sorry, it's because that only 15, but still.
I know. Well, it should have been worth 18 because of this, but
Yeah. I saw the 15 at the bottom and thought, well, surely there's another one at the top, and then I was like, nope, there's nothing up there. It's just a desert.
But now it actually makes things interesting because if I'm honest, I'm not exactly sure who's winning here. Because Lycos has the 15-point field, which is a lot. The monasteries are equal. But then Asketos has around 15 points in these ruins over here. And both players have been developing their fields quite a lot. Asketos gets 7 points. Lycos gets 7 points. Everybody is just scoring. So yeah, a
I think it's
4-pointer.
gonna come down to who. Oh yeah, so that'll do it. So it was. I think it was gonna come. Oh no, wait. Yeah, I thought it was gonna come down to who got the.
5-point road.
No, the because there's one more umbrella. So if Lycos got the umbrella, that'd be another 7 points, and I think that might have been the pull ahead. But I think that
I mean, 5 points seem to be just fine.
so I'm going off of the count on the what do you call it? Oh.
Scoreboard.
No, the plugin.
Oh wait,
I was going off of the estimated on the plugin, and it was close enough. According to that, it was close enough that the 7 versus 5 might have made the difference versus the whatever this was 5 versus 4 or whatever the.
Oh, okay, that's beautiful. Yeah, thank you. If you could just like share the, because then there's just so much going on that like counting tiles and points is just so. Like we don't need to spend time on this.
I don't want to lean on it because that the plugin isn't always right about the anticipated count. So I don't want to lean on it too heavily. But my sense was that might have made the difference. Was that 50-50 at the end there?
Oh, Lycos wins by a tie. Come on. What a game.
Okay.
What a game. Having his game destroyed, Kirilo in the chat saying was the draw of the week. Absolutely, that starting tile, so devastating, and he still won. And I think all because of that dagger, all because of that beautiful, beautiful dagger. There was so many of those remaining. 6 points over here, justified the farmers. Both players developed their field, just beautiful stuff. Koki is on fire.
That Axitos didn't take that 6 point, and then also got the city that he used it on turned into a ruin, kind of. Oof.
Yeah. Well, at least like the ruin was sort of justified. It was really not cleaning off the big city cap in his opponent's field that must have done this. Well, and the second game, Asketos is the starting player again, which worked against him in the last game because, as a reminder to everybody, in case you're all new to this, then a tie is the loss for the first player. And now we have 3 starting tiles in a row for the second game. Just a reminder what this game is really about. Lycos finishes a new cities instead of starting a second one. We have a complete vertical map. Asketos, just for trolling, should go and he does this. Like, this is not the best move. The best move, of course, is to go here to get more points and pre-build the road. I think this is just to make a fun map.
Yeah, it's the most stylish move, and that's really what matters.
Well, actually, I also think it's not just for style. Like, he genuinely thought that it was the best move. It isn't for a couple of reasons. Because generally these monasteries with 2 monasteries and there's nothing near to them, this configuration is much more blockable than it seems, even if there aren't any dangerous squares around. And
Oof.
the Greek player is going to lose 2 meeples from the start of the game. Honestly, it's not as bad for them as it may seem, but they do write a smiley face in the chat, presuming that they must think that it's game decisive or something. But no mistake, the Monasteries are still going to score 16 points at the end of the game.
Yeah, and that was some not insignificant tiles that were used to do the block.
Bexy in the chat is asking about the plugin. David, are you using the Ukrainian one?
I believe so. So the one that has the little, like, it puts the things in parentheses and also it has the tile counter.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's the Ukrainian one. Is that right? Yeah.
Yeah, so that was made by the player with screen name Spitky from Ukraine. You can go to their profile and get it for yourself. Obviously, only for entertainment purposes and not for tournament games.
Yes. No. Absolutely. I'm always worried every time I'm playing an arena game and I discover that the plugin is on. I have to quickly reload so that the plugin turns off and I'm not looking at any extra information.
I mean, arena game, I wouldn't be like so much concerned, but I know like some people try to treat arena like as big sports or whatever. Anyway, we can leave this for we can leave this for later, just a reminder to viewers. But it certainly helps to, because you see the players are playing so fast that we don't want our time to spend on tile counting. So third monastery for green. Honestly, great position for green. It doesn't matter that these monasteries are blocked. So this, like, smiley faces in the chat, this is all a psychological move. A early field for Lycos, again. So he has this pattern of building the field with 2 meeples, and it's very often is justified. In this particular case, it also seems so. Because Asketos has his meeples tied up in the monasteries, he won't really be able to fight for that field, or he might try. So with this here splitter tile.
Oh, interesting. I assumed he was going for a competing farm. But
yeah, but that competing farm, that's actually an interesting way to do this, but that competing farm would be, I mean, 0 points, really.
I didn't think it was great. I would have thought, though, that if he's doing what he is doing, that he should have taken the other cap, since the top one was more dangerous to Lycos for...
Yeah. But then the leftmost cap is dangerous to Asketos himself. Like a cow tile here would block him here toward the starting tile, and Lycos actually endangers the top cap anyway. So that's a very nice find, not allowing Asketos to continue. But he just continues the city at the bottom, which honestly was also kind of dangerously placed. Great find here by Lycos, saving the integrity of his road. Needs to just get one of the couple of remaining straight lines. Now this city is a tad dangerous, so Lycos pre-builds the completion of his monastery, pre-completes his monastery. Asketos uses the tile as a blocking tile. Now the last starting tile of the game has been drawn, no more remaining in the deck. Lycos uses it for invasion, but it also means that this here square is incredibly vulnerable. So David, like, would you have invaded the city over here because it's kind of dangerous, or would you have played a bit safer and just finished the road, which Lycos can do anyway now?
My instinct was to just finish the road, but as soon as he attacked the city, I was like, fair enough. So I don't think it's a... I don't feel like there's an obvious... I mean, I'm sure there is a right answer, but I don't... It's not obvious to me.
Oh, there is a right answer, but definitely it's not obvious. Now, a slightly suboptimal sequence of tiles, of course. Asketos being able to take advantage of this here road end. But the thing is, like, there are negative scenarios regardless of what you do. So if Lycos invades the city, then he might have his monastery and road blocked. If he doesn't invade the city and frees up his meeples, well, then Asketos might run away with a 16-point city here on the left, and that's probably even worse.
Yeah, I mean, I think definitely if you're going for sort of avoiding risk aversion, it seems like the what he did was the right move.
Yeah. Well, in the meantime, like, if we just have a look at this position overall, so Asketos is 35 points, like 13 points ahead on the scoreboard. Lycos's fields at the bottom are still worth only 15, which are worth the same as the monasteries are. So, I mean, the Greek player is just doing very, very well, and I really wonder how the Guatemalan is going to come back. Well, getting a meeple back is going to do something, but he might have another blocked soon enough. Let's see. No! Crossroad tile for Ashetos. So probably looking to take 2 points, but where exactly? Do you like that placement, restricting the field? Or would you have preferred to go over here and restrict the shared city a little bit?
I would have preferred to restrict the shared city, especially because there are fewer road connection tiles than so it would have disincentivized trying to attack the city from the other side. Did that make sense?
Yeah, yes, exactly. Yes, so if you do this, then it's actually very difficult to invade the city for either side. And from Ashetos, you don't want anybody to invade that city because you're the side that's ahead. Yeah, so that's a variance reducing move. Now Lycos scores 3 points for a road, and he also fully blocks the city of Ashetos, which was very dangerous.
So now, yep, so I was wondering if he was going to go for this now.
Yeah, he wanted the invasion for himself. Lycos, of course, immediately tries to do something about it unsuccessfully. Quick point.
Although, I mean, any curve restricts that to a single connection tile, right? And in fact, that's the last.
Yeah.
So this, I think, if you do. Oh no, the other way around is a complete block. Oh.
Yeah.
So, am I right that I think the other way around is a complete block?
Yes, and I think this was just a rushed move from Koki there. I mean, it's not horrible, but yeah, you just don't need this really. You don't need to spend a meeple. Even though they're not many...
and when you're behind, like having that extra meeple might have been the game changing. I think you've gotta.
Yeah. So basically, the idea is like if you turn this around, then this would have fully blocked this square, but it just requires a bit more patience with tile counting because what normally there would be 8 tiles that fit into a square like this, and just all 8 of them happen to be on the board. The 3 horses and 2 road Doritos. Now Koki's thinking whether to drop his farmer, and I'm surprised that he thought for so long. Really, Koki thinking about a farmer for more than 2 seconds. That is.
Yeah, I assumed he would farm.
And it's also correct because really, like, we're so close to the end of the game that 6 points is about as much as you could have. But also wonderful move here from the Greek player with this curve over here, restricting the potential of the field, because there was still possible for Lycos to go here, score 4 points for the road, and expand his field so that these 2 city caps would also become a part of it. Now it's not possible. Oh.
Although I think, oh no, I guess it was just possible because there was two with the dagger and the curve.
Oh, right, because there's well, I mean, there were 2 curves remaining at that point.
I thought the one he used the second to last curve.
Oh yeah, but like from Lycos's perspective, we didn't know that. But I get it.
Yeah, I just meant, but yes.
So 4-point road here at the bottom for Ashetos. Presumably he wants... but it's not just a 4-point road. He also unites the 2 fields of Lycos, making sure that he's not going to fight for them, but now he makes sure that they're going to score 12 instead of 15. Straight line for Lycos, I presume he's going to go for a 6-point field, because why wouldn't he?
Yep, I presume so. And that will bring him, well, again, according to the magic counter, that will bring him -2.
Which is completely doable. Like, it's just, take a quick point somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, for example, there's a 4-point road lying around with the last rows. You can use it here, go here. I think there's also a last curve remaining, so you can even take 4 points over here.
And also, one thing that, I mean, even though it connected and so it was still worth it, one thing this curve move did from Exodus at the bottom was was open up a green space for potentially getting a 7-point move with another
city cap, yeah.
City at the bottom, yeah.
But you know what just happened? Like, Ashetos with this 4-point move denied an 8-point move for Lycos, because if not for this tile, he would have used this dagger to meeple this 5-point road and also to expand his field to include this castle over here. Yeah.
I did not like this block. I'm not sure why that was. I feel like, I don't know. I feel like that was a, as you sometimes say, that was a move that felt like it was played as though you were ahead when you're not. Like, I feel like it could have used that to get something on his field instead.
Well, I mean, he did win a point because of it, because Asketos was not able to continue his stuff.
Sure.
Road Monastery for Lycos, really not many great squares. You probably just scored 2 points. Yeah. Because there's some other features, like there's a 6-point field that you can claim, there's a 6-point road at the top that you can claim, or soon to become 6-point road. Monastery for Asketos for 6 points, absolutely worth spending the last meeple. Lycos, with a city cap, now needs to decide, do we go here for 6 points? Yes, that's a very easy answer. I mean, it was in fact the correct move. So losing the final coin flip, the city tile would have gone over here. Oh, another city tile. So a bit of an unfortunate draw for us, for Lycos. Oh, and also Asketos is going to gain 2 points through connecting the cities at the top.
Oh, yep. Yeah, I don't feel like Lycos took enough chances at the end there.
Yeah, it felt like it was a winnable game. It felt like it was a winnable game despite all these monasteries. Like, maybe we take that field a little bit earlier. Maybe we try and... Well, I mean, drawing some city caps would be nice in addition. And so the Guatemalan player is going to end up with all the fields in the world, but still 7 points short of the Greek player there. So, 1 Asketos, 1 Lycos, and we're headed towards the decider. Crucial duel for Guatemala to have chances in this match. If not the captain, then who else?
So we get a decider. That's always exciting.
Right, has it started? Yes, it has. Yeah. So Asketos, the starting player again, green meeple goes on a 4-point city. Koki, start a new city in the best possible position, I think. That's pretty interesting. It's like really not easy to determine, you know, which placement of this Dorito is best, because there's 3 options, but this is in fact slightly superior to the wide variety of factors. We can go at some point into detail here. Now, an interesting decision here for the Greek player, because there's a standard move here to do something like this to meeple the 2-point road, but you would be giving away the city tile. So I wonder if he wants to do something like this and meeple this road or anything else. Any other ideas from you? For example, what do you think about this here move to just start breaking Lycos' city instead of meepling our own?
I can't see your thingy, so I don't. Is this here like pointing it at the road?
Oh, right. I mean, so I was thinking that Asketos could have added the city tile to Lycos' city, kind of pushing it into the road instead of doing what he did. I mean, I think
that's what I thought you probably meant. Yeah, I mean, I think I prefer the sort of standard move in that case, but I don't know, early game stuff. I think it can be fun to play around with a bit. I mean, obviously it didn't work out, so.
Yeah, I know. I still think it was the best move, and like also didn't work out as a bit of a stretch. Like Asketos is literally 1 point behind. Okay, he's 4 points on the scoreboard, and he has like whatevs a 3-point road. But it's a perfectly fine position as Lycos has managed to draw a splitter and continue the city at the top. 2 points for Asketos, putting him temporarily ahead. But the problem is that this road here is being pushed. But but not anymore.
That was I assumed he paused for a moment to try and figure out whether it was worth the 2 points to put his road at risk, and it turns out yes.
Yeah, the first monastery of the game goes to Asketos. Lycos is getting his city cap controlled and obstructed, but he gets a dagger tile to start an appetizing looking city. 4 points for Asketos using the road left behind to him. Lycos with a curve continues his road. Asketos with a city cap. Ooh, that's an interesting one. So do you want to do
directly
this?
Invade or I think what I would have been tempted was similar, but with the I mean, it wouldn't have worked out here, but with the cap pointed to the left, so that I could then potentially join from the other side, or restrict further by completing my city. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I actually like your idea a lot. I mean, it's not necessarily like not have worked out, because you can still draw another tile later to do this. But I think the idea for Asketos, like me playing this like this, because, whoops, Lycos I think misprioritizing a little bit. Really gotta save the city here, but I can understand him wanting to save this road as well. But yeah, but the idea is that when he completing the city, he would be creating this here attacking platform. Okay, now we gotta protect, of course.
I know. I was like, if you don't save your city now, then I don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, no. Like Koki is high rated enough to actually do this, and to save his meeples afterward. Like at least I can understand that here he was trying to get the points from the road, and also the thing with protecting this square. Now there's still 2 tiles that fit there, so that's big. But green still has an invasion platform here, so it's not like an ironclad city. It's a good city. By the way,
how do you feel about that placement?
It's creative. Like I'm gonna give him that.
Yeah.
I mean, like I have a lot of empathy for using the monastery as a tool of controlling your opponent's lesser scoring feature. By the way, I wanted to point out that if Asketos has played his monastery here for 8 points, with this vanilla city cap, he would have already finished it. But hindsight's 2020. Players just keep exchanging quick points. Oh, but Lycos finds something else. He goes full Ukrainian mode against those monasteries. Sort of like a bit of a backwards engineering, how do you say, reverse engineering Ukrainian technique.
Ooh.
Well,
are you at all tempted to point that Dorito down? Or is that too risky?
Yeah, that's too risky, because you know what's gonna happen? This green guy is gonna draw the Dorito, and then he's gonna block 2 of our meeples, then he's gonna save his monasteries. Because like the position, it seems to be pretty equal around. Of course, Asketos was slightly on the scoreboard, and he has the monasteries and stuff. But Lycos with some threats of his own, he has a monastery, he has an 8-point city waiting to happen. And that's an interesting decision with the curve, by the way. So do you make a standard move and score 3 points? Or do you even block your own city just to block 2 monasteries?
Just to block 2.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, given that now he's only got 1 left, I don't know. I guess I would, I probably would just block my own city. Or I might just leave it and just decide I mean, the biggest worry, I guess, is that he gets the Dorito, and then I'm stuck with a 50-50. So then, yes, I think I would block my own, given that there was only the 1 dagger left if you were to get the Dorito.
Yeah, exactly. And speaking of the dagger, by the way, also an interesting move here from Asketos, trying to make sure that there's only 1. Oh no, there's 2 of this kind of dagger. It's a different dagger. So then both players still exchanging quick points. Well, I'm not so much sure about exchanging. It's just Asketos scoring, really. Already 10-point hand on the scoreboard. But finally, Lycos gets some love from the tile deck, getting 8 points, getting a meeple back, leaving a city cap open.
Why didn't meeple that cap?
Well, you gotta ask him. I can understand, like, psychologically why that happens. Of course, it was an imprecision. There were still plenty of city caps to go around. But a 9-point field is very nice compensation. Ashetos is with a straight line, no, with a curve, and tries to further block Lycos' meeple, which is pretty easy defendable. Off screen a little bit. The cities on the left are being shared. And yeah, what does the Guatemalan do here? So behind 6 points on the scoreboard, not drawing a lot of daggers. Here comes the last dagger that I was talking about. Getting his monastery blocked. As always, one tile. Oh, but he gets the 12-point field.
Oh, yeah.
That's an even better use for this dagger.
Yeah, that's lovely.
And actually, how does he deal with the 12-point field? Because I don't see an easy platform to invade. So green could go over here, but then we could easily do something like this. There's also an evil hamster spot right there in the board, in the middle of the board, as a result of this here city. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, yeah. I think honestly, this game is going to come down to this evil hamster. It's an 18-point swing.
Yeah, that's huge.
Also, the last vanilla city cap was drawn, which means that this city is not going to be completed. And if I'm not mistaken, there's still a Dorito tile. So it is possible for Ashetos to do something like this. Drop a farmer here for 6 points and then connect to the 9-point farmer to here. Instead, he drops a 6-point farmer elsewhere, which also sort of kind of makes sense. The other one was better, but whatevs.
Yeah, I mean, I think the problem is there's only one cap left. So it's like this there's no way this farm will ever catch up to either. Well, no, it only ties the smallest at the best.
Yeah, but it's also going to help if you're going to draw all the monasteries. So the 9 points... The 9 pointer in the center of the board is going to do it for Greece. And just another 7-pointer to rub it in. Take your pick. You can take 3 points for the road. You can take 7 points for the monastery, whichever you choose. Goes 3 points for the road. Figures he has had enough monasteries in this game. Yeah, so it felt like Lycos was managing to come back, but I mean, 5 monasteries are just too much to deal with, really. So what do we do here as the Greek player? What would be the most clean way to end this?
I guess, I mean, one option is to, given what's left, you could play it on the bottom left to make sure that cap stays available for the remaining starting time. Because otherwise, several of the pieces left can be used to block that from getting so like this tile then, so Lycos probably, not that it was going to matter at this point, but could have used that to make sure that there isn't a final cap on this field.
Yeah, and he's going to do this exactly now.
So
the starting tile goes here. So Lycos is going to end up with a 7-point ruin. A 6-point field for Ashetos here is the verdict I can imagine. That's the highest scoring feature. Or will he blunder and go for a 5-point city instead? Oh no, what a blunder. Loses 1 point of spread. Yeah, because there was still, if I'm not hallucinating, like this field in the center of 6 points. But
yes, no, that was hard to see because it looked like it was supposed to be part of Lycos.
Yeah,
but obviously,
like it's supposed to be part of some other field. It feels like,
yes.
But no, this guy here is separate. So
you rarely see fields that large open this late in the game.
Yes, exactly. I mean, it's only 6 points, but it has just an abnormal number of green squares.
Yeah.
So Asketos is apologizing for a lot of monasteries. I mean, it's not his fault. Like, I never apologize for stuff like this. He's trying to be polite, of course, but, if I were to pull this many monasteries, I would also use them too, with no sense of regret.
Yeah. No, I mean, what's the alternative is to be like, oh, I've gotten too many monasteries. I'll throw a couple of moves in my game. I mean, that's...
No. Like, if you're on the winning side of the variance, you gotta take it, because when you're on the losing side of the variance, which inevitably gonna happen to you, your opponent is not going to deliver any charity.
No.
Yes, as we see, 16 points is a difference, and it seems that the game did largely come down to this 18-point swing for the huge monastery here in the center. Asketos is going to prevail in the battle of the captains and put Greece much closer to win. In fact, so close that Greece has already won. The score is 3-0. So in the other, which was supposed to be the close battle on table 3, BS12 won against Genie DT 2-0. The world champion, the twice world champion Dark Passenger won 2-0 against Dector. Asketos has won against Lycos, and we have one more decider to watch between Mer14 and Remy Bulsara.
Cool. So what? I'll have to find this game.
So Rene won the first one. Mer won the second one with 145 points. That must have been fun to watch. And this one, they're in the middle of table number 674987165, in case you're looking like this.
Thank you.
I know, very helpful, right?
Yeah. Oh, now I got it. Perfect time.
Always here to help. Anyway, I see that you're watching. So,
yeah, no, this is the mercy of the links off of Carcassonne.cat.
Okay, so what do we have? I mean, we have Mer with 30 points and green meeples, 27 tiles left to play. Rene Bulsara with 19, but some interesting meeples played on the scoreboard, including a couple of farmers.
I don't know how I felt about that. I would have prioritized attacking that city at the top.
I think so, yeah. Oh, and look at this. Now, despite the scoreboard minority, the field majority belongs to red. Anyway, so now the city is being attacked. Anyway, so just overall, like, what do you make sense of this position, David? Do you prefer to play as the side with the scoreboard lead in here, or do you prefer to play as the side with the field control?
I think in this case, probably the field control. Because the field makes up for the... I don't know. I mean, I guess to me, the field makes up for the field pretty much makes up for the scoreboard lead or the scoreboard lack. And then there's plenty of ways in which this field can grow. Plus, you've got 2 meeple on already. So I don't know. That's my hunch, but I could see feeling hopeful as green anyway.
Well, yeah, I mean, 25 points is indeed something.
Right.
It's going to be a bit less because, like, if we assume that these cities never get connected, so Remy is going to prevail in this mini battle, so 6 points versus 1. Not anymore, as these cities are going to connect it after all. 3 field points as compensation is going to be a little bit of something. Oh,
yeah,
but
I mean,
this
that really only nets 3 points to green, right? Because of the field.
Yeah, actually 2 points to be exact.
Oh,
because it was 1 versus 6, so it was a -5 mini battle. Yeah, but still, I mean, you have to do it. Like 2 points beats 0.
Oh no, of course. No question I'd have to do it. I just meant it was a not insignificant amount of compensation. That's all.
Yeah, and look at this Rennie with some scoring tiles. Now gets 4 points for the city, also getting himself, well, not himself, rather getting a secondary field for green. Green should probably go there right now and take those 6 points. Instead, green chooses to take the 3 points, but with a chance to attack the main field. And this gives a chance to Rene to go here, if he so chooses, and take the 6-point field. Because now, and I'm not sure how the tiles remaining are, so you tell me, David, but if, let's say, 2 tiles are placed here, then this green farmer is going to invade here. And then this red farmer could invade over here, and we could end up with a bigger field with a 3 versus 2 majority for red. So both players just scored galore. 6 points over here.
I think what I would have, I don't know. It's tricky because one thing you could have done as green instead, I'm sorry, as red instead, was taken that road, the long road that's in the upper right, pointing it up. And so that would have created a platform for the connection, but the only connecting piece would have been a vanilla, which would have then meant that it would create yet another platform for reinvasion or secondary invasion or whatever. I mean, I don't know. It might be too risky, but it was just a
So
fun thought.
let me actually try draw this on the board. Yeah, so that would be actually enticing the opponent to connect, and then we do something like this. Although there's sometimes a problem, like when green connects with the vanilla, they have enough meeples to actually meeple this. And sometimes as red, you're forced to go here with another vanilla to do a mini Dr. Taihan to finish their city, drop a farmer, to finish your opponent's city, drop a farmer, and then invade over here. But none of this happened. Red is trying to build up his monastery. Mir is occupying another 6-point field, one which looks much more likely to connect to the main one.
Yeah.
So Rene, first of all, Rene needs to get a meeple back ASAP. And then Rene needs to drop a farmer somewhere. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 crossroads. Okay, check this out. How about we go here? We draw a crossroads. We go here, drop a farmer like this, and we draw one of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 2 remaining curves to go like this, connect to the main field, and take 2 points as well.
There were too many thises in that for me that I'll have to wait.
Oh, got you. Yeah.
YouTube to catch up.
So kind of top left.
Yeah.
Of the field, and there's a 4-point road that can be like a loop like this.
Oh yeah, I see.
And that'll be a way to reinvade the field. But still, like, in order for this run, it really needs meeples back. Instead, he goes for a city, which does not appear to be what he got to be doing in this situation. He can't afford to go meepleless, but yeah, he's gonna finish the city. Hey, I stand corrected. Never mind me. He's gonna get the 6 points. Will he get the majority back on the field? 17 points behind. The field is much greater than this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 completed cities on it for 24 points. And a monastery for Randy Bolsara as well. The field is currently equal. It's 2 versus 2. Mir with a crossroad, with a curve tile, gets a 5-point road looking to pressure on the scoreboard. And now
that seemed a bit. Oh, sorry, I hallucinated. I thought he hadn't connected to the field yet.
No. He had.
I know that was just a hallucination.
Oh, welcome to the club. Rene now has 1 tile. He does have a curve option. So I wonder, do we go for either of these moves, either here, and try to drop a ninja farmer like this? Do we go here closer at the top, where all the cluster of the 3 crossroads is, and drop a ninja farmer there, try to connect through a 3-point road? Or do we go all the way at the bottom?
Whoa.
Wrong side.
Yeah, I think he
hallucination.
Yep.
Hallucination. That's
Oh,
sad.
that was too bad. That would have been an interesting, although it would not have worked.
Yeah.
Because that's blockable and.
So what would have worked is this move over here, actually.
Yeah, and actually it wouldn't. I mean, putting it on the other side, also that 2 out of the 3 remaining other pieces. No, all of the remaining other pieces could be used to block that connection.
Yeah, because I think it was specifically going in this place through a 4-point road and trying to connect like this, banking on the fact that this here road piece makes it impossible for a tile like this to be placed here by green for blocking. But it's something that's actually very hard to see.
I'm not sorry. Where can you point? Which part is this? Because I can't see the.
I mean, there's really only 1 4-point loop potential. Like, it's in the top left, it's kind of like left part of the field. So
the one that's a curve and a dagger, or the one that's 2 ends.
A curve and a dagger.
Oh, okay.
I
see. So that would have been blockable only by the starting tile, not by either of the.
But the starting tile also. Oh yeah, it would be. No, the starting tile would not be a block. Because then you can connect through here, like through another square. Because so you see, the starting tile would have blocked this connection square, but it would have created another connection like this, and basically Rene Bulsara would have succeeded. He would have connected to the field.
I see. Oh, interesting.
He would have connected to the field. Hard to see, but hey, if you want to win games at the World Cup, then this is the kind of stuff that you
have to learn to see.
Yeah, yeah. It's a very tricky board vision puzzle, especially because there's so many field connection spots and all of them feel like low prob. But this one wasn't like a complete 50-50. This one was actually unblockable. That's so much fun. And it looks like absolutely horrible, but it was genuinely unblockable. So again, you drop a farmer here, connect like this. In case Mer drop the starting tile, they go here, they block one square, but they accidentally create another invasion square for you.
Okay. Now I see it. That took me a minute because of the lack of. Oh, that's lovely. Oh, that's really lovely. I had to wait for my YouTube to catch up so I could see your drawings. That was basically the.
Oh, okay. So then, yeah, I'll see if I can find like another technical solution later. But with the 143 versus 130, which means that Randy Bolsaro would have won if he were to connect to this field. But really, we can't blame him for like not finding a really difficult field connection to find. In the end, Mer's field attack at the bottom delivers one more point for Greece. So, what is it? Is it 4 Guatemala, 4 Greece, 1 Guatemala, or is it 5 Greece, Guatemala? Yeah, a clean sweep, 5-0. Not what I expected from this match. But we saw some close encounters nonetheless, and Lycos' comeback in the first game through the tie, despite the devastating starting tile, that has to be something else. Anyway, so we have some interesting situation here. Actually, you know what? Change of plans.
Okay.
So normally matches are supposed to last 90 minutes. But this one lasted only 50 minutes because you saw how fast players are playing, which means that we still have 9 minutes before the next match, before Germany and Poland.
Cool.
And during these 9 minutes, I was initially planning to postpone anthems for later, but no, never mind. Let's congratulate Greece right now. So for this spectacular performance, for the 5-0 clean sweep, all rise for the national anthem of Greece. Congratulations to Greece again for the clean sweep, and we're ready to continue with our day. So first of all, I just wanted to ask you something, David. This win by Greece, what does this mean for the tournament table in Group E and the implications for Group E for your team?
I'm I'm embarrassed that I don't know the answer. I think we were already doing pretty well. I feel like someone said this in my group chat, so I'm gonna look there and see what someone says. By the way, just so everyone knows, the reason I was just sitting there was because I could not hear the national anthem because it wasn't coming in over the Zoom. So,
Yeah, that makes sense. Obviously,
so I was not like rudely just sitting here staring off into space during the national anthem. Yeah, I'm not sure what our. This is embarrassing that I don't know what our implications are.
No, that's perfect. We're gonna figure this out. So I have the tournament table open. We're in Group D, and Greece winning actually blows the thing wide open. Now, of course, things are not looking great for Guatemala with 4 losses in 4 matches. They will be trying to secure 1 win, perhaps against Colombia. I think they still are yet to play because they did play against Chile earlier. Wait, or did they know? Yeah, they just played against Greece. Obviously, against the United Kingdom, they did play when David was lined up, and that's why they lost.
All right, I've just found it in my chat. It said 4 of the teams are on 2 out of 3 wins in my group, but I think they were hopeful because we have the best tiebreakers in for the UK.
Alrighty. Yeah, the tiebreaker is certainly looking pretty good with 11-4. Greece, however, won 5-0 right now. So their tiebreaker is 10-6, which is only 1 worse than the United Kingdom. So actually, we're going to have 4 teams with 2 victories at the moment. So Greece is one of them. And everything will be decided in the last match. Oh, wait. Guatemala is done because there are only 4 matches, and this is the rest week for Guatemala next time. And yeah, so I guess the United Kingdom's still going to have to win their last match in order to qualify. Yeah, actually, it's very, very straightforward. No, we have 4 teams with 2 wins in 3 matches, and they will be playing against each other. So 2 teams will win, and 2 teams will lose, and we're going to have 2 teams with 3 wins and 2 teams with 2 wins. So it's going to be very, very clear group, and this means that the next round, yeah, it's just do or die for all 4 of these teams.
So I think we're playing Chile. We're in the middle of scheduling our match with Chile for next weekend, I think.
Yeah. So basically, yeah, like the United Kingdom has to win against Chile. The Chile has to win against the United Kingdom. Colombia has to win against Greece. Greece has to win against the Colombia. So there's just no other way around this. And we're going to be witnessing those decisive events a little bit later. So we still have 3 minutes to preview our next match. That's going to be Germany-Poland in Group B, a group with a lot of strong teams in it. Now, Germany, before we look at the tournament table really quickly, just catch up with the chat. Hi, Ian. Hi, PlayedMac. Saying, inspired by Alexey's Carcassonne curtain, I found a way to get a couple of Carcassonne throw pillows. That's a lovely idea. Maybe I should try and get sponsored by the company who made those. I need to think about this. Hi, Rene. Hi, Pantelis.
I feel like if they got added to your ads, to your ad circuit, their sales would quadruple overnight or whatever.
Yes. I gotta write them or something. But yeah. So Steve, hi Steve. Yeah, Pantelis already figured out quite earlier than the teams that are going to win the last round will continue. So if Greece were to lose to Guatemala today, then the situation would have been much different. But since Greece won, and convincingly so, the decisive events are going to be next week. So here we have Germany versus Poland with some obvious tournament implications. If Germany loses, it's going to be quite difficult for them to qualify because there are already several other teams with 2 wins in 3 matches. And if Poland loses, it's still possible for them to qualify, but then this blows the group right open. If Poland wins today with 4 victories in 4 games, they're going to clinch the top spot in Group B. So that's quite straightforward. Let's just look at the lineups and decide what we can do about them together. Poland, Germany. Why am I not noticing things? There we go. So, we just have really only big names here. So Medusa Hope, who's the player with the highest peak rating in the German team of around 814, if I'm not mistaken, is playing against one of the 3 Polish masters with a screen name MTU. Miami, the newest German master with a peak rating in the mid 700s, is going to be playing against UI Scuti. That's Tomasz Preuss, the 2017. Oh man, I keep losing. The world champion in one of these 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Then 2017. Of course, 2016 was Vladimir Kovalev. Yeah, 2017 is Tomasz Preuss. Table 3, the 4 times world champion in the early days of Carcassonne, Navarre 17, Ralph Kwefoot, will be playing a Polish expert who has been doing pretty well, but not has quite achieved the match ranking, KSP TTW. Well, I'm not sure how we're going to pronounce that screen name, but whatevs. We're going to call him bunch of consonants. Then on table 4 we have Matthias Lemaha, the fellow YouTuber Ice Maze, who also performed very well in earlier tournaments this year, becoming the semi-finalist in both the Mind Sports Olympiad and the Carcassonne Champions League. They're going to have a significant advantage against the player with screen name Give Spam a Chance. Table 5 is a little bit closer. Now we're going to have the Meeple Wizard, the German master, and the German-speaking Carcassonne YouTuber, one of the first ones to start. They're going to be playing against Preachy, who is rated in the 600s, I think. I don't quite remember. We're going to pull up the scoreboard in a second. And Meeple Wizard should have the experience advantage there, but I also feel like he would be the type of player to possibly underestimated his opponent due to solely the lack of master title of Preachy's end. So overall, it does seem to look pretty good for Germany. But on tables 1 and 2, that would seem where Poland would have a slight edge. So, David, any sympathies for these players who you want to watch?
Well, I mean, I've played a few of them. Wise Maze knocked me out of the Champions League earlier in the
we remember.
So,
we remember
so
the Dorito. We remember everything.
Is it what?
There was a crucial move with the Dorito. Never mind.
Oh yes, I vaguely remember this. I think I tried to block it out. So yeah.
No. You should have tried to block it. Like no, you should have tried to defend the connection. Whatevs.
Yeah, so so I've played him quite a bit. I enjoy watching him. I think Preachy's the person. I'm just looking at my records now. I think Preachy's the person I've played against the most out of this whole set. He and I are 3-3, so that's interesting. But yeah, I haven't played most of the players from the Polish team. But I've played a couple, Miami and Wise Maze. But yeah, I mean, these are all good matchups actually. I'm curious to see.
So you still have about 30 seconds to decide. Our chat can also contribute a little bit, because I'm going to need to spend 30 seconds or so on updating the scoreboard.
Okay.
So yeah, if you have any particular sympathies, then do let me know. Okay, we have some votes in the chat for
let's
the
go with
world
the chat.
champion.
I feel like chat will lead us in the good.
Wait. Germany, Poland. There's just so many matches, and I need to get like the right one from the list. It's I wish people not always scheduled their matches for Sundays, even though that is understandable. That is the day off for most people.
Yeah.
Wait, did I mess this up? I don't think I did. Okay, I need to. What? Wait, what was that?
Wow, Miami's game is already like a third over.
In 3 minutes.
I mean, so there's 43 tiles left.
Haha. Oh, there we go. It just took a while to update. Okay. So actually here, I'm going to get the scoreboard to you in a second. Any other... So who do you want to do, David? 15 more seconds to decide.
Well, I was going to go with the suggestion of, I mean, I'm happy still to watch that one. It's just that it is now like half over. So, I mean, not quite half, but surprisingly.
Is it an even position? Or like is somebody ahead a lot?
It is pretty even. Yeah, actually, this might be it might be interesting to see what is made with this. UYSQT is ahead a not insignificant amount, but like in an interesting way.
Okay.
So yeah, I think this would be I think it'd be good to see what happens with this one. There's quite a lot going on. I haven't even processed it all yet.
Okay. Gotcha. So we have the scoreboard at least. Now we gotta... Wait, where I lost Miami for a second.
Oh, it's table 674998908.
Thank you. This makes it so much more helpful.
Anytime.
Okay, so for some reason, Medusa Hope is the only table that I was able to open, but let me actually just give it one more chance. Why would Miami not load? And why would the other players load? Like, this is weird. So anyway, if we could just open Medusa Hope, and we're going to start with that. Because I just... Oh, yeah, there we go. Finally. Oh my god, why did it take so long time? Okay, there we go. I have Miami open.
Okay.
And half of the game is indeed over, man. These, it's like Guatemala, Greece all over again. It's like the Oscitos.
More than half now. This is quite...
So typically, if players are playing very quickly, then one of the players is correct and one of them is wrong, what I like to say. Because whoever is winning is correct. So what do we have here is pretty interesting position. Yeah, I do like UYSQT here. With the 2 extra points on the scoreboard and extra meeple to play with. And a rather threatening city there at the top. But Miami now gets a meeple back and scores 4 points for the road. Yeah, it's kind of double-edged, actually. Also, Miami's threatening an 8 points or a 4-tile city at the top. Also, what a move for UYSQT.
Oh, I like that.
Going for that rather spectacular farmer through a curve next to his monastery. And he gets the curve. That's just beauty.
That was lovely.
And you know what's interesting? Miami kind of understandably got distracted by these 4 points. But it was possible for him to go over here and draw a counter farmer, but no, not anymore, because this side of the board is now connected to the main field. So very inspired sequence by Scooty.
Although I guess Miami can now drop a counter farmer on the cap he just finished.
But that's just a farmer. That's not like a counter farmer, because the thing is, like, it's gonna still take him 2 tiles to connect. Like, a counter farmer is like when you drop the farmer on the other side, saying that,
I see. Oh, I see. Okay, sorry.
Like, if red were to connect to the main field, he would automatically bring in blue's farmer as well.
Yes,
I mean, this is just fine as well. So it was absolutely worth the 4 points. Scooty's now trying to block the connection, though, so that is like a bit iffy. You should be a bit worried if you're a German fan here. Let me actually... Okay, you know what? I'm just going to turn off the sounds. There are too many of those. Oh, so, look at Tomasz successfully blocking the farmer invasion.
Wow.
That is also a complete block. There's nothing that fit into this
well,
square.
It's still possible in the other direction, but only through Red City.
Only through Red City, actually, and it's just so easily blockable.
Yeah. But, wow, yeah.
Yeah, honestly, like, with the Polish players play, I've always found him a tough opponent to play against. Because his main strength is, like, board vision. And he very often makes moves which sacrifice some points on the start, but they're just so good for the shape of the board that it more than compensates. And I include, like, moves like this, especially. So, you know, not taking the quick points, but just doing this here. Incredibly annoying
Well, I
stuff.
don't have good game memory, but I'm 0 for 3 against him, so I'd have to agree.
Yeah. And you know, you
I feel like Miami's that farmer should have been. I think the curve, given what's left, I feel like it would have been much safer to just face the curve the other way. But
yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, I guess you might have been concerned like about some. No, no, that's right, that's right, that's right. Yeah.
like at that point, there was no way of blocking it. Whereas at least this had this chance that came to fruition.
And then, but then also he might have wanted to use a straight line to connect or something like this.
Yeah, no. I mean, it's not a shocking move or anything. It's just like 2020 hindsight sort of thing.
In any case, Miami's actually not doing too bad for himself. He's starting a counter field using his 3-pointer here and the one green square that he has. So that's the advantage of invading through spots which already have a little field on them, because you can, still get compensation. And the main field is still shared, so like Miami's not losing it. He has 3 points extra on the scoreboard. He has this road which completely equals this monastery. Scooty, though, with the absolutely lovely ruin here for 9 points, is the side with the advantage. So, David, any like long-term plans how we win this game as Miami? Do we just try to develop a counter field on the right, or do you feel like we're going to need to drop a farmer near their main field at some point?
I suspect you're gonna need to drop a farmer. I mean, I would have been. I like what Miami did here. I would have been tempted to even just try and connect through that now dead tube. But yeah, I think probably you're going to need to, especially now that the main field is getting built up a bit more.
Yeah, also this dagger draw means that this connection is no longer possible. And also Scooty with a couple of city caps. Now, I'm not sure what he's going to do, but I feel like he's going to do something dangerous. And also
I mean, I wonder if he'll try to, yeah, exactly this. I mean, that seemed like the...
And it looks like it's kind of likely to work. Also, by the way, if Miami were to have dropped a farmer here, he would have now successfully connected.
I was just thinking the same thing.
But no, that would have been reckless just because there were just several blocking tiles available. And, well, 4 extra points for a road won't hurt. So one thing that this move does, I mean, of course, it's connects over here, but it's also created another platform for reconnection. So it's possible for Miami to reclaim the field, maybe take some quick points over here, rejoice the fact that his field has grown a little bit. So even if this red guy connects, I feel like the German still has chances.
Going for the...
Yeah, trying to block the connection, of course, or setting up a platform to block.
I feel like you do not do the obvious thing here and split those cities.
Well, I'm not sure how obvious that is, but...
sorry, I feel like it's the natural thing to do, but I wouldn't... I feel like... Because it now just opens up... I mean, if he gets any road, Miami... Oh, he didn't, but if Miami had gotten any road, that would give you a 9-point field that was threatening to join the...
Yeah, I get this. Oh my god, but like both sides are just waiting for a road.
I know, and I'm just like, just who's gonna get this road? And I mean, that's potentially
yeah.
Thing. I'm a bit surprised that's good, given that there's a better field at the bottom that threatens to connect to the main field. I'm surprised Scooty went for the 6-point field at the top there with his second to last meeple. I mean, I guess we are only at the very end, so maybe not.
Yeah, and it's not like so this field is inaccessible. The only way you can access it with a road tile. And at least he took a 7-point move because he's also like building up his own city. He also could have just taken 4 points over here as well and just scored for City Cab, but oh snap! Miami trying to invade like this.
And it can't be blocked right now.
And it can't be blocked. Oh,
because it's a vanilla cap. So
it's a vanilla cap.
that's
Ah!
amazing. Oh, what a lovely move. I mean, I want that to work just for the fun, but you know.
I'm not sure if it's correct, but it certainly looks lovely. It's kind of like
Yeah.
really going all in, because if Scooty gets a road tile that he... but then Scooty needs to decide
Right.
whether
Oh,
to
yes.
block...
Oh, that makes it even better.
Yeah, whether to block this
Oh.
invasion or whether to go for his own stuff.
That's right. Because yeah, because even if he blocks it, then the odds that Miami then gets to take that 9-point field with the last move. Um, ooh. Oh, I like that even more now that you see that double-edged. What a lovely move.
So now from Scooty's perspective, we've got to ask, if Miami gets the vanilla tile, is there any way that how we win the game? Because I'm inclined to say no. But if there's a way, can we create a counter threat somehow? Like maybe we can, I know, do something like this, like break the city. I'm not sure if it's necessary to break the city, and then we just hope for a curve here, or some sort of road tile here. Anyway, so David, so what are the remaining tiles other than the vanilla?
So we've got a cow, a vanilla, a curve, and a crossroads.
So curve, so the cow is in the hand of UI Scooty.
Oh, right. Sorry. So vanilla.
Yeah, no
curve,
worries, no worries. Yeah. So city cap, curve, and crossroads. So curve and crossroads are going to be used here to claim this 9-point field.
Right. So I mean, this is the nice thing for Miami. So Miami either, I mean, if Miami gets the curve next, then or the right. So Miami can now take that field and make it the case. Well, no,
Yes,
sorry.
yes.
No,
He can protect. He can protect also his own. Like he can go here and take the 9-point field, and also make sure that with the curve, if Scooty gets the curve, he cannot block. Like he
Well, no,
cannot
'cause he can
block
block
the
from the
invasion.
other
Oh, yeah, he
side.
can block on the other side. Ah.
Yeah. So it's still all right. So it doesn't quite, but it's still quite a lovely. Well, and the other thing is, if he blocks from the other side, no, because if he blocks from the other side, then it connects that farmer. So it's actually unblockable. Oh my God, that's so.
Well,
I mean,
it was blockable. Like I mean, Scooty. If Scooty were to draw the vanilla city cap, then Scooty
but he
could
still
go
needs
here.
to do it because it's still better to block because he wants to connect. He wants it to connect the one that then takes the because otherwise
and
he has
lose the
9
9
more
points and lose the 9 points.
Yeah, so it's still worth it, but it's a bit of a Pyrrhic victory.
Oh my God.
Oh, that is just my God. I would
What
be
an
so
endgame by Miami.
frustrated right now if I were. Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Bravo, Miami.
Yeah, you gotta give him. That's some excellent board vision. I'm not sure about the probabilities because I didn't know the remaining tiles, but just to see that opportunity and
That was
GG
lovely.
from
That was just so
Scooty.
lovely. Yeah, and I mean, I don't know if he knew all of the. I mean, it was a lovely move if he just saw the possibility. It was an even lovelier move if he saw all the ways in which it might play out in exactly this way, where he'd end up with a double threat.
I would expect him to have seen this though. 27 points for the farm.
Wow.
Yikes.
Wow. Bravo.
But yeah, so I'm just also thinking about the penultimate move of UI Scooty. Because was there a way at all for the Polish player to have done something with this here tile?
Well, yeah, so I think annoyingly, he needed to do the false block. Right, so if he played the cow,
Right!
if he played the cow where the connection has been made now, then he would have prevented that connection, and so then Miami would have only gotten the 9-point field at the bottom.
Yes! And then
And I
with
think
the
that
curve,
might
he
have-
would have blocked this?
Yeah, so I think that actually might have. I think that might have been, and then he would have won, right? I mean, I think so. That would be, what was it, 27? Yeah, so I think that's a win, right?
Wait, so 27, 18. That not only that would be a win by tie.
Wow.
They would tie, because Miami
Yep.
would score 18 points less.
Yep.
Oh, this is great. This is just.
Because what did he end up doing with the?
I just basically discarded it for all intents and purposes. So he didn't change the
Oh,
board
right. He
shaping.
discarded upright, which was
Yeah.
pointless because there was no way that Miami was going to use the cap for that.
Yeah.
So, oh yeah, that's too bad. That's just a miss. I mean, it's a very
It's a very
forgivable miss
non-obvious
that
miss.
I would have missed. I probably would have missed that. I can just see it now because I have all these things in front of me.
But at least like it sort of makes the outcome a bit fair because it does seem that Miami saw through this endgame a little bit
Yes.
clearer.
Absolutely.
Man. Okay. So Germany 1, Poland 0, at least on this duel. Miami again with the blue meeples starting the second game, the starting player again. So that's a bit unfortunate for Tomasz here. Tomasz is also a monastery down already. Yikes. What a bad position to start with. And all the other features on the board are kind of equal. So the cities are equal here on the left. They're going to be unified. The 3-point road is almost equal this 4-point road. Well, then this meeple of red, which is a bit annoying, the meeple of blue, slowing down the development of blue's monastery. Also, this road here is a bit more vulnerable. Miami with a city tile, looking to do one of several things. Option 1, the chickeny one, is we continue our road because we're afraid of getting blocked. Option 2, the adventurous one, we go here and we start a new city, and then there's some backdoor options of drawing a horse tile like this and trying to connect into the city. Option 3, traditional, we start a new city over here with chances to either connect through double Doritos or finish the city cap, whilst also obstructing the slightly annoying the city of red. So do you like the Germans' choice here, David, or would you have preferred one of the less standard moves?
It's not what I would have gone for. I would have gone for either the chicken move or the work on my I'm assuming option, sorry, because again I can't see your drawing, but I'm assuming option 2 was playing on the monastery.
Yep. With a meeple, of course.
Yeah, I think I would have probably gone for either the chicken move or the monastery move. I'm not sure. I mean, especially because as we just saw, that ended up just creating a road for.
Well, I mean, it's a
No,
very
I
particular
know that's
tile, yeah.
That's a bit, but I just mean, yeah, no, I don't know. I'm not sure what the. Because the thing is, okay, so I guess my thinking is, I understand the thought of it's going to be potentially easier to connect to that big city from the left rather than from the right. But he's going to need to do something to complete his monastery at some point, which means that there's likely to be a way in which the right side of that city is going to be threatened with some kind of blockage or something anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
And basically your point is that this city is not like that valuable to begin with because the chances of it being completed is like a little bit lower than normal.
Exactly. And so it's just like the chances of being over there and maybe getting a horse tile and getting getting connected that way is not much different than, and then just is a little bit more efficient in terms of adding to your monastery.
Gotcha. Well, I mean, the German players hearing you, they did complete the monastery eventually, and another city, and they got a splitter, and now they're trying to overtake a medium-sized city of UY Scooty while still retaining the scoring lead. Whilst this move here for UY Scooty was very nice, waiting for a Dorito to cash in on his 6-point setup, but boy, this position gotta hurt if you're Polish.
Yeah.
Okay, but still, I don't think that Tomasz is the type of guy to tilt. Like, what do you do here tactically? I mean, not this. I'm really don't like this move here by Tomasz. Seems to be a bit opportunistic.
I think what I would have done was played it. I know it's a bit weird, but I would have played it on. I would have played it creating a horse spot, but for the 5-point road.
Yeah, I think that was better because you don't want to. I know that this move is sort of like obstructing Blue's city a little bit, but giving back a 4-point road, yeah, and also giving back 4-point road is not really ideal.
And there are plenty of straight roads left, so it's just odds were good that was going to be a 5-point road instead of a 4-point cap like you just did, and then yeah, so that would have been that would have been what I'd go for.
Yeah. Well, I guess also one other thought in the Polish player's head might have been the fact that he already needs road for this here square, because he desperately needs something to go here and prolong his road and create another attacking platform against the city,
That's
because
true.
it's a ticking time bomb. Now he does it in a different way by getting a Dorito tile and completing his city over here. But now look at this. He's now trying to block that city, but Miami's not going to let him do it. This is such an annoying move. So
Oh,
it's
double, yeah,
playing.
especially annoying given that it also threatens the one on the right.
Yeah, so it's threatened the city on the right. It's very easily blockable now. It threatens this road, and it also indirectly protects the city, making it very difficult, if at all possible. There are actually only two block, only three blocking tiles, and Scooty gets one of them. That's amazing.
And now that farmer is also just significantly less valuable.
Yeah, what was that farmer about? Well, yes, but you know what? There's still green squares. Like, it's not such a bad field.
Oh, sure. I just meant I think I if I played that farmer, it's because I was banking on that big city getting completed. Um,
Gotcha. That's actually a very interesting point. So typically, you want to drop your farmers like either where completed cities are, or if you anticipate completed cities, you want to anticipate your opponent's completed cities. You
yeah,
like to sort of
right.
like get
That's what I was
compensation that way. In that case, if you're going to complete the city as blue, your position is already awesome. You don't need the farmer. So what you need
Yes.
as blue is contingency plans for the events that you don't complete the city, which is exactly what happened now. And now blue finds himself in a meeple disadvantage. So it looks like Tomasz is just taking the thread here. He's coming back. I feel like he's feeling how he's gonna crush this position from now on. Like it's happening. Like in this
I don't think you
position,
need
I
that.
already prefer
What's
red.
that meeple for? Sorry.
Oh yeah, I see your point actually.
I mean, doubly because it's both. Well, I mean, it both isn't useful for Scooty and is potentially gets turned into a root a ruin.
Yeah, it's actually very damaging for me. I mean, like his last meeple on the city cap that Scooty doesn't want a meeple anyway. Yikes!
Yeah, that felt like a bit of a tilty move.
It's yeah, it's not a bit of, it's definitely like quite a big mistake here from Miami. But counter field here for Scooty
Yeah, right.
with green squared and stuff. For suddenly he has like all the meeples out of nowhere that you can use. This city's very dangerous, but you know there's still one tile left to fit here.
And also, like, it's another interest. I mean, this is such a small thing, but like, Miami's
Wait. Miami had the chance to block this guy, and he didn't.
to block.
He prioritized blocking. So he prioritized blocking to a 50-50 chance the small city of Scooty, whereas the same tile could have been used over here to block the big city of Scooty with a 100% chance. Because there are no starting tiles remaining. Instead, Scooty successfully saves his city, and there's still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 4 Dorito tiles remaining for him. Okay, yeah, to just do this and like run away with the game.
I got.
And Scooty finishes his city on the right.
Oh wow, yeah.
So this here move was like a triple mistake here for Miami, but this is very often what it takes. You make one wrong move and you lose the game.
Yeah.
Although the dagger from the deck will help. It is the last dagger, so Scooty will not be able to finish his city, so there's that.
Also, I know it wasn't entirely planned, but like, wow, did that field get efficiently restricted? But interestingly, I mean, it's also really interesting. Like, I think this is interesting for Miami because it was both the case that it felt like he shouldn't have played that anticipating the closure of his own large city for the reasons we already talked about, but also he needed to continue a road that was bordering that field. And like when you need to continue a road, you don't want to have to continue it in ways that make the field more open. You want to be able to continue it in whatever ways happen to come your way.
And actually, it's interesting that if you have a road surrounding your field, it's very often you have to decide between the safety of the road and growing the field, because if you want to continue a road in ways which gives you green squares, it actually makes the road itself more vulnerable, because you have to use curves like this instead of straight lines and crossroads.
Right. Yeah, that's what I was saying. And so it feels like Miami was just like he was banking too much on both that field developing in the way his getting roads that would let him develop the field the way he'd need and finish that city in order to make that farmer worth it.
Well, at the very least, he finishes a 6-point city and kind of makes it still doable, still sort of kind of playable. And he has one green square exactly in his main field, and he can drop a city cap here.
Well, and if he gets a straight road, that gives, I mean, if he gets a straight road, that's an 8-point move.
Yeah, so 5 points for the road over here, plus the access to this here city in his field. He really, really needs that road. And he goes
in. Left, and there it is. I mean, the funny thing is, I've been saying all this negative stuff, but according to the thing, Miami is ahead here, just. So that's a...
Well, after this move, yeah, I was going to say, like, it was, because you see, this ruin here is worth 7 points, and that is something.
Yeah. Wow.
Scooty, though, I mean, Scooty still should have the advantage because these monasteries are scoring tools. Any tile goes here for 2 points or here for 2 points. Or, you could just might draw a quick point tile to begin with. Sure, why not?
Sure. So...
Dorito from Miami.
They're now tied. Okay, well, again, if the counter is right, they're now tied.
Yeah, and it's still good at position for Scooty, right? Because look, Miami has a tile which he can't use anywhere, so he sort of has to discard it, or maybe like shape the board to his liking or whatever. Maybe like create a field connection or something to try and fight for this 9-point field on the left. Or I was gonna say take the 6-point field, but the thing is, you can't take this 6-point field without helping your opponent's monastery. That is just filthy. Well, now you can actually. Maybe you should. Oh, yeah, this is better. This is better. Obviously, he's trying to fight here. Yeah. Well, Scooty's going to take the 6-pointer now, I presume.
I would assume so. Seems like the right thing to do. No! Wow. Oh, yes. Now?
Sure. Well, I presume so. I mean, it's his...
I don't know what else you do with this final tile.
Yeah, that's good enough. That's good enough. Obviously, yeah, scoring 2 points extra.
I'm like, what were you waiting for?
And Miami is not going to connect. I think this game could have been a coin flip for this. Because Miami, with a curve, he could have connected to this field to score 6 extra points.
Yeah.
I mean, he's going to score 8 for this ruin. That's still pretty good. And I think this ruin also explains why Scooty chose not to take this field just yet. Because he figured if Miami goes to this field too early, he can still go for a run in the turn.
Good. That makes a lot. I was wondering. I was like, what are you waiting for? And you're right. Exactly.
Yeah.
That,
so the answer is, it's not a rhetorical question. He was waiting for the city tile.
Right. Although it would have been surprising for Miami to do that, since Miami, I think any tile Miami could have used to do that would have been better used as a road to then connect to the field on the left.
Yep. Also, by the way, so we were in fact flipping for this crossroads. For this curve, if the curve were to belong to Miami, then these 6 points to the field connection would have absolutely mattered.
Yeah.
So yeah,
and it would have been 8 points, right? Because he would have gotten the, or did he not have a? Did he have one left?
No.
Okay, so it's just 6 points.
Just the 6, yeah, because he already spent a meeple on the big ruin, and it's already was a worthwhile investment. Anyway, well, we're having a decider where finally Scooty gets to be the starting player, and he has 3 meeples placed on features, 2 on roads, 1 on the city. Miami, however, with 10 points on the scoreboard due to this 2-point road and this 8-point city, and now 4 extra from here. Yeah, and another tough position for Scooty to start. But remember, he started with a tough position last game, and guess how it turned out. So he's going to climb from behind in this one, I assume, as well.
Yeah. And he had a way to win the first game. I mean, that's the interesting. Remember, I mean, this is
Yeah. But also, like,
these are good games. I feel like we picked the right matchup. Well, I don't know. Maybe there's amazing things happening that we're missing in the other games, but
it's possible.
this is pretty awesome.
I'm sure they are. Yeah, so Tomasz, after deliberation, is forced to add a tile to his city, but he does this without much enthusiasm because this tile actually kind of messes with the shape of the city a little bit. I know it can be a bit counterintuitive, but the reason why his move is still correct is because there was just no better spot for this here tile without doing something positively counterproductive. Miami blocking the city of Scooty.
I would have been tempted to farm there, but
maybe, but I do probably like keeping the city there because you can still farm later. There are like plenty of invasion squares. I know farming is a bit more efficient, but the thing from Scooty's perspective, like the city is so vulnerable, you already got to start thinking about it as a ruin. So, Scooty would just take the city cap, like with no problems whatsoever.
Got it. Yeah, good. That's a nice.
Yeah. And also with these cities,
I was on the autopilot of like he'll never touch the cap, but obviously.
I know. Quadruple tile from Miami. He now tries to break Scooty's other city, but still, Doritos. That city can turn into something threatening. Probably just developing his city makes sense. Or do you prefer to start a new one here, Scooty?
I think keeping the. I feel like Miami's showing a lot of. I mean, partly just because of the pieces he's getting, but I did not like that.
I mean, this is what you suggested 2 moves ago.
Oh no, sorry. I just don't like doing it with a straight road that because I was suggesting it in part because I was thinking it was likely to, right? So there was likely to be a curve to the just to the left of that straight road that was then going to open up that field massively. So I just didn't like doing it with this thing that closes off so much of the potential field.
Yep. I can definitely see that happening. And wait. Also, the other thing is that I think Miami had a strong move actually just going maybe here, like restricting the city. But this move I can also understand. So it's banking on completing the city. In that case, the farmer's going to score 9 points. You also have a scoreboard lead. Like, it's completely fine to have a meeple trap for 9 points. But another thing that could happen, if Scooty gets a cow and goes here at the bottom and adds 2 points to Miami City, like this, and then gets a Dorito and goes over here and blocks the square, he will block both Miami City and Miami's field with 6 points. That's a risk that the German has to take care of. Well, I mean, not has to, but he took that risk. Knowingly volunteered for risky agriculture. And again, with the same response, Tomasz with a counter field, just like in the last game. So he sort of sees that the first German farmer is maybe less than justified, and he just tries to.
Huh.
What are you thinking?
Oh, I was just wondering if I would have done. I would have been tempted there, because of exactly what just happened.
Yep.
I would have been tempted to play the extender one to the right and leave.
Yep.
The chance of getting the vertical splitter.
Exactly, and that was way better because now Scooty's gonna get not 1, but 2 meeples blocked. There's nothing to fit into the square. Road blocked. City blocked. Scoreboard -20. Miami's gonna win this.
That's funny. I was thinking that without even registering that all of those of those daggers were gone. Yeah, that just seemed very.
That was a massive blunder. That was just a massive blunder. Like there's.
Okay. I'm shocked. I just assumed there was at least another Dorito because it felt like too big of a blunder otherwise. But now I'm looking at the counter.
I'm not sure about a massive blunder. Maybe he figured that it's a risk that he wanted to take, but like a curve though, it's such a common tile. Like you get blocked there so often. There were 6 curves,
and it's also
7
with 2 vertical splitters left. Like, I mean, there it is. There's
the
vertical splitter.
Yes. This is always what happens. And now he's gonna get another of his meeples blocked. Poor Scooty starting to tilt. Well, at least he gets to block Miami's meeple in return.
Yeah, right. Same way.
Yeah, because there's
But
obviously also not a tile that fits here anymore. Put in monastery. Yikes and sheesh. Sheesh and yikes.
because the other interesting thing was that was the is that right? Yeah, that was the last extender, right? Also,
Yep.
so it was also sort of safe in the sense that Miami would have had to waste if Miami wanted to like attack it by joining, he'd have to waste a piece that could only ever be worth less with a splitter.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, that's totally true. Because like either you get a city cap and attack like this, and then you have an 8-point city versus, and the second splitter goes to Scooty just to rub
Yeah.
it in.
Oh.
Like that's one
Sorry
move.
if you're watching this back later, Scooty. We're not. We
He's gonna be fine. Like Thomas is a world champion. Like it's not going to.
Yeah, no. I mean, I don't think it's gonna phase him. I just meant like I hate when I do something like that and then I watch myself get all the pieces.
Yeah. Well,
And you
then
feel like even though it's impossible, you feel like somehow if you'd done the quote unquote right thing, then you just would have gotten none of them.
yeah, but I feel like when this happens, it's more instructive because then you just feel the consequences of your mistake
yep,
much
absolutely.
deeper, which makes it likely to not to do it less time. So, I mean, we're going to see these moves being played out. Let's just, but I don't think we have to comment on everything that's happening. Obviously, Miami is doing very great. Miami is threatening another city. Tomasz and also is playing now very fast. He's clearly tilting a little bit. Like, this block must have gotten to him. And I think that probably my hunch is that he just didn't double check the daggers. I think that he didn't register that he was risking 2 meeples. Like, I feel like with, just more reserved play, he would have in fact gotten. He would have found that 75% defense.
Yeah, that seems right.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay, sure.
Obscenities. This stream is not safe for work. I mean, 44 points ahead on the scoreboard.
In a way, I feel better when I lose by that much because I'm like, hopefully that means that even if I'd done something smarter earlier, I would have just lost by less.
No, this is not true. Like, this is also possible because, like, this one move tilts the game so much because, like, he would have gotten his road free. He would have maybe gotten himself another city here. Yeah, because he would have meepled another city.
I know. I was trying to be positive, but I know it's not.
No. So let's just see what we have lost here is red. 10-point city. An 8-point city potentially with another city cap. The potential for the farm at 2 meeples, like all of this is like, I don't know, 25 points worth of stuff at the very least.
And then this is when I feel like you look and you're like, oh, and you have 9 minutes left. Like clearly there could have been, you know, like clearly it was not an issue of not having the time to check. It's just nerves or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, I'm saying this as someone who does this constantly, so it's not like I'm. This is definitely not me speaking from a place of superiority.
Oh, no worries, David. At least, like, where massive credit goes to you is that you do tend to take these situations pretty well. Both when you, well, I'm not sure actually how you feel when you actually play it. No, maybe you get tilted and stuff, but at least, like, you tend to take the feedback from streams pretty well.
I think I do better later. If you saw me in the moment, I don't think I would look as good. But but yeah, I do okay afterwards.
Well,
when the adrenaline's pumping, it's less pleasant. It is interesting though. I wonder whether I mean, just while we're kind of in a moment of not a whole lot going on here. Like I wonder whether other players have this experience of like, at least for me, I think often blunders like that happen because it's not like it doesn't even occur to me to check. It's not whatever. It's that when I get into a certain sort of zone in a certain way, it feels like I lose something when I stop and start counting and all this. And I just kind of like want to play intuitively, even though I know that that's likely to make me make mistakes.
Well, I'm not sure if that's the Polish players' case because they seem to be. I mean, they're obviously solid on their counting when they can do that. It's just like when, but the things that I understand it from the sense that intuitively, this configuration looks perfectly fine. Like, you don't get blocked with these patterns here normally. It's just with 3 daggers already out, that was a completely different situation. And like, whenever the tiles that come out are skewed, they're different from normal, this is when issues happen. And honestly, like, even after getting his meeples...
the field just to rub it in.
I do it. Also, like, it's an unblockable attack. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 2 curves, right?
There's,
8.
No, that was the last.
Yeah.
Oh, was that the last curve? Or is there one left? No, that was the last curve.
No. I feel like we have to go for it. Like, I think as Miami won the game, do the emotional damage, do the content move, go.
And there's because there's what we call it, a road monastery left. That could also provide a fun way of.
Yeah, like with Road Monastery, we can drop multiple farmers. Like, we can build over here, we can drop a farmer like this, we can get a final curve, drop a farmer like this, then get a meeple here, get 8 points for the monastery, take away the meeple from this guy. But now we have 3 tiles remaining. And Germany is going to win in this duel, which is also quite important for them in the match. I feel like tables 1 and 2 were the main ones where Poland could do something. I mean, I'm not going to discount all the others, but you know, it's reasonable to bet first and foremost on a world champion. Still, Thomas trying to be precise towards the very end. But you know, like, sometimes, I'm not sure if that's the same thing to you, like, because sometimes when I make a blunder and I lose the game, and then when the game has been decided, then after, like, when it's 15 tiles until the end of the game and I can already know there's no chance of me losing, then I start thinking hard and find all the optimal moves when it doesn't matter anymore. Because
I think it depends on how, for me, it depends on how annoyed I am, which usually depends, like, if it's someone that I thought I was going to beat. I will be honest, I have rage quit a couple of times, so that's not, but yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate the honesty. Disclaimer for other viewers: don't do that. Don't do that. That's not healthy for you. You're not gonna feel good about yourself after that.
If I have rage quit against any of our viewers, my apologies. I'm an imperfect being. Not that you didn't already know that.
Welp, and the loss is 26 points.
Yeah, wow.
Actually, I think at some point I said that it was like 25 points worth of stuff. So, yeah, well, we all saw what happened. I don't think we need to commentate further, so...
No, that was just, like, you know, I mean, sometimes it can be nice to just be able to say, here was my one mistake, because, like, you know, we're all going to make those, and unfortunately, sometimes they have really big knock-on effects like they did there.
Yeah, but then you learn from this mistake really, really well. And also, I think for the majority of our viewers, it's kind of nice to see that world champions also make blunders sometimes. Sometimes in games that matter. So how are we doing overall in the match score? Well, Germany is looking pretty well, as Meeple Wizard has successfully defeated Preachy on table number 5. On table number 4, though, Ice Maze may be being tired after their yesterday's National German Championship, where they got 3rd place. Has lost his first game on table 4 against Give Spam a Chance. Navarre 79 is 1 game ahead against a bunch of consonants. And MTU is leading against Medusa Hope. So we might want to tap into that a little bit.
Okay.
Oh, and look at this. The first game, maybe we did pick the wrong table because MTU won with by a tie with a 0-point advantage.
Although I don't know, because that first game, that move at the end by Miami was just...
Oh, yeah, we had to watch that. I have to agree. Like, it was pretty much the nicest thing from today. I don't know, it felt like maybe that move emotionally broke their Polish opponent, and that's what led to that blunder.
Yeah, right. And not only won in the game, it made the other player stop counting a tile later.
So I've opened the game, the second game between MTU and Medusa Hope, and here there's just pure utter chaos on the board. 13 points extra for MTU, but a huge ruin for Medusa Hope for around 16 points here on the left. But then also some interesting fields. There's like a closed 12-point field for blue.
There's there's only one retrievable, or is it even retrievable? I haven't looked to see which tiles are left. No, there are no retrievable meeple left.
What I'm interested in.
I had one like this the other day. I won a game. I think the final score was like in the 40s for both of us because we had all of our meeple blocked within like the first 20 moves.
Wait, so you won the game with 40 points?
I believe that's right, yeah.
You know, the record for...
Don't go look at it, because I played terribly, but it was still... yeah, hold on, let me find this one. Yeah, it was 47-42.
That would be incredible. I want to see that game at some point. Like, if we have time at the end of the stream, I really want to have a look at this.
Okay.
Or, you know, at least in private, because...
Sure. I just want to say in advance that I did not play particularly well. And also, they had a chance to beat me, but it was a low-rated player, and I think they didn't see... their win condition, but yeah.
Well, it does look
actually, yeah, it would be worth looking at. It is kind of fun. It's just a bit embarrassing.
Oh, no worries. Like we're way past that. We're way past that. Like, by the way, bit of question for our viewers. Try to guess this trivia. What is the lowest winning score in a game in any edition of the World Team Carcassonne Online Championships? I do happen to know the answer to this off by heart. Maybe, David, you can also try and guess.
I'm thinking. I feel like I've heard you talk about this on the stream once.
Yeah, and I'm postponing making the video about this. It's going to be... Like, this was a very, very memorable game. I can only give you a hint that it was in 2023. Well, in the meantime, let's try to make sense of this position a little bit more. So the scoreboard certainly looks very, very good. MTU decides to drop a farmer, which makes a lot of sense. He's trying to connect to the 12-point field of Medusa Hope. And there are two routes. Actually, no, what am I talking about? There's one route of doing so over here. And Medusa now needs to do some proper tile counting and decide which way to block the invasion. Well, I guess that was a very quick decision. 3 quick points, and also restricting the square toward the tile, which may or may not exist, but at the very least, the monastery now doesn't fit here anymore.
It does not exist.
Yeah. Still an invasion which did make sense from MTU. And look at Medusa now invading the 9-point field of MTU, and actually, at least intuitively, it seems that the German is ahead here now? No? Wait. Oh, what a move! A 7-point move toward the end! The 6-point field on the other side.
Oh, wow, yeah.
That's a sick find.
Mm-hmm. That's lovely.
And again, also, like, you don't expect in a position like this, where just everything is, like,
yeah, that there's just going to
mushed together, that there would be a 6-point field to begin with.
Let's see this one.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the scoreboard lead is going to be overcome with the fields and the ruin pretty easily there. So I feel like this straight line could have been decisive for Medusa, connecting to this 9-pointer in the center.
Yeah, that looks... Yep, that'll do it.
Rather convincing win. So, some endgame precision against for Germans with this precise block over here. If you were to have turned this tile the other way, then the curve would have been still a way to enter into here. And this is also good for neutral fans, because here we're headed toward the decider. MTU took the first one, Medusa took the second one. And away we go. So who are you gonna bet on? Also, still, what's your guess for the lowest score, the lowest winning score in a game at the World Team Carcassonne Online Championship?
64. That's my guess.
Way lower.
Way lower. 12.
Nah. Okay, I can tell you that the lowest score, although there were several games like this, but 34. That was the losing score, 34.
Ah, was the losing score. Okay.
Yeah, so the winning score has to be more.
Okay. Well, and I know it can't have been 34 because there was no tiebreaker then, right?
Yeah, that's true. Well, I mean, it was. There was the tiebreaker was in the championship, but it wasn't on a BGA.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Okay.
Yeah, so it was still in the rules. So
Ah, I see.
and actually,
I'm new, so I didn't have this. Yeah.
oh, gotcha. So if you're new, one thing that you might not know is that the reason why this tiebreaker was implemented on Board Game Arena is from advocating by Craft Giraffe and some other members of the international community based on the standard practice of existing Carcassonne tournaments.
Ah. Well, then, thank you, Crafty Raff, at all.
Oh yes, it has been memed a lot because especially when after this change was implemented and several games after, Raf lost a game via a tie, and that was just everybody found this very entertaining. Anyway, so we're in the third game now.
Yeah.
I'm gonna reveal the answer in a couple of minutes as to the lowest score. Medusa Hope scoring 2 points, the first one on the scoreboard. MTU, though, is the starting player here. And he'll be having the advantage. And he's now fighting for a lovely 12 to 14-ish looking point city here. Wait, more. 18. 16. I can't count. One tile away from connecting. So I presume that Medusa want to go here.
Assume that was what was coming.
Creating a platform for reinvasion or blocking.
There we go.
Yeah, just enough time to avert a disaster and still playable position for Red, actually. I mean, he's doing pretty fine. This 3-point road looks bad, but in fact, it's really good. And so, knowing MTU, I knew exactly he's not going to go here.
I was wondering if that was coming.
Nah.
Not because I know MTU, but just because I was like, who's getting greedy?
I know, but like he's a very, very greedy player when it comes to points, and he's willing to sacrifice more meeples than normal, which, by the way, I think explains why the last game ended up with so many holes in the map. This move could be,
as someone who's also tends to sacrifice quite a lot of meeples, I can appreciate this, but like, I still don't know if I would have done that. I think I might have been too nervous, but although the thing is, this position, at least for now, is closed enough that it's not like, I don't know. I'm not going to be super worried about losing one meeple.
I mean, meeple's not going to hurt. Also, look at this. He's not going to go here. He's not going to go here. He's going to just finish his road. Like, this could be very counterintuitive. Yeah, for sure. This is fine. This is how he does it. This is how he let him cook. Let him cook.
Oh, and he gets the perfect.
Yeah, there we go. Like I told you, let him cook.
I don't know if you deserve that, MTU. That was too nice for you.
No, he knows exactly what he's doing, and this is not the perfect tile. The perfect tile would have been like a
horse,
Dorito something, yeah.
Oh, I just meant because it means that when you get the curve, then your road is also finished. But maybe that's not.
Oh yeah, that's true. But like, it's even better to set up the road monastery. Anyway, he's not complaining. 5 points here, road here. This move also makes sense because he just wants to prevent Medusa from completing an 8-point city. Like, this is how masters are playing. I know, so the stilistical issues can be like, we can quibble as to which move is optimal in which moment, but the whole point is like, Red is trying to pressure and Red is trying to react to his opponent's threat. Imagine if Blue were to pull a tile like this, and then Blue would run away with a 14-point city, and then Red would say, oh, you were so lucky. But no, with this move, we prevent our opponent from building a city. It's just very, very aggressive. I like watching this.
Are we finally taking this meeple back? Or are we gonna...
Actually, I think this movie. Yeah, there we go.
That was what I thought that might be. I was like, all right, fine. We can just hang around for a while longer.
But this move is actually better.
You don't need these meeple for anything right now. They're not busy.
Yeah, because like this 4-point road is a thorn into this 3-point city, into this
Yeah.
Medusa side of the ruin, and there's still 4 tiles remaining to go over here, which translates to a 94% probability to actually manage to and
Right.
get back this road meeple. So
And it's down to a 50-50 whether MTU is going to connect that on the large ruins. So
yeah, and also one thing that when MTU does connect, he actually wants for this platform not to be open because
right.
there's a chance for blue to get a starting tile and then to attack here, but you know.
Hmm.
Speaking of a starting tile, this is exactly what MTU draws, and he needs to decide whether to go here and start blocking the city of blue, or to go over here and take a rather dangerous but a juicy looking soon to become 8-point city here on the left. So, David, your preference? Standard moves or greed?
I mean, maybe this is too weird to move. I think my temptation would have actually been to just play on the large city and just continue my road.
Huh.
I realize
Oh.
that's just because. So, my thinking is Medusa just um displayed a reluctance to open up their own city in order to continue the road, but I can sort of threaten to just be able to continue my road indefinitely while they sit there hoping to get the perfect end piece or whatever. Um, I don't know. I'm not sure about it, but that was my temptation.
Well, what we're both well, actually very interesting is you suggesting a third move, and a fourth move was played. Instead, MTU chose to use this move as a blocking tile,
Mm-hmm.
and it did not succeed.
No.
And yeah, Medusa
Which
now
is surprising, but it's also surprising because we were like, which of these greedy things you're gonna do? And it was the only time that MTU decided to not take any points.
yeah, like this move makes some sense. I would have really preferred one of the 3 options. Honestly, I would have preferred one of the moves that I suggested. Like I suggested them for a reason, but this move, it had a lot of merit. It didn't work, but it was like this block was annoying enough. It's just Medusa pulled this tile quite early on. Still good positions for red. I mean, red has the scoreboard lead. Red has an extra meeple, but it's going to be used here or possibly here to equalize this menacingly looking 10-point city, I assume. Quick points for Medusa.
Also,
And
this isn't, I mean, I realize this is not a large, but just the only other reason I think I would have been tempted by my move is that, as is, since there are now 2, but then I think we're all 3 horse tiles left, like, um, Medusa might have been tempted to really build up that upper part of the ruin. And again, since there's only 50-50 that red's going to get on.
gotcha. Yeah. Well, speaking of 50-50s, it looks like this here square is getting restricted. MTU, predictably and correctly, is trying to invade the shared city over here. This square got slightly restricted here by Medusa. Maybe I would have preferred a different way, going over here and starting a new city himself. Now is MTU. Do we go here and try to invade through a horse? Or is that too risky? Well, we have our answer here, but what do you think, David?
I think that's a bit too risky. I don't know. I'm not sure you need, given the score, everything. I'm just not sure that was. Yeah, feels too risky to me.
I agree. This doesn't change the fact that it would have been the consent move, but you know,
Sure,
whatever.
sure. I'm not. I mean, I would have enjoyed seeing it.
So, what I do enjoy seeing is a 7-point monastery and a player who's not afraid to meeple it. Yes, it is the last meeple, but we can get a meeple back easy from the city cap, and if not, a sequence of back-to-back curves or a curve plus monastery can do just the same soon enough. In the meantime, Medusa, with a crucial draw, the last remaining tile that was fitting into this square is no longer going to be drawn, leading this guy to be stranded with 1 point, this guy being stranded with 3 points for a slightly winning, but in a close position like this, impactful mini battle.
Yeah.
So from Medusa's perspective, yeah, this move makes sense, just building up the ruin here.
I would have been tempted to break Red's city.
Oh, come on, with a shield.
I know it's a shield, but like they have no only because he has no meeple. Right. So I'm like
Yeah.
any amount of delay. I mean, every move that he's delayed in completing it, and that I potentially can attack it. To me, feels um like a big advantage, but I'm not. Um,
Honestly, like I kind of agree, but then I would do this only against a player whom I perceive to be like extremely, extremely good.
oh, I
Because
liked what he just did. That was what I was. Although I would have been tempted to meeple it.
I mean, actually I hated that move.
Really?
I mean, finish the city cab, man. Like, well, it's not wrong necessarily because like this is annoying. The block is annoying.
Right.
And actually, wait. You know what? I'm wrong. I think I intuitively hate it, but there's more. There's more to it. The reason why I hate moves like this normally is because you're giving your opponent an option to finish a city with 2 Doritos and eating up the city cap. But two factors that I initially didn't notice about this position and that Medusa must have noticed is, first of all, we're very short on Doritos. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, only 3 of those remaining. And most of the Doritos are already needed by Red over here to connect his city. Yeah, so that's why, like, here, he has a point. And MTU is getting blocked. This 2-point city is not going to get into this big city unless he pulls a Dorito, a horse, another horse, and another Dorito, like this. So there's a mathematical possibility for this guy to try to make it all the way into the city through the other way. This is a fun opportunity, not going to probably happen. And MTU has a lead on the scoreboard, has the protected monastery, and he does take advantage of the city cap that was left by Medusa Hope. And now MTU gets the last starting tile, which he's gonna use, if I know him well enough, not to take 4 points over here, but to go here and go further restrict Medusa Hope City. Or would you prefer the quick points here?
Are still 2 caps that will complete that?
So there's a rose and there's a dagger, right?
There is a starting tile and a dagger. No,
the starting tile is MTU's
sorry,
hand.
I hate this. This is the annoying. I forget that the counter shows you the tile that's currently being played. So actually, no, there's only a dagger.
Also, like, it feels so great to be able to read MTU's mind. Like, I think there was just one move which I didn't guess. It was just blocking attempt over here. So, sacrificing points, but getting so much for blocking equity in return. Now, Medusa does get himself a good tile, but hey, this TD cap is not going to be wasted, as MTU can rather easily get himself 4 points and also prepare another city cap, which only he can claim, and have himself a very, very juicy advantage on the scoreboard.
Although a small nice thing for Medusa about getting that Dorito is that now either one of the 2 remaining daggers lets him finish the city.
You mean... Oh, because he needs the right-handed dagger for the top city.
So
and the left-handed dagger...
Yeah. Right-handed for both, but now he needs 1 left, 1 right.
Yeah, like the thing with adding a Dorito to a city, it's such an important pattern to learn, and so many players get it wrong, because it changes like as to which kind of dagger you need. Depending on surrounding road and stuff, man. Like the dagger asymmetry is just it's just such a fun part of the game.
Oh, and there's no, Medusa Hope gets the last one. I think that was I mean, they're behind anyway, but I think that would have been, because if MTU got that, then it's completing a monastery and getting a 6-point field.
Yeah. And that was last curve, right? So then this...
Yes, that was what yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah, in the meantime, both players are trying to work around this city here, and MTU rather quickly, I think maybe a bit too quickly, goes for this, and now this allows for Medusa Hope to defend because there's no road Dorito. I thought that a move like this would be possible for Medusa, But it's not, because a road Dorito is no longer existent. All 5 of them are on the board in all of these here places, and man, as Medusa, you just roll over and lose. I don't know what to do here, man.
I mean, I don't think there's anything to. I mean, according to the counter thing, he's 21 points behind, and like, I don't think there's anything you can do.
Well, finishing the city, there's still a dagger that goes there. Because if we, let's say if MTU has another monastery in hand, and there's two regular monasteries remaining, it is quite possible that here, so basically it's quite possible that MTU doesn't have a tile to block this. And let's say if Medusa gets a meeple back and scores 10 points, that's something.
Oh, there we go. But that's all she wrote.
I think so.
I think the only things it would have saved was if MTU had gotten one of the horse tiles. I think that was the only thing that would have prevented.
No, but the horse gives him 3 points.
Oh, I just meant the only thing that prevents a block.
No, but there's still monasteries, right? So like, so it was possible. Yeah, there's still 2 monasteries. No?
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're right. That was my mistake.
So that kind of an easy defense. Well, Medusa does get the horse for a whopping 5 points. That's actually a pretty cool sequence.
Yeah, that's not bad.
That's not bad. Like 2 points for the road, 3 points for the city over here.
Yeah.
MTU gets the dagger anyway to rub it in, score some quick points, score more quick points with the city cap so generously left to him. Another horse.
Another 3 points, I assume.
I see only 2.
Yes. Sorry?
I see only 2 either here or here.
All the way to the right bottom.
Oh, right. Yeah, here. Just some quick point tiles. But the thing is, like, when there are so many quick point tiles in the deck, it's actually harder to make the comeback because your opponent is bound to draw at least some of them. If you want to make a comeback, what you want there to be, like 3 quick point tiles in the deck, and then you can realistically hope to draw all of them.
Yeah.
And then you go for some field or something. But yeah, I felt like MTU just like put too much pressure against his opponent. And also, by the way, I mean, my criticism of this move was kind of justified because look what this move did. It gave a city cap for MTU to use and score 4 extra points, and it did not complete this city for Medusa, losing him a meeple and points. I mean, this was still a reasonably good move. It was just like the consequences of that were pretty negative overall.
Good set of games, though.
Yeah, I mean, especially like, I like that last one so much because there's a lot of like super subtle stuff that we didn't have time to discuss in the opening. But it's not just that MTU got good tiles; is that at first he didn't get very good tiles, but he got so much use out of them. Like for example, like with keeping his road option here. This is just so lovely. With this. And then only when needed, he completes the road for 5 points. Like, it's incredibly instructive game.
So,
another dagger?
Okay, so, I mean, there is one thing you could do here is... No, never mind, there's no more curves.
I know.
It was again, the annoying... I want the tile counter to stop pretending there's the tile that I'm looking at left.
Well, I mean, that's what we got.
You
could write some code.
I'm not complaining to the people who have done this amazing thing for me. I'm just like, it always messes me up. That's all.
Oh, I know. Oh, I get this. Anyway, now
especially if it's like, especially if it's a common tile like a curve, and I'm like, oh, there's 3 curves left. It's like, no, there's 2 curves left.
Oh yeah, that's true. Because like at least it's like something unique, like a quadruple city. Then it's kind of becomes obvious.
you're like, oh, okay, obviously that's not. But yes, if it's a, but yeah, I mean, this was you just do this. I don't know what else you do. You just
And speaking of obvious, MTU just spent around 90 seconds on trying to debate whether to take these 4 quick points. Like,
yeah, in the last.
Yeah. Trying to and like psychologically torture his opponent for no reason. Anyway, maybe there was a distraction or something. So yeah, probably the only thing that Medusa can do here is take one of many numerous 6-point fields.
Yeah.
Not sure which one's more precise. Maybe this one on the left seems to be the most open one. But then MTU is likely to have that one as well. This 6-point field is blocked here at the bottom.
There's also a monastery, so it's just like, yeah, there's no... Like there's no lack of ways to get 6 points.
All right. Actually, MTU can go fancy and do something like this and pre-build a 6-point monastery spot for himself instead of going for a 6-point field straight up. There's plenty of ways of playing this endgame.
There's already, I can make it a 7 actually.
Where?
Yeah, so bottom right, so just underneath the ruin to the right.
Oh, yes, here.
So that's already 6. So if you just put the the thing to the right of the monastery that's already there, then it becomes a 7-point spot.
Yeah.
But I mean, instead he just does the normal thing.
Which...
Oh, and that's too bad, because at least that was a nice find from...
Yeah, exactly. So this gave him a 50% chance at doing the thing, right? Because this field was not in jeopardy necessarily. So he could have taken this field later. Yeah. So he should have actually gone for your move and potentially tried to... what a blunder, right? How could he?
Yeah, made all the difference in the world.
I know. Honestly, although I do like trying to play optimally towards the end of a match, because then I don't need to save brain power for the next game, because there is no next game, and just like being precise with the extra points can be just so demoralizing against your opponent. Like, I had the control of this throughout. 15 points is the difference in the end. That big ruin, which Medusa nicely blocked from all possible invasions, wasn't quite enough, as some dagger draws and calculated opening aggression gives it to the Polish player. So, and with that, how we're doing for the match score? Well, Germany has won.
Okay.
Navarre took care of business against the player with a bunch of consonants on table 3. On table 4, they're still playing a decider between Ice Maze and Give Spam a Chance. But so far, MTU is the only one to have delivered a point for his team. Yeah, so that was the second game. So how are these guys doing? Oh, did they just finish? Yes, they did just finish. And Ice Maze won. First of all, Give Spam a Chance did win against the German Master. Then a series of 2 wins for Ice made it so that Germany won 4 against 1. We do congratulate Team Germany, but we're going to leave the anthem for later, as we promised before, because now we're jumping into Portugal versus Lithuania.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, I'm just gonna read out. Do you mind if I pick?
No, not at all.
Because like it's the battle of 2 captains, the 2 highest rated players. It's a pretty obvious pick. João Margarido against Batal Alborov. It's like it's
That's
a banger.
what I would want to watch anyway. I have to say, I've been really João and I, like, I feel like when I first started on Board Game Arena, João, I'm assuming had been playing for quite a while, but I remember beating him a lot when I first started playing, and then like watching him get start beating me regularly, and because like his I think I'm remembering this correctly, that he was like really impressive development.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, he was also like the national championship champion of Portugal, and there's a lot of nice things to say about João, but you can say about nice things in relation to his game. So I've opened the game against Mujacello. I'm
Yep.
gonna need to take a minute to change the scoreboard to reflect the new match. All the tournament situation stuff we're gonna talk about this way, way, way later. David, the floor is yours. Who do you think is
Cool.
winning? What do you see in this position? Please.
I am looking at the moment. It's looking so. Musacello is up 10 points on the scoreboard. There's a shared, presumably going to be a ruin. Um, but Joao has a 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 point, sorry, 12 point city that is brewing, assuming that he gets one of the, oh, sorry, one remaining vanilla tile. So if it's the one remaining vanilla tile, which would also connect Musicello to a larger field, which is an interesting, to his own larger field, although Musicello has a good shot of connecting to it anyway, even without that. But yeah, so at the moment, I think I would say that I slightly prefer. Oh, actually, don't know. This is a tricky one. Oh well, now I think I prefer Musicello's position slightly, only because uh, so Joao's got the one in um 50-50 shot at completing the 12 point. Musicello's got one remaining meeple, and now Joao needs to finish a monastery. So yeah, I feel like Alexey would have way more interesting things to say than that. But that's the position so far. Now, okay, so Joao does finish his monastery, so now he's back in the position, putting him 1 point down, or sorry, he's about to, I assume, although actually it's possible that he's instead going to go for breaking Musicello's city, which would be interesting. He does, in fact, instead go for breaking Musicello's city. So that was quite the, I should have anticipated that. He's got a oh, there we go. A tile that now allows him to complete his monastery, but only by creating an open 6 point city. So that's, I assume he'll still do it, but I don't know for sure. We'll find out in a second. I think at this point I would still do it if for no other reason than that, even if Musicello completes it, that's at least one fewer caps that he can use on his city down at the bottom. That city, by the way, is, I believe, let me just look at the tile. Yep, that city is still quite, it's not fully blockable at this point, and it is quite live, although it's now been blocked to a 50-50. And to make that even worse, Musicello takes the 6 point city at the top, bringing him into a 19 point lead on the scoreboard.
You're doing great. Like I've already changed the scoreboard a long time ago. I just like to listen to you.
Oh,
You just keep going. Just keep going.
cool. Okay.
Let's actually
So
switch.
Joao,
You do the stuff. I just like do occasional color commentary.
cool. So Joao's not, I mean, so 16 point tiles. Joao's got a bunch of chances. I have to say, I mean, so right now, given the in the thing, I'm not sure he's going to do. I wonder whether he's contemplating a field invasion, which would be risky but interesting. The main downside to a field invasion is that there are at least two good field invasion spots available right now. So if he does it, then Musicello might respond in kind, which would mean they might end up just sharing things. And then it would really just come down to the 50-50s on both the vanilla cap and the starting tile, except, of course, the starting tile. In the starting tile case, Musicello would then also need another cap in order to complete his city. So I imagine Joao is considering, obviously I can't do drawing, but I imagine Joao is considering something like either the top right or top left, both of which would be reasonably good spots. The top right obviously has the advantage of already being a 6 point field, whereas the top left is only a 3 point field, and also having the advantage of having more, of having two different connection points. So I think that would be the clear favorite if you were going to go for this risky move. He also might not be thinking about that at all. I've also just realized that there's a third invasion spot using the right. Oh, but instead I think he's choosing to eliminate potential, or not eliminate, but limit potential invasion spots because he doesn't want their attempt to. Oh, and I forgot about the splitter, which just made this much more complicated. Joao now, I assume. Oh, let's look at what's left. So
the thing I just wanted to address the thing about limiting the spots. I think because you mentioned there were two good spots. I mean, there's also like this one over here and over here, but because they're two good spots, it's kind of super tempting to block one of them and then try to later use the other one and then make sure that your opponent cannot drop a farmer in response.
So that, yeah, I mean, the only thing was that there was still, I realized there was a third, not as good spot, but over on the extender all the way to the right. You could play on that, which would potentially let you invade either from the bottom or with two tile. Nope, there's not two tiles left to do that. You'd have to invade from the bottom, but that's more blockable, obviously, so that's not as great. Joao here gets blocked. Interestingly,
not permanently,
so Musicello created a potential block of his own city for a 50-50 block of
yeah, he's just gonna get the vanilla city cap, so this city is now permanently trapped.
Whatever. I am a bit confused though about why. I'm a bit surprised he did that, because what he could have instead done was played that on his city, which would still leave open the possibility of his getting the final starting tile. Right. So had he played on that city, there would have been no pieces other than the starting tile, which Joao could have used to complete that open cap.
Gotcha. But the thing is, I know how Musicello thinks, because we've played on the same team for a couple of years, or for 1 year really. So in 2021, where Latvia and Lithuania had a joint team, then he was our captain, and he really likes making very introducing moves. And so the point of his move, that even though equity-wise, yes, this is definitely better to preserve the 50-50 chance of completing his city, he figures that, no, I'm ahead. I'll better take the guaranteed 4 points than just 1 point, despite all this extra equity from the starting tile. So he's like, tries to
also,
really...
I think... Sorry, go ahead.
No, go. Yeah, I finished my point.
Oh, no, I was just seeing something weird, which was, it was an interesting choice. So there was some interesting stuff that went on with that little bit of field up there, because although it was related to what you were just saying, which was that Joao chose to, rather than joining the field from the bottom in the hopes that maybe Musicello didn't get to connect from the top, Joao chose to protect his city, even though had he completed that city, that would bring Musicello onto the field. In response to which, Musicello joined Joao to his bit of the field.
Fascinating. Absolutely. It's very sort of like, this was a bit of a Mexican standoff situation. Obviously, both players playing a bit quick, and Musicello did win purely from the scoreboard. I kind of felt that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, the field could have. Like Joao had chances. Like, if Musicello were not to find a good position for this farmer, then the 21-point field would have been enough for this guy to sneak in. Like, there were a lot of subtlety in this position.
And I think that's why I expressed the surprise that I did about the earlier, because, like, so the starting tile was unlikely to help Joao get onto the field, given the way that he was attacking. And so it felt like there was a decent chance that had he played the vanilla on his city at the bottom, then that might have allowed him to outrun the field if he got the starting tile, even if Joao managed to get onto the field.
Gotcha. Yeah. Well, it felt like it was a very...
mistake, just an interesting possibility. Like, just I guess the point is, it depends on which kind of variance you're trying to, like, reduce, or however you want.
Gotcha. But like, Musicello just tends to, and I think his point was like trying to outrun the field, outrun. He's like, he likes fieldless win conditions like a lot. Anyway, and they're playing the decider now, so we just saw how Musachello won. Prior to that, whilst we were watching Germany against Poland, João Margarito did win against Musachello before by just a mere 1 point. Now, much bigger comeback with 20 points win by Musachello. Now, Musachello is the starting player in the decider for this duel. But the first 4 points come to João Margarito as a green meeple has been placed on the starting tile for 4 points. Musachello with a 2-point vote over here and Open City over here. Now, probably going to go over here, of course. Start a new city, continue his road, obstruct João City as well. Musachello with a tile to join said city. Standard move to the start. João is probably going to attack further. No, he's not. That's interesting. So, David, do you prefer going over here, which was my first reaction, taking care of a monastery spot and then also just putting some pressure on this square and also on this road as well, or going here and putting pressure on these here 2 squares of Musachello's constructions?
Yeah, I think I preferred. Well, okay. So the only thing I can say in favor of what João did is suppose that Musachello had on his next. Suppose that rather than getting the crossroads, Musachello had gotten a cap, which he could then use to complete his slightly risky left-handed cap. That would then open it up for João to place a city, which would then block that road to a 50-50.
Right, because 2 out of the 3 dagger tiles, 2 out of the 3 right-handed dagger tiles have, in fact, gone out. And speaking of blocking platforms, Musachello now tries to invade João's city at the top at the expense
of his,
of the integrity of his own city.
Would I have done that? I don't know if I would have done that. That was a lot.
But it's such a sequence. So João went over here trying to block this guy. Musachello got a city cap, which would have finished the city, but he didn't, obviously, because this was blocked. Yep. And so he now realized that now his city is in jeopardy. Now with a single Dorito tile or a triple city tile, João could have gone over here and fully blocked this guy. And so Musachello, instead of using the city cap to finish his city at the top, use the city cap to start a new city on the left and try to protect this city so that it can still be finished with one of the 2 remaining starter tiles or one of the 2 roses, but it cost him the city at the top. Of course, he wanted to finish the city at the top, and now the city at the top is vulnerable, as João add a triangle to it, making it so that only 2 tiles remaining to the square, but Musachello gets himself the dagger and drops the first farmer of the game, I would presume.
Indeed.
In the meantime...
And now we've got João getting greedy at the bottom here.
But I like it. I think this is what he has to do.
Although, I mean, literally all of the big tiles are left, so it's not a very risky move.
Exactly. Although, there's a sequence. Musachello gets this, goes over... Okay.
Oh! I was kind of hoping he was going to go for the 50-50 against the quadruple.
And it would have worked!
You can do it again! Ah, come on! No, fair enough.
I mean, in fairness, like finishing this big city seems to be kind of more important. But
yeah, of course. I just, there is something fun about the blocking 3 meeples.
I know.
Instead,
wait, let me just.
That felt a bit lackluster.
Yeah, that's fine. You mean? I mean, it's like there's a lot of stuff on the board. There's a lot of prioritization. But I thought that ideally, like the most devastating sequence would be for Musachello to first draw the quadruple city tile and use the quadruple city tile to go over here, and then get himself a vanilla, Dorito or something, whatever big tile to block this square with certainty.
Absolutely.
I mean,
it's that would have been.
Wishful thinking, but there's just something so morbidly exciting about watching so many meeples get blocked.
No, I feel like when I'm watching as opposed to playing Carcassonne, one of my favorite bits is the thinking through all of the what could have happened.
Yes.
Oh, well, that was nice timing from Musachello.
Big city waiting to happen.
Is he gonna farm? Probably not.
Nah. There's bigger fish to fry. Musachello's about to finish.
I just thought it
the city on the left. But he says if he finishes this here city, which he protected earlier, like this here defense move does pay off. Musachello now. Oh my! Successfully protects this 50-50.
Ouch. Yep, but now it's a 50, right? Yes, a 50-50.
Honestly, wait. I'm kind of surprised that he even did that. It's very much not
Because it was
Mojacello's
such a-
style.
Maybe he didn't. I mean, it happened so fast. Maybe he didn't count the Doritos.
He counts very fast, actually. I'm pretty sure he
Okay,
did
well
count.
then never. Then yeah, I have no idea. Interesting.
No, this is still the best move. It's just, this is a type of spot where I would expect Mojacello to sometimes make a mistake. Because you know what? He does need the crossroads here to do all kind of stuff like this. So, I don't know. But the reason why this move is so powerful, it's not about the probability of completing that city. It's about the probability of completing, like, it's about the win probability overall. Because the thing is, like, once you protect this for a 50-50, you have one tile in the deck, which is basically game winning for you because the city is so big. And even if it's only a 50-50 chance, like, you've guaranteed yourself at least a 50% chance of winning the game, because you can still win without this city in some other means. But if you do cash in on the setup, well, yeah, there's just no coming back from that. It's probably going to also come with a farmer and so on. In the meantime, the construction project at the bottom, as ambitious as it may seem, has been successfully thwarted, as Mojacello, at the last moment, was able to at least connect to that city, if not fully block it. But the resulting issue for this is a long-term meeple disadvantage for the player with the red meeples. João.
Yeah, I wasn't sure whether it was worth attacking that city yet.
Also, João, now with the mistake, what was that move? Mr. Margarito taking 3 points instead of liberating his much-needed road meeple. Like, we've run out of road ends, man. Get yourself a meeple back. What was that? I mean, I can understand, but come on, man.
Okay.
Shared city. Okay,
Well,
he can finish
if
this now.
He can't get back now. Oh no, I guess he doesn't need it anymore as much.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing that's different. But then no, still
seems like
no. Like I think he just forgot that he has a meeple there.
Yeah.
Because one of the reasons we actually have to go here, because you want to block this road. Like, Mojacello can easily grab a curve, go here, meeple this road, extend this field as well. Also, like, takes 8 points for the road. Well, João doesn't want to do this either. I think honestly just both players have forgot that there was a meeple there. It's entirely possible because it's green.
My favorite color.
I know. Fortunately, illegal at the World Championship. But Mojacello cashes in on his setup, makes the crime of not dropping a farmer, but whatever. We'll forgive him. We'll forgive him for now. And he's going to get...
so thrilled to get that.
I know. But he had to drop a farmer there because now you know what João Margarito can do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are 2 remaining straight lines. So the move to play is to go, not there, man.
No,
but go here, drop a 6-point farmer, and set up an 8-point road, which only you can claim to connect to the field.
But also, I mean, even if you're not ready to commit, not that you shouldn't, but even if you weren't ready to commit, like, there's just 3 points waiting at the top. And they're so, like, that farmer is not going to get stranded. There were so many connections.
Yeah. I almost feel that João cannot believe, that he doesn't believe that he can come back from this. But he actually could. Because, like, if you go with our suggestion and drop a farmer here, although 3 points were also fine, but the farmer here, right? Then it's a way to score 9 points to join the field, plus 8 points for the road using 2 tiles. So you're like, boom, a 17-point sequence with 2 tiles. What could possibly be better than this? Mojacello now taking that road regardless.
Yeah.
I know my plan wouldn't have worked. This doesn't mean that it wasn't correct. It was correct, okay?
So now I assume you connect and get yourself that road.
Oh, right. I mean, the other road. At the bottom. Yeah. Sure. Because, I mean, it's not like green wasn't doing anything. Green is fighting for the bottom field, which is the bigger field. So in that
Yes.
So it kind of makes sense for him to do. Yeah, whatever. 5 points here. 5 points here is nice. Also having 12 points field from this field. Okay, he chooses to...
I don't know about that, but okay.
I can understand this. So I think
actually, I like... Well, one thing I liked about it is that it did... Right, so Mozzacello... Otherwise, Mozzacello would have probably cleaned off that split.
Yeah, but then is that such a bad thing?
No, not necessarily. Especially now that he got both of them, which... Oh, God. Yeah, that did not work out well.
Oh, I see. João was trying to play efficiently. His plan. Basically, he didn't want to connect over here because he was still planning to draw this tile to connect his guy into the field. But you know what? I still would have liked to go here. Not only because of the connection in the 5 points road, but because it would have prevented Mozzacello from successfully going here for a reconnection opportunity.
That was... Why did Mozzacello just do that? It's 3 points. It doesn't make any difference, right? Am I missing something?
It doesn't make any difference, but he just wants to do something.
I see. Okay. I was like, but it didn't, because I was like, oh, you stopped him from not eating up the same piece.
So Lithuania will win this one.
Yeah.
Just wanted to point out that, of course, there's still other duels going on, and we'll be watching them in just a second. I see already from Larpatori that we did pick the right one, but do let us know which one you want to watch next, because this one's about to be over in just under a minute. From a tournament situation standpoint, it's a bit of a convoluted, but when I had Glovier of Portugal as a guest yesterday, then we did discuss that Portugal, in order to preserve chances to qualify for the playoffs, not only needs to win, but Portugal also needs to win big. So losing this one duel will also hurt. And, you know, they're not even guaranteed the victory on other tables in any case. Any ideas for the monastery here, David? Do we go for points? 5 points,
this is the problem.
6
It's like
points?
this really does get back to that question about like what do you do when you're losing, right? Like it's like you could just take 2 points and then hope you somehow get the other monastery for a few extra points. But actually, I think at this point, I mean, what's the biggest road? No, I think you just take the monastery because there's really nothing to do, right? So there's no other monastery spot worth more than 4? Is that right?
Yeah. Oh, he goes for the field. Okay, makes sense.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah. Actually, no, and he's going to connect. I missed that. Or sorry, yes, he.
Trying to be precise. 9 points. 9 points, man.
Nope. That was absolutely. I stand corrected. That was absolutely the right thing to do.
Yeah, respect to the Portuguese captain. Trying to be precise until the end. Not gonna help him, but still respect.
No, I mean, yeah, it's a, but that was a nice find. I wasn't even thinking about the connection up there.
Yeah, because you generally don't think of monasteries as field tiles, but if the optimal sequence is such that you're gonna gain more points like this, then this is what you gotta do.
Yeah, absolutely.
Both players are exchanging very short pleasantries in the chats. Of course, Mozzacello is going to win this. We're going to see what the score difference is. And mainly I'm interested, would the splitter tile have actually saved João?
So that would be what, an extra 12?
Extra 16. Extra, no. Extra 19. 18.
Oh, sorry.
Wait. 19, 16. Yes. Because that tile would have created...
Yes, 19. Got it.
Because the tile itself would have created an extra city in that field, yeah.
So 19, that would have been a tie. Which
would have been a tie, yeah.
A win by tie.
That would have been a win by tie. Although that is not exactly true, because this means that if João were to draw that tile, then Mozzacello would have drawn a different tile to maybe score 1 point for his ruin and something. But
nevertheless, it's like you as you said, there were moments when it seemed like Joao like was doing things that suggested he wasn't sure how to come back. But what you're showing is that it was totally there were clearly tile sequences where he won.
Yeah, like it felt like Joao still was trying to come back. I thought that this was like the most obvious route because it doesn't require a lot of stuff to happen. Like you just win the flip for the straight line, and also you get these 8 points and you get a meeple back. And yeah, I felt like that was the way to go, but I can understand why he did what he did.
Yeah.
So,
no, but I mean, and he was unlucky not getting either of the splitters.
That's true. Portugal, in the meantime, has won on table 4 as Licinho Ferreira has won twice against Kraukle. We do have a decider between Diogo Antunes and Machinele. On table 1, Vittorino has won against Crowbert. Mujacello has won on table 2. So now Lithuanians have to win on table 3 and on table 5 in order to still win this match. We have 2 deciders for the match. Do you want to go for a highest rated players, which is Ludicelis, or do you want to go for table 3 to just show more players who haven't been before on stream?
Let's look at I'm looking at what they both look like right now to see if one looks clearly more exciting. Oh my.
Is somebody ahead by like 50 points?
Oh wow, yeah. So Diogo. Oh no. Yeah. So that one, the Machinele one is it's just about to end. They're both just about to end, so we can actually probably even just
okay. Machinele this is.
Oh, Machinele. Sorry. Yeah, they're just both about to end. There's just a massive field thing going on.
Lovely.
But it's tied. I just didn't realize that at first.
Okay, so what are we having here? 7 tiles remaining. Machinele for the match with the red meeples, 10 points down on the scoreboard, but does have the 2 monasteries. Now, I'm gonna take it from David that the field is somehow tied, but let's have a look at that field. A 1, a 2, and 3, and 4, and 5, and 6, and 7, and 9, and 9, and 10, and 11 cities or something like this?
Well, so it's actually right now it's 3 separate fields.
Oh.
So there is a small chance that green is slightly ahead in that green only needs 1 to connect to the big field, whereas red needs to connect to the green's field. So I guess it's the same thing. And there are 2 curves left. Never mind. So that's that with this red will. Oh. So red must believe that they're behind even with the field, so they went for that. So now I presume that. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, fun. Okay, that is.
Top. Can we connect here? Is there a straight line? Farmer like this. Bam, bam.
Yes, there is. There's a straight line, a starting tile, and that's the starting tile. The straight line and a crossroads. So actually,
man, it's 83%, man. Because this, you see, like, Diogo was trying to block Red's monastery, but he didn't realize that it creates a field connection platform.
Yep.
And he finds it! He finds it! He drops a farmer!
And
he's probably gonna get it!
Now, Diogo's gonna... Oh, this is gonna get... But this might be enough. But the difference between the 6 and the 3 on the left, even if they tie on the main field, the 6 and the 3 on the left might be enough. I'm not counting it, but
But why did he bring this guy into the field?
I have no idea.
The 9-point guy.
I guess he's thinking. Hold on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, I have no idea why he did that.
I mean, Diogo's gonna lose a big field of 2 against 3 for no reason whatsoever.
Why did he do that?
Well, because he hallucinated. I can understand that.
That's so disappointing. Yeah, no, that was just unless no. I'm like,
I can understand, right? So it says a 15-point field like they're on the left.
Yeah, but that's just not as big as a bajillion point field.
Well, bajillion is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, it's a 27-point field. Yeesh. Still, like, you gotta give credits to Machinele here. Like, that's such
I'm just curious, did he count that? So who would have... No, I think he's still far... So Well, we'll have to see. I mean, the only unless he somehow calculated that he wouldn't.
Nah, the two monasteries, the Lithuanian one. But I just wanted to point out an interesting. Actually, I'm not sure. There's a road. Let's see. But there's an interesting strategic idea here that green could have gone also over here. Oh, that was 100% connection. Oh, check this out with this curve.
Sorry, where you have to. You're gonna have to talk.
Okay. So with the curve that green used to connect the little field here, he should have gone at the very, very bottom on the right and drop it over here next to his road. Yeah, oh man, that's such a move. This is so hard to see.
Is that 100% connection?
Yes, because Travis. So he goes here, drops a farmer like this, and then he can either use a straight line to connect over here, just right under his monastery, or he can use a curvy tile like the dagger which he drew to connect there through his road over this.
It's a double connection.
It's a double connection, yes. So that was the undeniable win for Diogo there. Missed with 9 minutes on the clock. 9 minutes? 9 minutes? Really? This is... So...
And the thing is, so I mean, also, wouldn't he have just won if he'd even just done the simpler thing of just connecting the field?
Maybe.
Because he's down. He lost by 12, and it was 27 versus 15, which is 12.
Not enough.
Wouldn't he have won by tie?
I don't think so because he did gain points from this move.
Oh right, Machinelli would have gotten an extra. So Machinelli would have won by 3.
Yeah.
Right. He needed to do your.
He needed to do. This was the only winning move in this position.
But it was 100%.
It was 100%. It was 100% winning move.
That is brutal.
It's just kind of hard to find, but hey, it's like.
Yeah. Oh wow.
Oh man. Okay, unless my teammates are watching, this is the puzzle that I'm gonna give them in our next practice.
That's a very cool one.
So, but also this means like credit definitely goes for Machinele for spotting this. Like it's also not an obvious connection to notice. You know why it's not an obvious connection to notice? Because when green makes this move, we know that the purpose of green's move is to block these monasteries. And both as red as green, we're kind of thinking that this move is blocking the monasteries. But it also takes kind of a bit of time to register what is changed. Yeah, how the board shape is changed. And then realizing that, bam, we can now invade over here.
Yeah.
So definitely credit goes for the Lithuanian for keeping Lithuania alive. And now it's all between Foam and Ludicelis, and
which is being calculated right now for the win. I didn't see the.
All right, we're not gonna be fast enough. Why is board game arena so slow?
I know.
Just don't tell it to me just yet.
Right. I need to step out for a second, so I'll have to be briefly in suspense, but I'll be right back.
Alrighty. Ludicelis won by 2 points. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. We're going to have the first ever victory for Lithuania on stream, at least. Well, no, not on stream. On stream this year. On stream this year, of course. A huge win. Huge win. Machinele delivering. Yeah, that's just so beautiful. This game also must have been pretty interesting, because obviously only 2 points difference, but... Oh, well, commiserations to Portugal, who is now out of the tournament. The low chances that they had of qualifying have now become even lower. But we're going to do all the tournament table stuff when David comes back. We do have quite a bit of break between the next match. So first of all, there's several things to do. First of all, we need to congratulate the winning teams, which is Germany and Lithuania. And then we're going to do a bit of analysis of tournament tables, and then we're going to do, you know, some breaky stuff. Yeah, we're going to take a break already. I need to just breathe for a moment. So first of all, to congratulate Team Germany, we're going to have ourselves the German anthem. Wait a second, wait a second, wait a second. Yep, there we are. So, all rise for the national anthem of Germany.
Sorry about that. Or are we all taking breaks? I probably took the wrong moment to take a break.
Yeah, so David, we're doing anthems now.
Ah, cool.
Yeah, so congratulations again to Germany. Now, time for... Wait just a second here. I'm going to do a bit of looking. Looking. Righty, and to congratulate Lithuania on this massive comeback. All rise for the national anthem of Lithuania. Congratulations to Lithuania again. Absolutely huge win. Now let's look at what this means for the tournament table. So David, I wonder, is the tournament table something I have been looking a lot? Are you familiar with the situation in Group C at all, or do you want me to walk you through it?
Sure. Yeah. Well, I mean, walk me through it if you. I'm not good at following all the ins and outs.
So basically, Lithuania got their first win. They're on 1 out of 4. Portugal's also on 1 out of 4. The tiebreaker of Lithuania is still a little bit worse. They were -7 before this match in terms of duels won and duels lost. Now they're -6. Portugal is at -4. And there's still one more week left to play. So actually this could mean that Mexico, correct me if I'm wrong, Lithuania might even get to the 4th spot. Because Lithuania is yet to play Ukraine, and of course we know that Ukraine is super strong and everything, but Lithuania has won against Ukraine in the past, including the friendly match that happened right before this championship. And while Lithuania still wouldn't qualify for the playoffs, this would still put them in a much higher ranking for the tournament. Portugal's probably going to get eliminated. I mean, one win in 4 match is not going to be enough because we have a result that has not been registered. Romania has already won against Thailand. That happened yesterday. So Romania is actually on 3 wins. And there are now 3 teams in the top 3 spots. And there are now 3 teams in the bottom 3 spots. So really, Ukraine, Thailand, and Romania are the only 3 teams that remain that can qualify for the playoffs. And this is all going to be decided in the last round. So actually, if Lithuania wins big against Ukraine, whilst not qualifying themselves, they could deny the highest rated team in the entire tournament, theoretically, a chance to qualify. Although I don't think it's necessarily the case because the tiebreaker of Ukraine is very, very good. And even if Ukraine were to drop down to the 3rd place, which is really unlikely still, possible but unlikely, then Ukraine would still probably qualify as one of the better ranked 3rd place teams in the tournament. So that's my take. If anything else you have, David, to add, then you can let me know.
I'll have to take where I'm like, I haven't been this deep into the, like, whatever. This is my first WTCOC, and I'm enjoying it, but I'm like not yet. I don't have my like head wrapped around it, and I've never been a sports person, so this is like brand new to me. This like sort of following these, whatever threads.
All right. See. Oh, there's so much stuff in the chat that we missed. Yeah, but so by the way, David, just before I address the chat, I wanted to say that being a sports person is kind of important here because I see a lot in the discussions of the rule, in the discussions of the tournament, like football analogies are made just all the time. I personally like to make ice hockey analogies, especially when I think about meeples and meeple management, and meeple majority is the same as power play in hockey because it just works very, very similar. But that is a bit of a more niche thing. It's just only for colder countries like Latvia and Finland, and which happens to be and Germany, by the way, which happens to be the countries where all the streamers live. So we gotta address the chat a little bit. I see some move suggestions. Yeah, probably. We're probably a bit past that. Craft Giraffe is asking, where do I find...
Oh, I was just saying, I see Crafty Raph was suggesting.
Yeah. So this probably was like for a game a long time ago. I don't know why just the chat wouldn't refresh and it was just so busy doing all kind of stuff. So where do I find which colors are legal or illegal at the World Championship? Well, it's pretty simple. So you are not allowed to use green if you're on a table that's being streamed in the in-person World Championship, just because it's so poorly visible on stream. So it is acknowledged, and so in that sense, it is illegal. I think you're allowed to play green still if your table is not being streamed live. So hi, João Margarito, commiserations for your loss as well.
Yeah.
Hi, Diogo. Yeah, taking the loss pretty well. So Diogo, it's of course now noticing that move over there at the bottom. Let's just go through it again. So the position is this, and with the curve over here, dropping a farmer like this, guaranteeing a connection to the field, either with one of the straight line tiles or with a curvy tile, so basically with any of the 3 remaining tiles up until that point. Hard to see, but probably the only path to victory at that point. Yeah, some congratulations to Lithuania in the chat, to which I join So that's what it's gonna be. Tournament situation done. Endgame analysis done. Anthems. What else, David? Oh, so first of all, David, I'm going to ask you this. The next match, the Netherlands between the United States, is the last match for today. Is not for another 57 minutes.
Right.
I knew that you said you because it's your first time being here and you might be like tired doing this for so many hours. The question is, do you still want to stay on for the next match?
Yeah, I'm happy to. I mean, I think maybe. So, do you take a break in between, or what? Or would you just chat through, or what would you do?
This is going to be our next question. So, first of all, if you want to stay on in principle, then we have two options. We can just either take a break now and just take a break for 50 minutes for our voices or whatever. Or another option is that we can like play some games on stream. I like Hands and Brain, for example. We can try find fun variant or something like this, like else to fill the time. So up to you. We can either do a break or we could do more games.
Maybe a mix. I've never done Hand and Brain. I've watched you do it, and that sounds like fun. Maybe we could do one of those and then chat a bit, and then maybe take a shorter break before the next stream or something like that.
That is possible because we do have 56 minutes again until the next match. Hand and Brain probably going to take like 26 minutes or something, and so we're going to have 20 minutes for a break. That seems quite reasonable. Cool. So do you want to be the hand or the brain?
Oh God. So wait, remind me how this goes. Is it just like you say whether I'm taking what I'm taking? Is that the idea?
Okay, so actually I should remind our viewers as well. So the hand and brain is a concept from chess. It's kind of like playing either chess or Carcassonne as two people trying to read each other's mind. So we are going to be, as a team, playing against a random, unsuspecting opponent, probably in arena, David and I. So let's say if David is the brain and I'm the hand, then what David's going to do is just tell me not to where to place the tile, but which feature to meeple. So you can say monastery, field, road, city, or nothing. And then I would have to place the tile in whichever place I see fit, or trying to figure out what David meant without us communicating any further, and obviously place the meeple on the feature that David told me. Yeah, that's pretty much the gist of it. And obviously if we do the opposite, then David's the one making the moves, but I'm the one who's saying which feature you got to meeple. So yeah, your pick. Do you want to be the hand of the brain?
Ooh, I'll try brain. That sounds fun, especially because it's probably easier since you will literally be the hand.
Yeah, so then you're going to do brains, then we're playing from my account, and then we're showing my screen.
Cool. But before we do that, though, quick, helpful segue. Someone just asked about tile counters in the chat, and you and I had said we were going to say something about that, so this might be a nice moment for...
Yeah, let's do just this. Let me just... Yeah, so the question is it possible to use a paper and pen tile counter? There's an interesting history. So prior before David actually coming to the scene, in 2001, okay, so basically here's how the evolution of online tile counters was. In 2020, which was the first year of the World Team Carcassonne Online Championship, that was the reason why the World Team Carcassonne Online Championship was created. It was like a substitute during COVID. Everything was basically allowed. But then it was the first thing, and the organizer didn't realize how impactful some scripts were. And then they saw that members of certain teams did use scripts because it was allowed. And then they figured that they're going to ban them next year. In 2021, they did ban tile counters and script, but they did allow to use paper, to use like paper tile counting, which to me makes sense. But it's also, I found this like, just like having the hassle to print out a sheet of paper is annoying enough that I didn't want to do it. Like I tried it a little bit and I gave up really, really quickly. Although I remember one of my teammates like actually made a really nice thing. Anyway, but then in 2022, they banned everything. And Then there were some issues with some teams cheating and being caught cheating using scripts, not just tile counting where you click on screen, but also actual scripts which give you all the counting automatically. So yeah, that sort of thing. Now it seems to me that, like, just if I look at the players' timings, and now it seems that cheating has gone down quite a lot. If not completely eliminated, at least it's so, like, compared to 2021, 2022, it's on a such much lower scale that is barely noticeable. And as you can see, like, players are making so many mistakes with tile counting that, you know, they're clearly not using any additional aids. So yeah, so comes for online competitions, and kind of the stance now of the international community, although this stance is not the same as David's and not the same as mine, but the consensus is that online we're sort of trying to make the game as close to what it would be in real life. In real life we don't have tile counters, so online we also don't have tile counters. As for using a paper in person, you're gonna have to ask with your organizers of your local national championships. Probably most are gonna say no. Some might say yes. In some countries, it could be a bit interesting because we don't know, like, they might not, the organizers might not think about it, so they don't explicitly forbid that, but then you show up with a piece of paper and, well, then you're gonna get a reaction. Now, I wonder if that's going to be even useful for you, because if you're going to use paper to track, it's going to take some lot of time, and with only 15 minutes on the clock, or even if you're in Latvia with 20 minutes on the clock, you might not have enough time to think about actual strategy. But that would be a very worthwhile question. So the short answer to your question is maybe. Another interesting example would be in some other mind sports, like Scrabble, something that I've gone into quite a lot. They not only allow, but they encourage tile counting on paper, tile tracking on paper rather, because it just increases the level of the game so much. Then you have all these fun end games. Granted, in Scrabble you have 100 tiles rather than, well, actually in Carcassonne you have 72, so it's really not that big of a difference if you think about this. But just both mind sports have historical differences. So yeah, well, obviously, David, can you want to talk about your stance on tile counters a little bit in response?
Yeah, I mean, I think it segues nicely from that point about Scrabble. Like, I think my view is that tile counting becomes such a big part of the game, and especially given that we play timed games, like, you just end up spending so much of your time on this one skill. And it's not that it's not an important skill, and I can understand why people want to play tile counter lists, but I also feel like it feels like one of those skills that, while learned, some people are just gonna be faster at than others in terms of pattern recognition and things like that. And it just seems like it ends up prioritizing that over other parts of the game. And so, I mean, my personal experience with this is, like I said, I played on, or rather, as Alexey said, for years before I joined Board Game Arena, I played on the old iOS app, which had a built-in tile counter that you couldn't even turn off. So, like, my first decade or so of playing Carcassonne was all with a tile counter. And so it's very stark to me how much of my game now is, like, lowered isn't quite the right term, but, like, it's affected by the fact that I have to spend, like, there's so many moves where I'm like, oh, I would have had a bunch of interesting thoughts about different options and all this, and instead I'm rushing to try and count and catch up. So I've basically only been playing counting for a year, or a little more than a year, whereas I've been playing Carcassonne for, over a decade, or God, close to 15 years now. So I just think it's like, yeah, I'm not someone who thinks we should absolutely always have tile counters in all things, but I think it would be great if there was more space for both tile counter having and non-tile counter having games, so that you prioritize different skill sets in Carcassonne. And also so that, especially in timed things, you could raise the kind of level of what you can do.
Yeah, I have to largely agree with David here, although I'm willing to concede, so I definitely accept the consensus that, like, tile counters seem to be a bit more of a no-no. One of the main reasons for this is because, well, so we both agree with David that obviously a situation where one player has a tile counter and another player doesn't have, then that would put the player without the tile counter at, say, rather significant disadvantage.
Oh yeah.
Or, yeah. And so and obviously everybody agrees about that. But the one difference is that I think that the game could be more fun with tile counters for everybody, at least when we do it online. Just because there's so much depth to the strategy that even when you know all the tiles, there's still a lot of extra stuff that you need to think about this. And there's like some really fun stuff that you can try in endgames. And also, personally, I wouldn't mind. I obviously I do, like, I've played this game for a while. I do count tiles faster than most people, but I'd be happy to give away that advantage to try something interesting like this. But and obviously the other kind of philosophy is that it would be making online games not close enough to how it is in person, and there definitely opinions diverge a little bit more. Whereas online Carcassonne should be something separate or something completely similar to how it is in person. I think there should be a lot of similarities, obviously. So where was I going with this? But the main issue with allowing tile counters sometimes in control environments is that what really just the main risk to avoid is that one side has the tile counter and the other one doesn't.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And I can certainly see how this could be a big risk that the organizers of most championships are trying to avoid. But yeah, so far I think really the consensus has been achieved. It has been normalized. I've played in some tournaments where tile counter were allowed and encouraged, notably the 2022 online Latvian championship organized by the Brain Games local board game publisher. And that was kind of fun, really, but that was like the last serious time I did this. So that was a very, very long answer for a very short question. For the question for FZ, of course, you have to ask her national organizers, and we also only have quite limited control on how the culture of online mind sports and mind sports in general are going to develop, so we shall see.
I'll just say one thing about like why, and one way I'm trying to get, if you're someone who's just used to the tile counters and you're like, of course, I think, or sorry, used to not having tile counters, I mean, and so that's just normalized for you. I guess just one way of thinking about like why I want to prioritize it is like, it seems to me, I assume that almost everyone would agree that there are players who are currently sort of ranked one above the other, where if tile counters were used, we would expect that would reverse, and that we would be interested in that result. Like, it would be interesting to see like what the sort of relative rankings of players would be, and we'd expect it to not be the same. And it's not just that it would be different, but also like I think we'd be interested in that as like, oh, that would mean that some people were better at Carcassonne in certain ways, or had certain skills in Carcassonne in certain ways. And so we lose that by just not having any space for tile counter games, right? We just privilege one set of sort of Carcassonne style skills or whatever over others. And yeah, I don't know. I just think that's a loss.
Oh, I have to partially agree here, because as somebody who actually tried playing games with tile counters before, it has helped my strategy in general, because it helped me realize like what kind of awesome stuff you actually can achieve if you know like all the tile at all times. At most times, I do know most tiles regardless, because I do count them quite fast. But it does change when like you can rest your brain and not have to think about this.
Yeah, and I also just think, and I think it brings more like, I don't know. Yeah, I find myself, I play a lot of more exciting games. I get tired less fat. Like, I'm definitely someone who gets kind of overwhelmed and tired sometimes and loses games just because I'm like, I no longer have the brain capacity to do the kind of counting I need. And again, to be fair, like that's just because when it comes to counterless Carcassonne, I'm a newbie. Like that's, so fair enough. And people who've been doing it for longer can say this is a skill I've earned and whatever. But I just given my experiences, it would be cool to have a space where I was like, but how well do I do against these amazing players when like we both know what tiles are left, rather than like I just know they're counting faster than me, so they'll make fewer mistakes.
Yeah, that's interesting. And I have a prediction, actually. I think the result at like 500, 600 level will become much, much closer. But I think that like the elite like 750, 800 would remain exactly the same.
Interesting.
Just because also like at the top level, players generally don't make tile counting mistakes. And even today, like we saw some mistakes from very high rated players, but there weren't really tile counting mistakes. There were just like some strategic stuff, and it could maybe relate to like having to forgetting the existence of some tiles, but still not to actually not, you know, it's like not the kind of thing where you think that there's one curve remaining, it turns out there's 0 curves remaining. It's something that at the top level players got to quite an automatic level, actually.
I think you're probably right. I think just a couple of things that might, so two things that might make that slightly less obvious is that I think number one, like there's a difference between the skill of just tile counting and knowing what's left and the skill of being able to kind of look at them in front of you and think about all the permutations, right? So like when there's 4 moves left, even if I can count well, I have not yet developed the skill where I can like easily sort of in my mind's eye picture those 4 tiles and look at the different orientations that they get, but I could do that very fast if I had a tile counter in front of me. So again, maybe everybody at the 700-800 level is already at the point where there's no difference there. But I think speaking to what you were saying before about the sort of level of play, it just might be interesting. It would be interesting to see how many things people would sort of come up with or notice that they just might not have, because even if they're really great at tile counting, there still is just time pressure, and also they don't literally have the visualization. So that's one thing. And the other is just, the other thing I think is nice about having tile counters is I also do think that, speaking to your point about the lower levels, like I also think it brings people into the game faster, because I think people progress faster with tile counters, I think, than they will when they're like, yeah.
The last point I have to agree, because like that's a bit of a barrier of entry, because it's like it's at first like tile counting, because I remember like back in the day when I was learning this, although I was like a bit weird, because for me this whole tile counting was actually fun, because like back in the day, back in like 2012, I was like one of the few people who actually bothered to do that, at least in my country. Now it has changed a little bit. But I remember that it's like it takes some learning. It's a very pupil dilating activity, you know, to go, there's like this many of this many of that. And yeah, with that definitely would make the learning curve less steep. So maybe you have at some like lower levels competitions with tile counters, and then you'll join the big boys, and then the tile counters, then the gloves are off. So something like this could be pretty interesting.
I started a Carcassonne club with some of my students at my university, and it was like, and I could see, you know, it was immediately like you come in and a bunch of them were like, oh, you just know which tiles are left, so that's going to be a huge advantage. And I'm like, well, yes, I mean, I'd probably beat you anyway because I've been playing for decades, but like, yeah, if we had tile counters in that circumstance, it would at least kind of let them start to learn the patterns and things, and like think about strategy in a way that, you know, you just can't quite do when you're just sort of like, well, this would be a good move if there are curves left, right? Like that.
Well, actually, this is not a bad way to think about this. So what you can think first, you can think of like what you could do in the position, and then actually double check if the tiles are there. And even if you're wrong, even if you miscount, at the very least your understanding of the position develops later, because you kind of just need to learn what tiles they are, how many of them. But in order to progress, you don't actually have to get the actual number right in every single game. You only have to do that at the top level.
Yeah, no, that seems right. Anyway, it's just interesting. I know it's a topic of interest to both of us, so glad we got a chance.
Yes. That's great that at least there was an opportunity to talk about this on stream, and then whoever wants to listen to this afterwards, then feel free, in case you're watching this in the posterity, or if you're watching this right now, feel free to just chime in the chat with your thoughts if that's something that we haven't addressed. But also these topics have been like discussed quite at length in in some international groups. By the way, David, we're in good company. Try to guess which one of the former world champions is a big is like in the minority of being a big proponent of tile counters, and has also played with a tile counter on stream in a casual game, of course.
Right. Yeah, I figured. Oh, I don't know. I mean, this is going to be an embarrassing moment where I admit I don't know all the past world champions very well.
I mean, you don't have to, although I feel like we got to fill that gap a little bit later. All right.
I know. No, look, I totally admit, like, similar to the stuff we were saying before. Like, I'm not in that mindset yet of like, oh, I need to know the top people. I know what I know, like the streamers and the people who like have created stuff on and like whatever.
Oh, that's enough. That's enough. You got your priorities straight. Yes. So yeah, I do happen to know the world champions pretty much by heart, starting from 2011, but at least for a short 2012, and many other players do. It just like feels, that it's a very special title to have, the world championship. Like, it's also a very big deal in chess. Like, you need to know. They even say like the 14th world champion, the 12th world champion. Like, they're gonna give you an ordinal number next to your name, not just world champion. Like, it's almost a dynasty of some royal highness or whatever. Anyway, yeah. So if you don't know, then the answer to this.
I'm looking at that. Well, I've pulled up the list in front of me. Is it Vladimir?
It is Vladimir. Yes, you're correct. It is Vladimir. Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. That was mostly because I took a look at the list and I was like, that was the first name where I was like, Vladimir comes up a lot in like discussing on streams and all this, and so I was like, I bet he's the one who has this. So, yeah.
Well, I mean, like, Vladimir comes up a lot because he's like one of the best players for and very consistent for years, obviously, in the Carcassonne Champions League and many other stuff. Anyway, now it's 2025, so shall we go for the quick hand and brain, or do you prefer anything else to talk about?
Yeah. No, let's try it. That sounds fun. So now I just follow you. So now I just go to you're going to open a game, right? And I'll just.
Yep. And
okay, so I'm saying either. So I'm saying the feature you're going to meeple or no feature for each move.
Yeah.
Cool.
But also try to not get confused, because, like, for example, if you want me to continue my city,
right,
then you have to say nothing.
Right, I say nothing.
You don't have to. Yeah, exactly. Because if you say city, that means I place a new meeple on the city.
Yep, got it. Right, that would severely mess things up if you just keep saying city and you're like, why can't I close any of my cities?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, not playing.
Yeah.
Unsuspecting. Oh no, that's just. Where did that go?
Okay, game started.
Oh,
I'm playing against a player with screen named Miyasa, whom I'm not familiar with.
No, they are rated 159.
Okay, so I think we have to make it more interesting.
Okay.
Yeah, no worries. This is fine. Just tell me what to do.
City.
Bam. Perfect. So far, everything is working. Let me actually.
Okay. Road.
Yep. The big one.
Mm-hmm. Nothing.
This is interesting. There's several ways. I probably prefer to take here.
Yeah, that was what I was.
Just in case I get a crossroads.
Yeah, that was my thinking. Let's go for it, city.
All righty. Let's do the big one. I'm not sure if it's best. But I mean, it works. It works often enough.
Nothing.
Ooh, this is interesting. I think I'm gonna break this square first.
Ah, interesting. Okay, that was not what I was thinking, but that's fair. I was thinking to the left because it would both break and also potentially be a block later.
Yeah, but then I wanna cut off my juicier part of the road. Well, anyway, I guess I shouldn't be explaining yet. So
no. City.
Ah, okay, sure. We can do that. We can do that.
Was that not what you were thinking?
No, that's good. That's good. That's exactly what I wanted.
Let's go road.
Ah, yes, the greed. The greed. Loving it. Oh, actually.
That was not what I was thinking. That's interesting.
There isn't. Is there? Oh, there's a loop. Yeah. Whatevs.
Yeah. So I was going loop and restrict.
Yeah.
But now nothing.
Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna just bail out to get some scoreboard points.
But I enjoyed your extreme greed compared to my more minimal greed.
Also ended up totally working. So.
Oh. What do I do here? I think city.
Okay, that's fine. Let's go for. Oh. Nah, let's make the standard move. There were some other option as well.
Yeah, I guess you could have done something real wacky. Nothing?
That is an interesting type of nothing. I'd rather.
No.
Let's do this.
Yeah, that was my nothing. Or you were thinking about the nothing of connect. I guess. Oh, right. There was also the nothing of connecting.
Yeah. There was a whole bunch of nothings.
Yeah. Nothing.
All right. Let's try and be. Let's show how unfriendly this game can be. A blocking move.
I'm seeing what's left. 1, 2. Well, I guess I will say the same. Oh no. Let's do nothing.
Okay.
No. Oh no.
You said nothing. You said nothing.
You're right. I said nothing. I got that was some chickeny moves. Should have done something fun there.
Yeah.
Oh, well, actually, I mean, nothing we were going to do was going to matter anyway. Although, actually, no, because we'll see what they go for.
I mean, they're going to finish their city, yeah.
I figured they probably were. There was just always the chance that they'd go for the road save. Nothing.
Now.
A whole lot of nothing.
We're trying to come up with something sinister there. Ain't gonna work, as they do connect, and the city's now not. Well, nothing can happen there.
Yep. City.
We are ahead on the scoreboard, but not by much. What do I want to start a new city? I want to go here. This is very, very nasty, but basically the hope is that
we're on this thing. Yep.
Well,
same page. Trap 2 meeples, which they're helping you with for some reason.
It's not just that. It's basically the idea is that our opponent is lower rated enough that they might not know that there's only one quadruple city tile, so they might want to use this platform to attack the city and freeze their meeple. So this is extremely evil.
Road.
Okay, there we go. Greedy.
That's really I really like that particular brand of mean.
Yeah.
Monastery?
Yep. Instead of going for 5 points here, why don't we go with 4 points with better control of our opponent's features?
Okay. I like that. I was going for the auto. Oh wow. Okay, buddy. I was going. Now who's getting greedy? Do we? All right. Let's have some fun. See if we think the same thing. Field.
Oh my god. No, we don't. But I have to go for it. I mean, it's fine. Like the thing.
Oh, that wasn't. I was being even cheekier than that. I was gonna run them into the city because there's only one left.
Oh. Yeah.
I know that, like, look, I was just being, yeah, I mean, it was going to be ridiculous, but I was like, you're going to get something back soon. Okay, sorry. Let's go with nothing.
Yep, thank you. Now we could expand the field, but it can wait. Let's play against their city.
No, I was just having a bit of
Oh no, fair enough, fair enough.
nothing.
Alrighty, let's just keep building. Want to get ourselves one more spot.
Oh, wow. Okay, some more greed. Um, um, let's go road.
Road. Ah, okay, okay. There's. Okay, sure, 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 sure.
No, you're too greedy.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. There are no road tiles. There are no curves remaining, but that's okay.
Oh God, oh sorry, I wasn't.
All 9 curves have gone out. Like.
Bad. Oh.
Well,
I'm
at least
sorry.
now it's gonna be nothing, right?
Yeah, nothing. Sorry.
Okay, no worries. No worries. No need to apologize, Matt. It's all cool.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Well, but do you see what I'm setting up?
Yeah. Well,
Because again, no curves remaining.
oh right. Oh no. Oh God, no. Oh sorry.
Like literally no curves remaining. See, we just talked
How
about
did that
tile
happen?
counting and stuff.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
See, people, this is why we need tile counters.
We don't. I'm doing perfectly fine, man.
Yeah, but I'm not. I'm messed. Yeah. Well, obviously nothing.
Okay, let's just like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Like that's they're all
Also,
here.
what did they just do?
Yeah, I
That was,
think they might not know about blocking and stuff, but
Yeah. No,
we
that was-
don't get blocking tile.
Oh well, there we go.
Okay, now it's a game.
Yep, that was pretty good. Ooh,
We're behind, by the way.
are we? No, surely, really?
I mean, on the scoreboard, of course.
Oh yeah, I was like, no.
No, we're doing just fine.
Let's go with. Let's just go with nothing.
Thank you. Because I can't imagine. I mean, I guess we could. Yeah, we could. Meeple something.
That was not the nothing I was imagining, but yes.
Well, that's very interesting. What were you imagining? Okay, what?
Oh, I was just gonna play to the right of their extender for blocking potential.
Oh, yeah, that works actually.
Is there any? Nothing.
Ooh, so many ways to do nothing. Can we do something sinister?
Oh, I mean, yeah, you can do something sinister. I was just being like.
Okay, I'm gonna make a move which is suboptimal. I'm gonna have some fun.
Oh wow. Okay, yeah, that was not the nothing I had in mind.
I know.
That's a lovely nothing. Oh, and they're going for it. Well, nothing. Any number of different nothings.
Any number of different nothings.
Sweet nothings.
Let's see if we can make a move which is also offense and defense.
Interesting. Okay. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4.
8.
5,
6. 8's
All out.
David. Yes.
Okay.
I know what you're thinking, yeah.
Sorry.
No
Yes,
worries, no worries.
So nothing, I guess? Or do you still... No, nothing.
Nothing, yeah. I mean, you could say something else, although there's another interesting nothing like this, but there's still one more starting tile remaining, so it doesn't quite work just yet.
Were you thinking... Yeah, no, I didn't think that was worth it at this point, but yes, no.
Actually, I think a farmer would have been nice, because it's still possible to invade through the top as well, but whatevs.
But they don't have any... Well, but now you can just do that. So now, yeah, so I'll say field.
So...
Oh no, I won't. No, I won't. You know
No,
why?
you did.
Because there
You
aren't
just
any
did.
tiles
You
left.
just did.
I was tricking you. With my...
No. You just did. We're gonna have to go for the field.
Wait. No, but
You said
can
field.
do what I said in a less in a funny way if you want.
Oh, okay, okay. That's actually really, that's not even a bad way at all. There's this way. No, I'm still gonna do this just because there's some tiles remaining, and yeah, whatevs, whatevs, whatevs.
But do you know what I was thinking?
You were thinking of invading here for the monastery?
Uh, through their monastery?
Oh, no, through my monastery.
Yeah, like through like the piece that they just got. If they wanted to
Yep.
connect.
Yep, yep,
Yeah.
yep, 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 yep,
But
yep.
there were, I think, 3 of those left. 2 of those left. Well, now there's
Now there are
2 left?
two, yeah.
Yeah. So that would have been good odds that you were going to oh, sorry. City.
Okay. Let's do some scoring and blocking at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the thing with the farmer at the top, you do realize that we need something like a starting tile to connect.
Yeah, no, I know. Well, that, as soon as I realized, that's why I was like, oh, you can just do this other thing where, like, sure, let them have C, and then they would have had to do it the other way. I mean, they're not going to finish that damn thing anyway. To monastery.
Okay, all good.
I mean, obviously, there are some scenarios in which you wouldn't because it sets up a block, but I don't think they're thinking.
Yeah, even with the block, like we don't care that much.
Nothing.
Okay, now I'm gonna set up. Actually, no, it doesn't really.
Oh no, I was thinking nothing.
Nothing is fine. Nothing is fine.
Oh no, sorry, there is one left. I was.
No. Nothing is good. Nothing is good. Although this sentence can be easily misinterpreted. What do we do? I think. Well, obviously we can do this. We can do this as well, which is quite fun. Let's just go for this.
That's not what I was thinking, but yeah, that's fine.
No, I figured.
I was thinking of restricting that connection.
Oh yeah, that would have been better. That would have been better. No, it's fine. It's fine. We'll be fine.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not especially worried. Well, I mean, the answer is nothing. Doesn't matter, but I don't know.
Actually, it does. It does. I mean, nothing is fine. Let me just.
Oh
think.
no, I know it matters which one. I just meant I'm gonna say nothing regardless of which one you go for.
There is a legit move with meepling something actually here.
Oh, at the top.
No.
No.
Just think the threats that our opponent is having, and still, if we don't address
it,
you're
thinking about joining. You're thinking about joining that city.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Will not anymore. No. I think like I hate staying without meeples because then you just miss out on the dopamine.
Yeah, that's
from the
what
quick
I
points
didn't think it was. I didn't think it was dangerous enough to be without meeples. But yeah, I guess there's a question of whether you. Oh my god, I love this one.
Yeah.
Oh god, 14 seconds. Okay, sure, but
I can understand this.
Okay.
This is bad.
Oh. There you go. So hold on, is that?
Careful now. Okay, actually no. Just do what you want. Do what you want.
Oh, I mean, I was just gonna say nothing.
Yeah, but even if you were to say city, I would do this, and meeple that 1 point city because we have to block.
Because you're not letting them have it. Oh, and there we go. He would have gotten the other thing anyway.
Yeah, but the thing with the other thing is, I don't know.
Oh, I just meant when I was talking about restricting earlier, this would have beaten that restriction.
Gotcha. Ooh, smart.
Wow.
They blocked us. They blocked us.
Good block at the end of this game. So hold on. How many? 1, 2, 3. Is there still a starting tile?
Yes.
There is still a starting tile. Should we have some fun and save this? No, wait, we're ahead, right?
14, 13, 12.
Oh, no, actually.
Not 10, 9 seconds, 8 seconds.
Oh, what the hell? Field.
Yes. We go into the negative time, which is not... Okay, fine, whatevs. So it's going to be nothing, obviously.
Nothing, yeah.
Let's
I just lost this game. I'm going to be quite ashamed. Oh God.
Do you realize that with 2/3 they could actually? No, don't worry. We're not going to lose the game. Like we have a monastery, we have a 20 points on the board, and
Probably not, but yeah, I mean, I got a little sillier than I probably should have. There you go. Well, now you get yourself.
are you going to say nothing?
Well, I have to say nothing.
Well, yeah.
Oh wow, but it's okay.
Undeserved.
Ta-da!
Nothing, right? Yeah.
Nothing. What a game. What an end. That was fun.
The 50-50
Boy,
for the field connection.
I really risked that a little bit.
No, it's all fine. But I think it's also quite an instructive game. Yeah, it's quite an instructive game. Actually, I'm not gonna, because they were, no, I'm not gonna say anything to them because they were complaining before our time runs out. And I hate when they do that.
I know. Sometimes they do it when I have like 2 minutes left. They're like, "Come on, come on, come on," and I'm like, "I'm sorry, I'm playing the game."
Yeah, like I'm sorry, I'm trying to win.
Yeah.
I mean, in any case, thanks to our opponent, obviously it was very difficult to do something against two players. Yeah, but also like from a tile counting point, quite instructive because you see, you make these quite intuitive moves.
Yep. And if I did, yep.
Yeah, and whereas like this farmer is very low prob actually because no straight lines, no curves. It's just a starting tile in the monastery. That's what we were hoping for. Even daggers had gone out at that point in the game, so.
I was impressed with their one good block, which was like on your monastery, so it was totally counterintuitive.
And it was actually a valuable block. It forced us to spend one more meeple and like cost us, 10 points or something. So
yeah, no, that was surprising. Oh, that was a fun one.
So now it's 2044. How shall we take one like proper 7-minute break?
Sounds good. And we'll be back for
United States versus Netherlands.
Yeah, my original homeland.
The Netherlands.
Yes, yes, the Netherlands. No, the U.S.
David Van Faraci.
I don't think anyone has ever been confused about whether I'm American. That's pretty. I'm about as American as they come. Unfortunately, I mean, not in certain attitudes. To be clear, everybody.
All right.
Cool. All right. See you in a few minutes.
Yeah. See you in a few minutes then. Oh, cool. Check out David's profile picture with the owl. Yeah, I'm gonna stay on for a while because I gotta change the scoreboard and stuff, but see y'all in a few minutes anyway. Steve is suggesting to play turn-based, which is an interesting suggestion. I hate turn-based games because they just mess so much with my daily life. Because then I just end up thinking about the game all the time, and for some people it works. But then also, I know some players, and a notable example is the 2022 British champion, Chris Wallace, who actually only uses tile counters in turn-based games. And in turn-based games, it makes sense because like you go away from the position for like 8 hours, and then when you come back, you don't want to recount the tiles again until you have the tile counter open just to keep track of things for you. And in that sense, I think it's kind of justified. And also, since time is not an issue, then I don't think there are any problematic ethics when it comes to tile counting there, because you have as much time as you want effectively, unless it's a tournament, in which case it becomes iffy again. right, David, you're back on. Wait. Why can I not hear you? Let me see. What did I do wrong?
Myself.
Okay. For once.
I assume you can hear me now.
Yeah.
I'm glad that ridiculous picture of me and the owl was my. I forgot that was my like screensaver shot.
Oh no, that's. I'm pretty sure our viewers would have enjoyed that.
Yeah, no, that's. I'm hoping it was. I was just like, oh right, that's what'll show up. No, I'm now just looking at my. I'm checking out my record against the American and Netherlands and.
So whilst you do so, I'm going to do a brief intro. So in 3 minutes, we're starting our last match of the day, last match of the entire week. It's a Group E encounter between Netherlands and the United States. The situation in the tournament is such that the Netherlands have lost 2 matches, but they still can actually qualify. If they win against the United States today, then United States, who has been hitherto undefeated, currently on 2 victories out of 2, they're going to go down to 2-3. 3-2 rather. Netherlands going to go to 4-2. And then since the United States have to play against Japan, it is reasonably to assume that the Americans could lose, in which case they're also going to have a 4-2 record. And maybe if they lose to Japan very bad, then the Netherlands could leapfrog into second. So that would be the plan for the Dutch squad, really, to win against the United States and then hope for their loss. Yeah, that's kind of really how it works. But then also Czechia is going to play against Malaysia, so they're going to have to hope that Czechia kind of loses. So it's tough for the Netherlands. For the United States, they can, right here and right now, by winning this game, guarantee themselves the second spot. And then the outcome in their next week's match against Japan won't even matter that much. The other team that cares about what's going on is a team that's not playing today, that's Team Czechia. They would prefer that Netherlands wins to blow up the position in the group a little bit more, to give Czechia a bit more chance to overtake the United States if Czechia successfully defeats Malaysia this next week. So that's the situation. And now off to the lineups. On table 1, we have 2 spectacular players. So Crocodile Fundy from the United States, who's just simply very high rated at the moment, 639. I believe they're currently the highest rated player on the lineup. Against Patrick Beckenude, who is low rated at the moment, but their peak rating is over 700, so they're in fact a master. And they also got 3rd place at the 2023 World Championship in person in Germany. So very strong player, exciting duel to watch. On table 2, the vice champion of the 2022 Carcassonne Championships in the United States, I believe, David Lee with a screen name DKL. Going to be playing against Gottfried van Bouillon, a player who has a spectacular playing style and some aversion to monasteries. Table 3, Aliou against Chorn Nordwijk, who both currently are low rated at the moment. Ali Nasiri rated at 470. John rated at 539. Ali, of course, his peak rating is considerably over 500. On table 5, we have Admitted, who've been featured a lot, obviously as a Azul finalist and a multifaceted board game athlete, and a Carcassonne expert as well, rated at 544. We'll be playing against the player with a spectacular screen name, Meeple over People, almost identically rated as Alan. And table 5, Sheldal rated 416, playing against Loose Goose rated 633. So the games are about to start. David, so what is your history with these players? Because you were just checking this. Any particular sympathies or the opposite? And who do you want to watch?
So interesting. I've never played any of the players from the Netherlands. I've played against 3 of the U.S. players and I've lost once to Crocodile Fundy and lost once to Sheldal, and I'm 2-1 against Aliou. So not I don't have a huge amount of experience with any of them. I sort of followed Crocodile Fundy a little bit in CCL and stuff. So I'm a bit I wouldn't mind watching him, but I don't have any strong preferences.
Let's go for Crocodile Funny because his opponent is pretty interesting, and maybe we can also give Bexy some love after his rather devastating loss on time against Martin Mojžiš in week 2, which was also decisive for not that game, but also for the duel and the entire match. So let's see if we can make it up for it.
The game has just started.
Yep.
Oh,
and I have opened it.
Initial fun.
Yeah, a bit of a non-standard response, but so far it is working out. Bexy is playing with the yellow meeples. He's the starting player. He starts a new city and stuff, but Crocodile Fundy, instead of joining the city, starts a city of his own and tries to obstruct instead. And Bexy now is with an interesting monastery choice. So this move is considered to be suboptimal, but now it is a tricky situation what to do with his monastery. So the monastery is currently a bit vulnerable. It is still 3 points, still a perfectly good monastery. And Kroko, who is the only player to have completed a feature on the board, now gets a curvy tile and decides what to block. And he chooses to drop an early 0-point farmer, anticipating the completion of these 3 cities, and try to restrict Bexy City here, increase the vulnerability of Bexy City here, and maybe think later about attacking this monastery. Now the monastery is now going to be attacked because it's been protected, but Bexy's going to maybe lose his meeple over here, but not necessarily, as he not only protects the square, but also chooses to invade the 0-point field, which both players are fighting so hard about. Obviously, 2 daggers still remaining into the square. And so, David, what do you make of this here move earlier on? Do you see responses like this very often? Do you try, as you described, fun stuff like this yourself, or do you prefer to keep it traditional?
You mean the initial umbrella?
The initial umbrella,
rather than the adding on. Yeah, I try it myself occasionally. I think against it's tricky because in some sense when I'm playing against someone who I'm like afraid of or whatever, I might even be more inclined to do it because I'm kind of in a way trying to increase the chance that like I just get lucky and get something. If I'm playing against just sort of a normal opponent, same or lower, I'll probably just try and attack the city directly instead, like try to join in order to just like let things happen.
Yes, so I really wonder if this is the normal Crocodile Fundy's response, or if he did this like just for this particular event. In any case,
also in that last move, I would have been inclined to take that road that Bexy is now taking.
Yeah, on one hand, yes. Yeah, I agree, because Bexy was, very smartly building this unblockable city, and Kroko could have taken this road to anticipate the completion of the city, but I can understand also that he wants to improve the quality of this road, and ideally, you want to get a rodent and meeple this road first. Because there were some other problems with meepling this road. Instead, Bexy's going to complete that city, and now he's going to be ahead on the scoreboard and have a really, really good position. With the road over here, which equals the road of Kroko, a monastery over here, which almost equals a monastery over here. Still 2 tiles that's left for him to finish the city. Crocodile's Fundy has an interesting position here. He could go here straight away for this farm, really, which doesn't look that bad. Or he could go over here and set up the completion of the monastery with another monastery of 4 monasteries remaining. He could also go for a crazier blocking move like this, trying to sacrifice the city cap for a 50-50 chance of blocking Bexy's monastery, or he could just simply use the city cap to start a new city. So do you like his choice, or would you have preferred using the city cap as a non-city tile in this particular instance, David?
I actually would have tempted, probably weirdly, to just go for the efficiency move of adding indirectly to my road and me pulling the cap there. The thought being that there's a chance I'm going to be able to wrap that road all the way around through the city that Bexy is trying to finish with a dagger.
That's very nicely spotted, actually. Now, it's not going to work out, of course, because he didn't try doing this, and
Right.
also because Bexy got this rose tile
But I do
that...
sometimes
Mhm.
think that there's a thing where I think sometimes people are reluctant to do stuff like that because it feels dangerous, but actually, in a way, it's safe because they're like unlikely to. So first of all, he's unlikely to try to add a second meeple that's stuck to that city that needs the dagger, and also like the main things that would interfere with your road are your own city. So
Mm.
I like this move though. I mean, it's just nice and efficient with the getting on to this big
Yeah, look
city
at
and then
this.
also setting up the completion of that road.
Exactly. So Kroko is in fact listening to your advice, and now all this road very nicely wraps around through here. Now he can just take care of this square first, taking 3 points over here. Also, another very nice move by the American, dropping a farmer over here whilst also blocking Bexay's road, which is pretty
Mm-hmm.
annoying because
Yeah,
now
a
Bex.
lot of nice sort of double duty stuff happening. I
Yeah,
like this. I like this. I mean, it's a
I
little
don't.
risky. Oh, you don't.
Especially because it's a little risky, yeah. Well, not risky. There's actually, like, you can limit it to a 50-50 pretty easily. Because from Bexy's point, he doesn't have to use here. Bexy can just use the dagger to connect to the field anyway. So,
That's right. Yeah, yeah. Well, but I mean, I guess my thinking is, I mean, one of the daggers is gone, right? So it's just so there's always the small chance that Bexy doesn't, which and knowing that Bexy might be tempted to allow you to finish that road. But yeah, I mean, I think I wouldn't have gone for it. I would have probably just made the connection and taken the 3 points and set up the end of my longer road. But I appreciate the chutzpah.
oh, I can totally understand. There's like something behind that movie. Just like it's like mathematically simply not the best move here, but it is.
Sure.
It has an idea behind this that generally also it's obeys the Carcassonne principle that if your opponent wants to connect to the field, then let him do the job. Don't connect
Mm-hmm.
for him. But I think eventually, like if Kroko gets a straight line, okay, the first straight line we might put here to create the monastery spot. The second straight line would probably have to just, which is we just have to get it over with, especially because I don't think that Kroko is concerned too much about this meeple connecting into the field because this field has already been attacked by the second meeple of red
Right.
going over here. And this is a very high prop connection. Now, there is a third platform, but it's really not an issue again because if Bexy, unless Bexy draws at least one of the daggers, he's not going to have enough meeples to properly go over here and attack the field. But if he's going to draw one of the daggers, then he's going to connect over here anyway, making this move not that relevant. In the meantime, Bexy's meeple position is about to get worse
Mm-hmm.
as he's charting to get blocked. And well, let's see how this turns out.
Um,
Kroko with a Dorito tile. Not looking to go here and connect to the city. Maybe looking to go here and pre-finish the monastery. I wouldn't do that. I think the pattern here is really get a curvy tile like this, and then we finish the monastery without the monastery. With 4 monasteries remaining, we have to be really patient. Also wanted to address this here move earlier that this road of yellow is restricted towards the same dagger that yellow needs over here. Kroko does connect to Yellow City, which seems like a waste of a good tile because he's now kind of using a 3-point city to connect to a 2-point city over here. Also pre-building this road. I guess that makes sense. The restriction makes sense, but still, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, and without the restriction, I think it would make very little sense. With the restriction, I'm like, oh, okay, I can kind of see the whatever. I think I would have been more tempted to just build to the right of the big city and threaten to take that over.
Yep. Oh, right, of course. And this is something that both sides can do still to go over here like this and like this and like this with 3 remaining with one of the 3 remaining city tiles that fit here. Bexy discard the tile. Doesn't know where to use it, but honestly, as Bexy, I would just go here and try to create chaos on the board and try to just create a platform to attack the city for either party, because it feels like yellow is a lot behind here. Red successfully connected to the field, which is going to be at least 9 points, possibly 12 if Patrick finishes this. This field doesn't have any entry square. It's actually completely boxed off. What else? Red protected his monastery very nicely. There are loads of tiles that fit into the square, so he's going to get a meeple back. Maybe like a chance if Red gets a curve here, that Bexy could get a straight line here and try to connect to the field through the outside, but it's really what it is, an outside chance.
That was,
so,
oh, no. How many? That felt like a overly timid move on Fundy's part.
Yeah, but I can understand that he doesn't want to spend meeple on new stuff, on new things. Just,
I mean, I sort of can, except, I mean, he only needs a curve or a cap then to get a meeple back, which is like pretty, you know. So like,
yeah,
notice had he instead meepled the cap, the vanilla below the monastery facing down, he then could have used that monastery that he didn't meeple anyway to block it to a 4-way.
Yep. And he would have succeeded, by the way, because he drew the 4-way as well.
Immediately succeeded, gotten a meeple back. So yeah, I mean, would have, could have, but I think that would have been a little bit better.
And it would have been much better. It would have been much better.
Yeah.
Mm.
Oh, okay.
Bexy,
well, that just took a turn.
Yes, this is this is going to be such a comeback. This is just such a comeback. Where's the Dorito?
Oh my god.
Is he gonna get it? If he's gonna get it, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm so nervous for. I don't even know why. I don't have a. Am I supposed to root for the American as an American? Maybe.
I was gonna ask for you. Like, are you gonna?
Honestly, I hadn't thought. I mean, the thing is, I was never in any way part of the American Carcassonne community because I moved over here in 2018. When I played Carcassonne there, but not in any connected to other people way. But I mean, I guess I have a small amount of like, you know, not pride in America. Let's be clear about that. But like, at least a bit of. Oh, really? What was left? Why did he do that? That seemed unnecessarily risky.
Okay. I mean, this is understandable though, because like that's such a huge threat. I mean, both sides want to do a lot of things about it, and now Bexy has some very tricky choices. Like after players have exchanged quick points in a variety of places, the scoreboard difference is still the same, and so the main question is: do we go here for 4 points, or do we do this? And honestly, I think this might be the move here. Trying to restrict options for Croco, still preserving the chance to get one of the 2 remaining Road Dorito tiles to win the game on the spot there right now with a big 20-point city.
I also wonder, would you have, I mean, I guess it's still worth it. I would have been almost tempted as Fundy not to meeple that 6-point city. Because there's no triple city road tile. There's no horse tiles left.
Not to meeple that. Which city again?
So the one all the way to the right. I would have been tempted to just leave it unmeepled because your best bet is to get a. Oh wow! Well, here we go. But your best bet is to block that. Right, so you could then block that city. If you get the Road Dorito first, or any Dorito first, then you can block that city without sacrificing a meeple.
Well, regardless of the outcome would have been the same. I do like sacrificing a meeple here for reasons, because there's still city caps that actually can give you 6 points. And Croco now missing. Come on. Now just being so demoralized after Bexy finally completed his 26-point city and dropped a 6-point farmer, Croco did not see what I think was the clear response of going over here And dropping a farmer by finishing
Yeah.
the 8-point city, that definitely would have been the move. Now, this I can understand. He's taking 4 points. He's like blocking this road, but we're way past blocking at this stage in the game. We have to score because our field here is not big enough to overcome the score difference and the other field of Bexy, and our
Well,
chances
he may have
here.
been thinking better to score. He may have just been thinking better to score 4 than to score 8, but then have a good chance that your opponent then scores 8 in return. So, but yes, I think because of the farmer,
Yeah,
it
because of the
was.
farm, and also then you can later block that meeple, and you force them to spend a tile anyway. This is just so. Well, anyway,
It's
what do we?
interesting that Bexy just set up a block, but that is in that block. There is no perfect block. There's no complete block available against that
Well,
city.
there is if you get to rows, because you get to use the
Oh,
rows
right,
to
sorry,
block
sorry. I meant
toward the
you're right,
rows.
right.
Instead, Croco's gonna get it
Nice.
and score 6 points for the city, 2 points for the road, which is why we
That's,
meeple this stuff.
there we go. So not no longer so far behind. I mean, I think the
Yeah.
problem is that there's still two, right? So like there's still likely to be a 8 point move from Bexy when they get one of the two remaining.
5 points move because it's his in the opponent's field, but still, yeah, I
Oh
have to
yes,
agree
sorry, five
here.
point.
This setup is pretty important. Also, Bexy ahead on the scoreboard, but Croak was ahead on Meeples, and he can use one of them for 6 points over here. Looks like a very
Yeah,
strong monastery. I mean, we have to just spend as many Meeples as we possibly can in this stage of the game.
absolutely.
And this would restrict the city
Also
somewhat.
restricts it to yeah.
I guess we can unrestrict ourselves at the expense of adding a point to our opponent's monastery. That would be an interesting idea. There's really nothing else that we can do, it seems. Maybe going here for some blocking, but again, it appears that we're way past that stage of the game.
Yeah.
Also,
I
this
mean, it
road.
also seems worth it.
Hmm?
Sorry. Oh, I was just saying it also seems worth it given that it also yeah it unrestricts you and is shielded, so it's an extra point away.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a net positive move regardless, and it just like puts pressure on your opponent to do something about that city. This move could be considered if they were monasteries, if they were road monasteries or road ends available, the T crossroads. So this is a potential 5 point threat, right? 4 points for the road, 1 point for the monastery. But this is no longer possible because all tiles of this kind are already on the board. But Patrick is thinking about this one. Maybe trying to lose on time again, in a winning position again.
Still got
But
quite a bit of time though. I mean, 5 minutes and 7 moves or whatever is not too.
I know. But if you want, you can. If you try to lose on time, all you have to
Right.
do is just wait 5 minutes. Like it's
Yeah,
a
I didn't.
dangerous
That
endeavor.
didn't seem. I wonder why he. I feel like the net. Well, I guess that's net two rather than. But there's still so many tiles for him to connect. I think I would have just rather taken the.
Yeah, I guess I understand how he might not want to help his opponent's monastery, but
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
I guess in sort of his point that he's taking 2 points in the short term instead of one, something like this.
I wonder whether it's worth trying to get onto the farm here.
Which one?
Oh,
The
the just the to no, I guess it's not big enough. Oh yeah, I mean you could actually yeah, that's not a bad. Oh no, wait, you already have the lead on that one. Sorry. I was like, look, there's a way on to the field you don't need to get on. Um no, I probably just take one, two. Oh no, that's no good. Hmm. Interesting. I might I might just throw this in my no, I'm not in that field. Okay, fair enough. Oh,
But it creates an attacking platform against that
uh,
field, yeah.
except it's a, well, yes, but not a very useful one, which is, I mean, he could be hoping that Bexy, so like for instance, this piece would leave no, like, it would just be a complete, it
Waste of a
would be,
meeple, yeah.
yeah, a complete waste of a meeple.
So there are no curves remaining and no city caps remaining and no monasteries remaining after this one
Yep.
and no
So the only thing
Doritos
left,
remaining. Hmm?
the only thing left is a road Dorito, two daggers, and three cow tiles,
3 cow tiles.
which
Yeah.
is like a bit. Well, that's why I was saying that Bexy's thing of tossing that 2
Hmm.
point, the 2 point Dorito onto the bottom right there was like a bit, because like Crocodile Fundy will probably end
Gotcha.
up using, yeah.
Wait, so then don't we have a win condition? So let's say, let's say Bexy goes here for the 7 point monastery, which appears to be their best move.
Hmm.
How about?
Oh,
Oh, that's pretty good. Blocking this stuff, because I was thinking as Kroko with you said 3 cow tiles remaining, he could have just gone here and fought for a big ruin with one more meeple, and that would be like an 8-9 points, something like this, which totally justifies the investment of a
oh
meeple
yeah,
in this
totally.
stage of the game.
Yep.
Because like this is pretty close.
Yeah. I mean, according to the imperfect thing, Bexy's up by 1 point.
Yeah, and I think this road Dorito was needed by Kroko to go here and score points.
I wonder if you just take this 6 points here.
Well, I mean, we could take many things. We could go here, take the 5 point road. We could go here, take the 6 point city actually as well. What else? What else? What else? We could just add 2 points over here and postpone the decision for a little bit later. But it does seem that we need to do something decisive. I feel like using a meeple is the way to go right now.
I think. Oh, okay. I mean, the other thing I thought about doing was blocking my own city to the one remaining cap. So you place this next to the piece that Crocodile
Gotcha.
just played,
Yeah,
because
but then the
otherwise, odds are Crocodile gets a cow and uses it to make sure that that city doesn't get completed.
okay, and Kroko's still behind 1 point because I don't think that we need to complete that city. Because you see, the thing is, and that's why I like this move. It's just a simple move. Like we don't have to complete the city in order to win. We just need to
Right.
avert bad things happening. Because Kroko could, in theory, still score using that same dagger tile that you're talking about, right? He could just go here and take a point for a road and start a new city, or he could just go here still.
Oh, that's right.
So Bexy
No, I mean,
chooses.
I think you're right that this is probably the best. It was just sort of like, if you want to, yeah. Oof. Yeah. This was not a. I mean, Kroku just didn't get very lucky with the last few tiles here too either.
I don't think that's a fair assessment because like the tiles are equal for both players. The
Oh yeah,
difference
no, sorry.
is,
I'm not saying. All I meant was that he was clearly hoping to get one of the like the three curves are coming at the very end.
oh, got you.
Oh,
Yeah,
I just meant that he didn't get any of the curves that would have at least given him the advantage of getting a meeple back and being able to write like meeple end play or whatever, right? So like,
yeah,
for
true,
instance, he
true.
could have gotten. There were just a few things that would have created threats. Like if he'd gotten one of the daggers, then he could jump on it and threaten to complete for 7 points, and the other, that sort of thing.
Uh, so what do we have here? So assuming that we trust, obviously we trust the software that Bex sees ahead, a couple of points. It
Yeah,
does
3 points
appear,
according to the software.
yeah. So if he just does this and takes this little ruin for 4, he's +7. And how does Kroko take 7 points? He doesn't. That's the short answer. He just doesn't.
I mean, the other thing about the move I suggested earlier, again, I mean, I think you're right that it's not probably needed, but I mean, Bexy has these, right? So like that would have protected his city to one of the two daggers, and so then that would mean that either dagger would basically just guarantee him the win.
Well, my big concern here is, oh, I see that. That's super cool. That's actually super cool. I mean, they're just like, when you're ahead by a little bit in a position like this, there's several ways to win the game, so you don't even need to worry about this too much. And eventually, yeah. So the best move for Croco is actually to go here and to score 5 points for the road, I presume. There is no risk of that city cap being abused. Bexey did spend his sweet time, and I was starting to worry that he got himself under a minute, but still 55 seconds is enough to place his last move. So is Bexey's last tile the dagger that fits into the other city, like this one?
It's the Bexey's last tile is the left-handed dagger.
Yeah.
So yeah, so he's just gonna take a final. So I mean, it's just a final. What plus?
+1, really.
+1.
Yeah, +1 every which way. That's actually also quite interesting, because if you do go here and finish the city for 6 points, you're only scoring 4 extra, but really 1 extra because you're given 3 points for your opponent's field. So it's a question of aesthetics. Do you want to actually complete the puzzle, or do you want to leave this hole and say, hey, I didn't even need this dagger, I won regardless?
Yeah, I'm just gonna throw it on one of my yep, and there it is, the little the little the little needle.
Yeah, being a bit cheeky. So +2,
I think there's a
+3.
way of seeing it cheeky, but I also think there's a way of seeing it as just like sorry. According to this, +3. Although yeah, I will see what the but yeah, I think there's a way of seeing it as cheeky. I also think there's a way of seeing it as just sort of like you know, look, I understand, right? Like a lesser player might think, well, obviously you take the city, but like I understand that really this is just 1 point. Like that, you can also just see it as.
Not sure how to help you with that.
Oh, I don't know why Alexa thought I was talking to her.
That actually is a problem sometimes, because that could be because of my name.
Oh, that's funny.
When people talk to me in their homes, sometimes they get their digital assistant to work by accident. That does get a bit annoying.
I did once. I was once in a talk, and the speaker happened to also be named David, and I accidentally hit the button on my phone, and my phone was like, "I'm sorry, David, I didn't understand that." Right in the middle of this person's talk, it was a bit awkward.
So yeah,
I want to let me open the next game. There we go.
So we did see Bexey win by 3 points, as confirmed by David's very precise counting or reading the software. But also very interesting back and forth game. First of all, an untraditional blocking move, which is suboptimal, but ended up working in this instance, gave Croco a big advantage. Bexey then decided to come back with the big city on the right and then eke out the win that way. Now, Croco is the starting player with the red meeples. He also took the first 4 points. Bexey with a Rhodes and a slightly suboptimal move over here. But it ends up sort of kind of working, although
that's a lot of commitment there.
Yep. I mean, it's still correct, but it does look pretty weird. Like, it almost screams that you're going to lose 2 meeples there, but it doesn't really happen that often. Although, as Croco, I am tempted to go here and try, like, right now. This also is just fine. Increasing the vulnerability of these 2 squares.
I might have given him the point.
I would have given him the point. I think we have to do it right now. Like basically just call his bluff, right?
Yeah. Like, okay, you want all your meeples at the very beginning of the game tied to this? Like, well, and there we go.
Now we do it. We go here.
Just got it to a 50-50.
Just got it to 50-50. And now a curve. And now a curve. We also place a curve here.
Yep.
To make sure that the third meeple is also pointing in there. Oh man, Bexey's gonna have himself some trouble.
This is so mean. Oh, he rescued one of them.
I know, like.
I was like, I a little bit wanted like that to be punished, only because the brazenness of also placing the monastery. I was just like, all right.
But like the monastery, that was also the only legal square. So this one I couldn't understand.
It was totally reasonable. It was just the like, you know, yeah. I don't actually disagree with the move at all. I just
I know the morbid curiosity. That's also what gets to me. Because you just want to see a perfect
this
storm.
is an interesting. Okay, so
Yeah.
I presume he was trying to decide whether it was worth it to open up the attacking spot, which was then immediately taken advantage of.
Not worth it, really. I think it's just much better to develop your monastery and also create a platform for another monastery.
Yeah. That's what I would have thought, because like, I mean that was a nice little diamond city that was getting developed there. That's now been invaded
Well, I
by
mean,
the
we did
Americans.
force our opponent to use a city cap, which is not an optimal attacking tile, and probably,
Sure.
honestly, as Kroko, actually, I don't think this attack is correct.
Really
Yeah, we have to wait for a better tile because that city is just not good enough. A better move is to
Interesting.
go here and open a second attacking platform against yellow here.
I see.
Yeah, but it's like it's very difficult, and so there are these like rules of thumb and recipes for the opening, and for me at this point it's kind of easy because then the move of going here and starting a new city I would just like make without even thinking. But then, so it depends on the quality of the tile. If we had a cow, or at least a Dorito, or something which is open at the other side at lower quality, then we obviously do this. Because sometimes when you invade like this square gets blocked, Bexy builds a big ruin, and we just I hate in being in mini battles like this. So far, we're still doing.
Sorry, I'm just laughing at the potential setup of another four spot there for a like the tiniest mini battle ever.
I know. Well, it is 3 versus. Hey, like a point is a point is a point. Unfair, unjust, gets bailed out by the deck.
Like, that was Kroku's piece, sir.
Yeah, but there's no justice in this game. Just gotta live with this. And also, Krokus City was actually super dangerous. So you know what? Patrick was 1 tile away from blocking it permanently because we're out of starting tiles. If a Dorito were to have gone over here, this square would have been perfectly blocked. So Kroko also got bailed out by the deck a little bit.
Yep.
Oh, and look at this. He still wants to block at least something, right? Because he starts a 6-point field, and then he wants to get a city plus row tile and block this square permanently. Like, I think both players just don't care if they're going to win or not. They just care just like killing off each other's meeples.
Yeah. I know. Okay, no, it didn't work out, buddies. Sorry.
So Patrick is going to develop his monastery, and actually it's now turning into something substantial with platforms for more monasteries. Straight line here, monastery here, but the first or the second monastery of the game goes to Kroko for 7 points and a massive expansion.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
That was unexpected. Okay, that was a big...
okay, whatevs.
Sure.
Yeah, the thing with the splitting here, it does score a couple of points, but it's also in our opponent's field. And it's also...
set up a block.
I mean, the block was there regardless, right? But the thing with this move is... Yeah, you go.
Oh, sorry, I just meant the block wasn't there. Like, without the splitter, then the...
No, but you can still go here with a straight line and and abuse this square. So
right,
it wasn't.
It wouldn't be 100% block. That's all I meant.
Yeah, but then it would create something worse because then Kroko could connect here with a regular Dorito and still block this regardless. And so Bexy is saying at least, hey, he's gonna get like a little bit of something in return. Kroko now completes the block, but Bexy gets to continue his road. Slight imprecision there. Was I think better to take this, but whatevs. Yeah, actually, I don't know. I mean, I do, but
there are still three Doritos left, so that seems fine. I mean, not Doritos, Jaggers.
So yeah, but I still like Patrick's idea of building up a long road around his monastery. So the reason really why monasteries are so powerful in this game is not just about monasteries themselves, that you get to have a double or triple scoring machine by building stuff around. And now we could continue with that and start a new city, although it says... Actually, it's not even that risky.
Yeah, because it's just still... That's only the first one of those, right?
Yeah, so there's still 2 tiles like this. If we go here,
Yeah,
then our
I
city
think
here
I
is
just
pretty
go for
safe.
it. Yeah. Oh, really? Yeah.
I can understand. I can understand. Look at this. He would have been blocked and stuff, but still.
But again, only partially blocked, and it would be a wait. I mean, it would be a throwing away a tile for a. Yeah, I think I still want to go for it.
Yeah, I think it was still meepling this correct. Like, I can understand not meepling this, but it was a bit of a chickeny move. Oh, but we do get help from our opponent because this road is being restricted, but it's also setting up a devastating road monastery, which is not going to be drawn by Patrick. Instead, it's going to be drawn by Kroko here for 6 points, I presume. Patrick using his city cap to not finish his city at the bottom. Honestly, it rubs me the wrong way, but maybe it ends up working.
I mean, I think maybe this is not something to pay too much attention to, but I think I wouldn't have done it only, or I would have been. It's nice, it's tempting, but I'd be worried about it mostly because there it is. The Quad City is not out yet. I was literally just about to say the Quad
Not
City is
just the
not out
Quad
yet.
City. David, that's an excellent point. Not just the Quad City, but 6 other big tiles that could be
Yeah.
used to mess up the city of Bexay and also limit the potential of that field. At the very least, Bexay does complete a long road and also limits the field of red and limits red city as well. But the thing with these moves, like wasting city caps like this, it's tempting, but it just doesn't work mathematically. Like it's very it just doesn't work often enough to be worth the
Is
effort.
the
And
thought just, oh, if I finish my city, then there's a good chance that on the next move, my opponent takes a 9-point field? I guess that's the.
yeah, that's pretty interesting. But then we could just attack that field because it's not like it's closed forever.
Yeah, and so I think that's the. I mean, I think, yeah, it can be tempting to worry about that kind of compensation that people get from fields, but you have to remember that, like there's a huge difference between points you've already got in the bank and field points that you can just keep fighting for with that meeple that you just got back from your city.
Yeah, exactly. But it's also I think a very wise consideration that you thought about the quadruple city tile and about all the big blocking tiles that were still available in the deck. So the fewer blocking tiles available, the more you should be willing to keep your meeple in limbo for a longer time. So now as Bexa, yeah, he does get the 7 points from the field, 4 points for the city, 3 points for the field, but then Kroko can attack, like right now or later. There are multiple attacking platforms, and the bottom city still needs some love from the deck in order to be turned into a tangible threat. There's still a sizable number of big tiles and Doritos to actually build around about this. The only one concern from Bexay's perspective is that we're running kind of short-term city plus road tiles. So here, it seems that we explicitly need a road Dorito. But, we can get it. Both players dead equal on the scoreboard. Bexy with the extra monastery, Kroko with a better field, and also a slightly better developed city. Interesting addition to Bexy City, which is now worth 7 points. And a cow tile for the American. And what do we do here? So I was thinking whether to go for this high scoring move, and it does seem to be the case. But it does actually very nicely cover up this field. Now this 9-point field looks very much justified, and it's kind of hard to invade. But then again,
I would have been tempted instead to take the. I would have been tempted to take the points instead next to the monastery.
So next to the...
both to eliminate the monastery spot, but also because there's only one field Dorito left, so almost all the pieces you would have to use to get it out would mean adding a cap to a horse, which is like not going to be great late game, especially when you're down meeples already.
I mean, you could just meeple that city, but yeah, I agree your point, especially because it kills off the monastery option. And there's still 2 monasteries remaining. Oh, Kroko with just draws the world. This is a fantastic dagger to start some serious threats. Bexy now kind of tempted to take this 4-point road, but then you can't because there's still a sizable number of Doritos remaining to finish that city. Although define sizable for me, I guess 3 is a lot.
Define it 3. Well, sorry, 3 and a splitter.
Yeah, it seems to be a tad too much. Because also the thing, if you do this, And then you go. Then later your opponent finishes the city and drops a second farmer. So you know, why not? We go here.
Although there are a lot of caps, right? So really it's 2 points. It really is 4 points for 2 points.
That's true. But you know what? I like the idea of attacking the city instead and spending a meeple. And then we try and draw a Dorito and then we drop a farmer here as yellow. Because we do want to attack the big field at the top. And there is just no field invasion platforms at the moment. But we can create one artificially by going over here. And then we get the Dorito. Because the thing is like...
Sorry, where is here? That's the one I...
Well, obviously in that stop, like at the top, you know, trying to attack the city.
Oh, okay.
And the thing is... If Croco, like after this attack, if he draws a Dorito and Patrick chooses not to do it for reasons understandable to me, but I don't like those reasons. Quick points for Croco and increasing the vulnerability of the city. But the city survives just for now, but a big tile is gonna break it. Break it. We know what the Americans are gonna do.
According to the thing, they are now dead even. So he's about to give... If he breaks the city, he's actually giving Bexy the lead.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. But you know, like, all Croco needs to consolidate his position, just one measly city cap. We go over here at the top, finish the city, drop a farmer. That's it. We should win this.
Yeah, I'm not saying he shouldn't do it. It was just amusing that it was that was the... Anyway. So he's thinking. Lots of thinking.
In the meantime, David, you're getting compliments in the chat.
Oh. Well, thank you. Compliments.
And I have to agree with them. So
it takes a while because I don't know if the people in chat realize how tricky it is because you're behind the stream and I can't see Alexey's screen. So basically, all the time when he says, and then you can do this, 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 I have to like learn to infer what he's talking about.
Yeah, I'll also try to do a better job at explaining myself. Anyway, so the cow tile does go.
And it's for the streamers. Like, I mean, it's for the watchers. Like, that's what makes sense. But it's interesting because it does actually get easier as time goes on. Like, I can track what you're saying better than I could earlier. It's interesting.
Yeah. Same as with tile counting.
Yes.
Anyway, yeah, so Croco does indeed add the cow tile, of course, to break Bexy's city, and I think the deliberation was just asked for orientation of this cow. I do think it is the correct orientation in this particular instance. Bexy, of course, gets one city cap, but not the other. Croco now with a Dorito, but ideally he wishes a city cap. It's like, yeah, it's nice, but you know, a really city cap would be nice. So, he goes to start a new city, wanting for that city cap. Bexy with a monastery, just bam, for 5 points. Should we do it? At least intuition says me yes. But there's some other alternatives. We could like go
looking at what's left. Well, no. Well, sorry, not necessarily no, but there are no more pieces that fit in. So he's just blocked his monastery in.
So there are no road tiles whatsoever.
There are no road tiles.
Yeah, man. Like this is how interesting these things sometimes are. Anyway, so Croco is gonna finish one of his cities and drop a farmer. It's a huge city cap for the
but that farmer
American.
Is, that farmer cannot connect.
But still, like well, I mean, it's just insurance, like 3 points and stuff.
Oh yeah, sorry, I'm not saying. Oh no, I was just saying, just so we know that farmer can't connect. I'm not just saying.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's yeah.
It's just to make sure that Bexy can't do.
So there's literally no way to connect. That's what's interesting.
Huh. So what are the remaining tiles? Could you just name all of them?
The remaining tiles are an umbrella, a road Dorito, a regular Dorito, a cow, a splitter, and a monastery. So the only pieces that can fit into that. So there's nothing that can fit to the right of that, and the only thing that can fit to the left and down are pieces that don't then have anything themselves that would connect up, if that makes sense.
Gotcha. In that case, with the tile that you're describing, strange though it may seem, this appears to be the move. We go over here, drop a meeple like this, try to ninja farm all the way through road Dorito, and we hope that our opponent has a city tile, like the cow with which they cannot block. So this is my first instinct. My second instinct is to go here and try to block the completion of Croco's city in case Croco does draw the final rose tile. But in either case, our position seems to be quite problematic because this here move was a lot of points. That was a 10-point move, in fact. That has to hurt quite a lot. So, minus how much is Croco at the moment? Bexy at the moment?
Croco's up 10.
10, yeah. So it does look like, well, we can either attack the big field or we can maybe finish our little field, our little city and drop a farm. It doesn't appear to be quite enough, does it?
No, I think at this point, yeah, I don't know. I think you just have to maybe play next to Croco City and hope he doesn't get the right cap. I'm not sure. I'm actually just not sure what you do with this. It's not nothing. There's nothing nice.
I mean, I am inclined to think about that field attack, though. It looks very weird. It looks ugly and wrong, but maybe that's what we have to go for. Because like, how else do we take 10 points? Because even if with the field, okay, we're gonna get 18 for connecting over here. Okay, 15 for connecting over here. Yeah, Croco just does this and finishes the city, man. Our life is grim.
Yeah.
I feel like his winning chances are what? With 5 tiles remaining, that's
yeah.
like
okay.
under
I wondered
10%.
if you would do. Oh, okay.
I do.
Well,
This is my first instinct. I think it's the correct move. I think it's not going to work, but I think it's the correct move.
No,
because there was a tile sequence.
I don't even think. I think Croco wins even if he ignores that end. I mean, it would be inefficient, but I think he might win even if he ignored that end. Just completed his. Well,
yeah, I'm trying to calculate at the moment. I think the sequence was like 1 in 20 of this working.
It would.
Sorry, what would? Sorry.
Oh, I'm saying if Croco just finishes his city and drops a farmer, that wins even if Bexy connects.
Even if Bexy connects, exactly. So the point, like, Bexy needs to finish the city and connect to the farm.
Him 12. He's up 10. It loses. Yeah. So there's just nothing. I mean, just Bexy is. Well, sorry, Bexy could just complete his too, so it's not entirely true. But
it is still the correct move, though, and at the very least,
oh yeah. Oh, I'm not. I'm just saying. I mean, and the correct move for. I mean, Croco can now nicely just take. I mean, if I were Croco, I'd take 3 points facing that upwards. Because there's a splitter left, which would then be a 10-point move.
Yep, exactly. Oh, this splitter could be so painful. So painful. Well, can Bexy get some love from the tile deck? He does get a city tile. Yeah, he's going to get 2 extra points, but at least the splitter. Hopefully can Patrick have at least a splitter?
That would be nice.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he has to just put this on his ruin. Yeah.
Yep, exactly. Nope, he can have no love from the tile deck. Poor Dutchman gets punished for his opening adventures.
Oh my god.
Oh, like, this is just obscene.
Yeah. Oh, here, I'll just have a 10-point move while I'm winning. That's fine. We'll just have that happen.
Still, so Bexy's move, like if I calculate correctly, it gave him 1 in 20 chance in order to win, I think, or something like this. Yeah. So still worth doing, like 5% still absolutely worth doing, but
yeah,
it was a very particular sequence of tiles. So he needed.
I mean, I think he would have had to get that, but also both caps, maybe.
1 cap is fine. 1 cap is fine. So here's what needs to happen. Okay. With this move, we have to hope that our opponent's next tile is specifically the cow, for which there's already 1 in 6 chance. Because this is the only tile with which Croco would not be able to block this invasion. So let's say that he gets the cow. Now, our next tile has to specifically be this here tile, because if we don't invade, then we're going to get blocked soon enough on our next move. So it's already, actually, yeah, it's way a lower chance.
Doesn't Croco just put the... I mean, doesn't Croco just put the cow on Bexy City? And then that, like... then it's like almost no chance.
Nah, but then it's too many points to give up. Then
No, I
Bexy
didn't think.
gets
Oh, but
two
I didn't think it
extra,
was.
and he can like win without completing his city.
So he gets 2 points extra, and then I think that puts him what 4 points up. But then Kroku still had several meeple.
I know, but also like pulling the trigger with the cow in your opponent's city is a difficult move to make.
I understand. I think there was. I suspect that there were. I suspect that that would have been. How would he have? Because the only way, yeah, I think it. I think it would have been almost unbeatable, but I'm not positive. I'd have to go back and run all the possibilities. But
In any case, that did appear to be the move, and this is also what separates experts and masters, because like Bexy in his position, he did have, I think, less than 3% chance in order to win this, actually, but he did make the best move to give him these 3%, whereas many players would have just made a normal scoring move and given up. So we're now in the decider, one Bexy, one Kroko.
Exciting.
And
only one starting tile left already. And,
okay. the crossroad tiles.
Today.
Yeah, the crossroad tile already gone out. So lots of blocking in this game. Yeah. Bexy now a bit ahead on the scoreboard, but Kroko with starting player advantage with the early monastery, which is controlling yellow's road. This road of red is a little bit unappealing because of the lack of the starting tiles. These here meeples are actually kind of a bit of dangerously placed, but I think Kroko can deal with them pretty easily if only he manages to get a city cap soon enough, which he doesn't. So from Bexy's perspective, it's not crazy to do this. To actually try and block Kroko's city, this is incredibly annoying to deal with. Or to do this, which is also annoying to deal with, because now this is like a semi-Ukrainian move, because with one meeple he's controlling this road and this monastery. And then he's also giving himself a chance to finish the road and place a road monastery over here. So that's a very creative play here from the Dutchman. Me likey so far.
Yeah, I'm not sure I would have thought of that one. I'll be honest. That was a unique.
Bexy, I think, with a bit of... Well, actually, no. I think it's fine. Starting a new road and also putting a bit of pressure on this here square. Because actually now Kroko needs to decide which meeple to save. A logical scoring move is to take 2 points over here and trying to pre-build towards the triangle. And if you don't do it, something like this happens. But if you were to do as I suggested, then this square here would be vulnerable as well.
Yeah. Well, and I guess that square is more vulnerable, right? Because there's 3 of those daggers left, but only the one starting tile.
Yeah, but actually, I think like the move that I was suggesting was correct, but I'm not sure about correct. I don't have an answer to this. It's like very difficult prioritization-wise to decide which one's better. There's so many factors at play there, and well, that's a very adventurous meeple from Kroko to get two of them.
Oh, and it's immediately going to get punished, I'm assuming.
You think so?
Punished. I mean, there's still 3. No, you're right. Oh, okay, that's fun.
That is fun, because he's trying to block the... This is actually really cool, because look for what Yellow's trying to do. Yellow's trying to get a straight line to go over here and permanently block this meeple, because we don't need to block all meeples of our opponent. We only need to block one meeple in order to get an advantage.
Yeah, that's lovely.
And if Kroko gets a curve, he's kind of forced to go there, continuing Patrick's Road, in which case Patrick's Road is just fantastic for like, what, 7, 8 points? Something like this? 8 points, 7 points? Going through Red City. So this is a very nice find here from Bexy, but this is not over. Imagine at some point, of course, Red is going to want to finish this road, right? For whichever crossroads, curves, whatever. Then Patrick is going to build over here and then block the square, leaving this guy with 1 point stranded, and then building up himself a big, incompleted but high-scoring city on the right. So that's a really nice find here from Patrick. The American now gets himself a city tile, which looks like it belongs over here to try and do some indirect defense. But maybe it's better to just start a new city somewhere in the top, I don't know, and then wait for a better tile. So what does your instinct say here,
My
David?
instincts, which are probably crazy, are to go all the way to the right and threaten to make that thing into a monstrosity.
Oh, like this. Oh, interesting. Okay. That's actually quite a lot of fun. You know,
Yeah, I mean, it's not. Oh, there we go. That worked out nicely. Yeah, I mean, it's not. It's not. It's. I don't know if it would work, but I prefer. I prefer it somewhat to what I don't know. Given what he did, like no one. You're not finishing that city,
Oh, you
probably.
are.
Like,
Oh, you are. You are like Dorito and City Cap, and then just Bexy's and Dire Straits. Like this is such a defective. So the extender plus triple city is a very unappealing looking, but deceptively powerful tile combo for city building.
okay.
So I do like the move in principle. And it seems that getting bailed out by the deck a little bit, it kind of feels like Patrick was, putting pressure on so well and just the dagger for Kroko, but now we're completely equal. Still a good position for yellow with this road monastery over here, with this annoying city tile just bothering everybody, with another monastery and an extra people to play with.
So do you now just go to the left of the city you just started? And oh, okay.
Nah, this, you do this, yeah.
For that.
Because the point of these city patterns, like, so if you start a city with a triple city and extender, the way you build them up is you take care of the invasion platforms as soon as possible. So when you start the city, there's an invasion platform over here and an invasion platform over here. And the plan is we take a city cap here, and we take a Dorito here before our opponent is trying to invade. Now, it's not going to really work in this particular instance, but Kroko hasn't really invested that much time into the city, so it worked out just fine. His city here got a little bit broken, but whatever.
What I was imagining, I think what I was imagining was that you were not. Oh, that was nice. What I was imagining was that you were not going to meeple it, and you were going to leave it there in the hopes that it blocked two of Yellow's meeples because they only got a city and field tile.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's actually, in that sense, that's pretty interesting. But then your square at the top becomes just like a tad too vulnerable. So I do like what Kroko ended up doing here. And also, the thing with two meeples blocked, like, they're kind of frozen anyway. And it's
That's
just
right. No, they are. It was just more. I was thinking it was one of these things where you wouldn't, where because it was his last meeple, that he could, he could set up a threat rather than spending it in the way that it did indeed get blocked with the quad city. But
oh, gotcha. Yeah, I have to agree here. And I mean, placing the meeple on the city is perfectly normal when you can recover it pretty easily. And then there's also this road and so on and so on. And you have to take like a little bit of risk. So Kroko's move makes sense to me. In the meantime, the play for the last couple of moves have been revolving around the top cities. Bexy kind of to build up his top half a little bit. Also breaking the city of his opponent. Red now trying to cover up as much as he can, trying to make the city back into a threat as soon as possible. A bit harder to accomplish than normal given the short supply of city plus road tiles in the deck way early from the game, but still completely doable. Bexy now building up his own side of the city and the north, nicely equalizing this red meeple at the bottom. And an interesting shape of the board in the process, as this here monastery square has been created for either side to take advantage of. Now, Kroko with another monastery, and he's going over here, of course, for 8 points. That's a huge draw for the Americans. Still, the Dutchman probably would gonna need that monastery to equalize. He's in the meantime building the monastery at the top. Red also completed his 5-point road, and Kroko gets the other monastery as well. Oh, what a draw here. A 16-point draw in 2 moves for the American player. And yet he's hesitating and he's worrying me. Is there actually a chance that he's not going to go there? Of course not. He goes there for 8 points. And with that, the position of the Dutch player has become increasingly difficult. But hey, we can still do stuff. How about we try and go here? And we try to play against this square and against this square. An alternative is this didn't quite end up working out, as the American immediately frees up his city. Bexy just continues his own stuff. Kroko getting himself a city tile.
I would have preferred playing that cow on the soon-to-be ruin at the bottom.
Yep.
Because it would have threatened both, right? So, like, even if they get the recovery, it also threatens that you're going to win a mini battle against 1 point to whatever you manage to turn that into.
Exactly, exactly. And I think there's something else that Patrick might have overlooked. So let's say if you go over here, and then you block this square or whatever, and then let's say if red does get something like a road Dorito to manage to recover his monastery, then this yellow meeple would gain access through cow and Dorito tiles to this here city of red, whilst also potentially blocking this 1-pointer. And
yeah, that's fun.
I know, but it's a very non-obvious pattern, and as a result, the American player ends up freeing up both these monasteries, which really he had no business doing.
And it's not obvious that, so that further connection you're talking about wasn't obvious. But I do think if you can threaten 2 meeples rather than 1, that's more fair.
Yes.
Like,
or rather, I think a better way of thinking about it, if you can threaten 2 squares rather than 1. Because it's creating 2 threats and your opponent cannot really respond to both. Now, perfectly respectable move at the top as well, trying to play against the straight line. Yeah. Just it felt, not just because of the tile draw, but I also even instinctively, before you said this, I kind of drew the blocking move where you were saying, David, and then just used this as an alternative option.
Okay.
Yeah, and these levels, like, so all of these moves make sense. Like, none of these are really mistakes, but realizing which move is like a couple of percentage points better by either calculation or intuition is really what's required at the top level. Bexy still fighting back.
One Dorito left. I was kind of hoping, again, just content move, that he was gonna try to eat up that meeple that Bexy just played.
Oh, that would be fun.
Which would have been fun, but it wasn't very plausible, but it was a fun idea.
In the meantime, Bexy does successfully complete his monastery.
Yeah.
And drops a farmer for 6 points and then some possibly. This meeple can still survive. Then this road is kind of in danger because with a simple curve, red could extend, yellow could extend red's road and put this into this blocked square or close to blocked square.
So here, do you consider equalizing yellow's cap on the right to protect your big city? Because it's still completable. Yeah, exactly this.
And it's not necessarily about completing the city, it's just about preserving the threat and being annoying. Because we see that Bexy's short on meeples as well, and it's difficult for them to equalize that ruin. And ideally here is Kroko. We want even yellow to invest their last meeple right now, for example, to invade the city. I'm not sure if you should do this as yellow, but it's something that I would be considering. And then we can just block that square. Or we can allow them to invade, in which case we have 1 meeple and our opponent has 0 meeples, and then we score, and then Bexy doesn't.
And it wouldn't be crazy because Kroko is Bexy has quite a few ways to get meeple back, so it's not a huge risk to attack that city right now.
Would you do it though? Like right now?
I think I would, just because I'm far enough behind that, like, right, so at least, again, according to the counter thing, Bexy's down by about, 17 or something like that, and like that's a pretty sizable ruin. So I just would have been tempted to do it, and then I mean now I'm eating my words because I would have lost a bunch of quick points, but
you would have connected to the ruin though.
But I would, right, it would have connected to the ruin. And I guess I'm looking at, so there are 3, 4, 5, there are 5 tiles left to complete his monastery, and 4 caps left to complete his city. So it just felt like it wasn't too much of a risk.
Yeah, honestly, like I think Patrick is now starting to
So like
tilt
there
or
we go.
something. He does complete the monster, but I think with this move, you really kind of had to attack the city of Kroko because he's building up a lot at the top. But these cities could be potentially shared. Like there's still tiles that fit into this square, two of them for that matter. So as Crocodile Fundy, do you ever not finish your city and just go here and try to YOLO for a quick completion for a quick game
Oh,
win?
that's absolutely what I would do. I think I would absolutely do it because there's only, I mean, so there's only one quad city. I'm sorry, there's one triple city left, right? So either Bexy has to waste a meeple on a 50. If Bexy gets a tile that would interfere, like by, like a city tile, then he has to wait. And he either has to waste a meeple on a 50-50 of connecting or give you a 50-50 of just completing it. Um,
I mean, he'll take the 50-50
the
of
opposite.
connecting. Like beggars can't be choosers. So I think from Kroko's perspective, we don't actually want to give the player who's behind easy 50-50 chances to come back into the game. Because that city on the right is worth 10 points after all. I'd hate to lose that after all the building.
Oh, I agree, but I guess my point is but you're giving them a 50-50, whereas now there are lots of pieces that Bexy could get to attack now. So if it were otherwise protected, then I would agree. But given that Bexy has a decent chance of connecting, and in fact a better chance of connecting with any city tile otherwise, then I feel like limiting it to he has to get a 50-50 before I just close it. Plus, then there's the chance that, I mean, there's 4 tiles left that just complete it next turn.
Yeah, and actually that's a lot of fun. And there are plenty of straight lines. Like for example, Bexy could just get a straight line with which he could helplessly go over here, and Kroko would just easily get a road Dorito and run away with the game.
Right. I mean, that just halves it from 4 to 2. Like that's no big deal. And actually, even worse than that. But yeah, but I mean, he doesn't go for it. But yes,
I
I
think he
think in
should
this
have. I agree.
position,
Yeah.
panicking your opponent a bit would be better. And we'll see. Does he get a? We'll see if he gets is like so. Bexy. Yep. So look. So now Bexy's going to do this, and now Bexy has a much better. So now Bexy's got 3 tiles to connect rather than 1. Whereas he would have had to. I mean, he would have had to either uh go for the 50-50 of connecting or go for the 50-50 that um Crocodile would get the horse and connect himself and then potentially finish it with a cow.
Speaking of horses, how about this Bexy? We get another city tile, and instead of blocking this square, we put a meeple over here, and we try, through a horse, create a ginormous ruin. For example, like right now, like now, we do it.
You mean placing it like at the top right?
No. Here. Oh, yeah, right. I like it. Top left.
Oh, I see. Like next.
The
that's
bigger
fun.
ruin, right? Because there's still a horse to try and eat up this here guy.
I mean, yeah, and why not do it? Well, because there are 2. Yeah, because actually, you might as well because there are 2. So if you get that, amazing. But also, you have 3 tiles left to get a meeple back. Otherwise, so it's not like completely. It's not like it's a complete YOLO or like whatever. You know what I mean? Like it's not a 50-50 for the game.
Yeah, well, I do think that it's probably the best move in this situation, really, because Patrick's still behind. He's still gonna be behind after the connection. Oh, there's some other options. There's something pretty interesting. How many vanillas do we have? 1, 2, 3, 2. Is that enough? Yeah, what else? 2 vanillas. Okay, so we go here. And we just drop the city cap like this. We block or severely restrict Crocus City, and then we hope to get a vanilla city cap to score 4 points here on our next turn, which would in turn also block the square. So kind of, it's a blocking move, but it's like a multi-purpose thing.
I'm also realizing I didn't love
the city cap of
I'm not
Croco,
sure
yes.
it's a good idea for Crocodile to restrict their shared city like that, because otherwise he could have completed himself with a farmer.
The shared city. Yes.
The tiny one.
Yes, the tiny one.
The very tiny one, right? So he's now made it the case that Kroku has the he's now made it the case that Bexy is incentivized to complete that, because by completing it, he just gives himself another 3 points rather than
from the field,
the field.
Kind of a bit confusing for the eyes how this farmer, despite all these crossroads over here, but actually look at this, through the narrow path between this city and this crossroads, this field still goes all the way here, and it touches this soon to be completed city. Yeah,
because in a way, this is I think Bexy's biggest advantage at the moment is that several of the pieces that allow him to complete stuff. I mean, this is why in a way there's something fun about the YOLO you originally suggested about trying to attach. Is it means that there's 4 pieces left that just gives him a pretty big advantage, right? Because like three of them are things that give them both a meeple back, but give him 3 points additional because of the field, and one of them just gives him a giant ruin.
Yeah, so in particular, so sequence-wise, so think about it. Like, red has 5 points here. If yellow goes here and successfully connects, so yellow's going to get 1 point for this horse, 1 point for this tile. Yellow's going to get 5 points from red, and yellow also going to take away 5 points from red by eating up this meeple. So that's a total 12 points with just 2 tiles.
Yeah. And he's currently 14 behind.
Yeah, and actually, I think this is really a way to really try and win the game like this, because, I mean, 12 points is going to be down -2. Then he connects here, he's going to gain an 8-point move with any Dorito. Or, actually, he needs a road Dorito, really, yeah, because that's the only kind that's remaining. So, he can't really finish the city, but whatevs. Then he can also have this, which would be scoring, what? 6 points? Yeah, there'll be a 6-point move here. Finishing this city.
The other thing he could do, which is much more conservative, but just to mention, is that there is a splitter left, so he could also just play it on his. Oh,
the pain! Oh, the chicken!
If he gets the piece next, I'm gonna be so bummed. Oh no. Oh, but it was the other thing I was saying, which is that he could have also just more conservatively just played it on the right, and then instead of connecting to the ruin, he could have just gotten himself another 8-point city and another 3 points on his field.
But like this move,
I don't know if you saw. It's like as it goes down, I'm like yes, 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 and then it was just blank.
Man,
nobody's home.
But this move, it cannot possibly be good, because if you're restricting towards the 50-50, then you're saying that you hope to draw that tile. If you hope to draw that tile, you might as well place the potentially 12-point meeple. Yeah, so like either.
I mean, I understand because he doesn't have any meeple left, so you might think whatever. But I'm like, but he has so. The problem is, I would but then and that's why this goes back to what I was saying. But like, 3 of the other pieces left all give him a meeple back. So there's just like it was just kind of low risk.
Yeah,
I mean, low risk is strong, but
Well, actually, now Patrick has another choice. If he wants, he can like re-attack the ruin again, except that he's gonna need 2 tiles. Like he can, in theory, go here, then get a Dorito.
Get both of them.
Yeah, but like it just would be like just there wasting tiles and stuff. I think he just develops his field really.
Yeah, that seems right.
His plan's probably to score quick points and stuff.
And also, he can develop his field. It's also good. I would develop the field. I actually think what I would do, given that there's only a couple of things left, is I would develop the field by pointing the by pointing the splitter at his little bit of the ruin, because that way it also eliminates a field invasion point if Kroku wanted to use it, but still gives him a cap for his field.
Yeah, that would be. I mean, I guess that would be like a marginal improvement.
It's a small thing. It was just. Like,
no, I agree. So the big tile has been drawn. The horse has been used to connect all the big ruin, and now with no triple city tiles remaining, it's kind of hard for Bexy to do anything. But this still doesn't change the fact, like, you might as well have placed the meeple over here.
Yep.
Just first of all to not lose these points, and hey, like Bexy losing the game regardless if this tile is drawn by Crocodile Fundy.
Exactly.
So, but you know what he can do now? He can go here, add 1 point to the shared ruin, and set up an attacking platform to get 1 more city cap. Go with the meeple here, and try to get a road Dorito to attack this, now much bigger ruin, and then another road Dorito to connect over here. Far-fetched? Yes, but you have to start trying crazy stuff like this. Instead, he goes for more traditional stuff, the equity move, dropping cities in your field. Yeah. Yes, that makes sense, but yeah.
I mean, this fits with the thing you're always saying on the right, which is that like one of the marks of the best players is the sort of wackier stuff they do when they're in this position, right? Like he's making perfectly sensible moves from the perspective of someone who's not in a desperate situation.
Yeah, exactly. And also it's kind of a bit unfortunate and a bit sad because we were just praising Patrick for the previous game where he was in a desperate situation and acted accordingly and did a field invasion move, which was correct. It was working like 2% of the time, but it was still better than 0. And here it seems that maybe he figured that there were still enough tiles remaining that he could do something, and he just went for something more peaceful. Or maybe he was a bit distraught after his desperation didn't work in the previous game. Because actually to try something like this 2 games in a row might be psychologically not the easiest thing to pull the trigger on.
Yeah. No, absolutely. But I don't think there's any way back now.
So, in the meantime, of course, Crocodile is going to prevail here, bringing Americans closer to victory. I am blissfully unaware of the match score, and y'all can see that all the screen. Maybe Netherlands has won, maybe the United States have won. We don't know that. And I kind of don't want to know until this game finishes. In case somebody else is playing, which they might, whom do you want to watch?
Let's see. So who's still?
Actually, we might not have a choice. Yeah, I feel like there has to be 1 game going on at most because Patrick did spend most of his time, and I'm pretty sure he had like a good justification for not dropping a farmer there. He does get 1 ruin. Hey, that's something. And
does he get the? We'll see if he gets the other one.
How the other ruin?
Oh no, sorry, not ruin. I just meant he gets like the little.
Oh, the Dorito, yeah.
No, but he doesn't really want it because that would give Crocodile a piece back. Never mind.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate that he's like not the starting player.
I guess. Unless I'm missing something, 4-point road is here.
4-point road at the top, yeah, that seems to be the way to go. 42 seconds remaining for Bexy. Using all of his time, the road Dorito goes for 0 points for Crocodile, but 0 points is about 15 more points more than he needs in order to prevail.
Yep.
Yeah, I have to feel for Patrick. I feel like he was playing very well in the opening and then got in a tough position. Yeah, I know. It was just a very fun game to watch.
It was. That's interesting. Do you this is completely pointless, but I'm like, in that last move, I'm like, add it to your shared city so you guys can have more points. Like, why are you throwing it over on the why are you just throwing it away?
Oh, you like doing stuff like this.
Like, it doesn't matter, but I'm just like, it makes no difference. But you might as well just throw it on your shared cities so you guys have a couple more points. Like, I mean, or I guess maybe you want your win margin to be larger. That's the only.
You mean like a margin as a percentage?
Yeah, right.
Believe it or not, it actually matters in some situations because they had this weird tiebreaker in the National Belgium Championships last week in person. And the players were legit calculating whether it's worth finishing shared features or not. But that's why obviously the point difference should never be used, but as a tiebreaker. But anyway, congratulations for Croco Fundy. Not only for drawing 2 monastery, but also then managing to control the position pretty well. So, let me see. Bexy is saying, I was in doubt to try the 50% connection of the ruin. I can understand. He spent 4 minutes on this. We were largely disappointed because it wasn't the content move, but I think that was his best shot. And Bexy is saying in the chat, I had only 3 options to get a meeple back, of which 1 I need to connect to the right ruin. Yeah, it's a great analysis, but at that position, 3 options is a lot of options. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
like 10 left or something.
So I can understand. I can understand definitely Bexy's reasoning. I think this is exactly what's going on. But whenever you need to decide whether you want to make a desperate move like this or not, you need to ask yourself, okay, if I'm not going to make the desperate move, what's my winning plan for the game instead? So other than just kind of seeing, oh, this plan is bad, okay, then which plan is good?
Yep.
Maybe the plan was field development in Crossing. Oh, look at this. So both players have their nerves up. Crocodile is saying that his heart rate has greatly increased. That's good. That's exactly what we want to see.
Well, congrats to my fellow countrymen.
Oh, 3-2. So that was a decider for the match, actually. So we picked the right horse. We backed the right horse. And so Crocodile won against Bexy, which we saw. David Lee won against Gottfried. Ollie won against Johnny. Admitted loss 2-0 against Meeple Over People. And Sheldal lost, actually surprisingly, honestly, out of all the tables, I was a bit more confident in Sheldal. But this is Carcassonne, anything can happen. 2 versus 0 against Loose Goose. So Netherlands will not be qualifying for the playoffs, it seems. The United States will be qualifying for the playoffs, it seems. I mean, they have 3 victories in 3 games, and even if they lose to Japan, which is still a big if, they're gonna make it. So before we do any like post-match talk and stuff, the most important thing to congratulate Team United States on securing a very narrow win and making it to the playoffs. All rise for the anthem of the United States. Congratulations to the Team United States again. They could not have done this without David's moral support and encouragement.
I don't think that's true, but I'll take credit for anything. That's fine.
Hi Bexy, commiserations for the loss. Still absolutely spectacular games, and to answer your question, yes, we were rooting very much for you to invade that big ruin with that final meeple, but I can definitely see that that decision was very, very tricky to pull off. So,
but come on, you got to think of the audience. That's the...
Yeah, exactly. Well, anyway, I kind of felt like Yellow did what they could in that game, and with the tile run, they probably had to lose that one. Like some tweaks here and there, it was just a very tough position to play. So, what are we having? Well, in the tournament table, the Netherlands, I guess we're gonna thank them for participating in the tournament. Now they will be moved down to the 4th place in the group. So they have to root against Team Czechia. Now, if Czechia loses against Malaysia, they're playing against Malaysia. That is an unlikely occurrence, but if that were to happen, then the Netherlands can still take the 3rd spot in the group. Not enough to qualify for the playoffs, but enough to have a slightly higher tournament standing. Overall, United States and Japan are 2 playoff contenders. And then next week we're going to decide how the 2 hitherto undefeated teams are going to distribute the 1st and 2nd place within the group. Yeah, very straightforward tournament table. I don't know, not so much to talk about. Anything else that you can ask David? Anything else that, David, you want to mention about that happened today? We'll be probably wrapping up very, very soon.
No, I mean, this was great. I mean, this is my first time ever being on stream, and I did 5.5 hour marathon. So I don't know how. I mean, I'll just say, like, as impressed and thankful as I've always been to Alexey, I feel like until you've done this, you don't realize how much more impressive it is, Alexey, that you can do any of these streams, let alone these mega streams, so often. Because, like, wow, it's a lot of mental work.
We did look through a lot of games, yeah. And the thing, you may have noticed that I'm kind of like choking on words a little bit towards the end. And also I have to say, like, you seem to be much fresher than I am at the moment. You just keep.
I do okay. I'm a high energy bro. I'll crash once we get off, but yeah. I'm a lecturer, so like I'm used to having to be on when I'm like in front of the audience.
Oh, I'm pretty sure your students must love your lectures.
Some of them do. I'm in England, so some of my students just literally say I'm too loud. Like they'll, like I've gotten comments where students are like, I couldn't go to lectures; it was just too loud, and I'm like, I don't know what to do about that, but okay.
I mean, too loud. Like you're speaking to what, like dozens of people. You're supposed to project.
Yeah, no, they found it too loud. I mean, I am loud. Like, don't get me wrong. There may be some like corrections going on here because we're online, but I am very loud. But that's but still. But yeah, no, this has been an absolute blast. I mean, it's late, so no worries if you're not. But I just, as a reminder, you wanted to look at that one where I won with 47 points. But we don't have to run through that now. I'm just letting it. I was just flagging that we talked about it.
Oh, that's let's maybe not do it now. We can either do it
fine.
after a shorter stream
Absolutely.
or in a separate stream. Yeah, but
but yeah, no, I just remembered it, so I thought I'd mention it. But yeah, this has been absolutely fantastic. It's nice to see people in the chat saying that they enjoyed my commentary. So that's like yeah, it's been a blast. I'd love to do it again, and yay, Carcassonne.
Yes, thank you so much for the wise words. I'm gonna have you again for sure. So for the rest of y'all, before we break, let's just check the calendar real quick to see if any matches are scheduled for next week. Because yeah, I fear that next week every decisive event might have to be scheduled for Sunday, and we might have to have another mega stream like this. Lithuania versus Ukraine, I won't be able to cover. Hopefully that Otto or Wise Maze are on it. That's the only match that has currently been scheduled for the final week.
Why am I not seeing these?
Yeah, and that's really all there is. So just some final things. Yeah, meeple the like button if you liked anything about this video, and subscribe for more competitive content like this. In case you liked it very, very much, then feel free to use the super thanks function to support the channel even further. And